Good afternoon. Welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's semi-final game 1 in the Cool and Smooth T20 explosion, and the action comes to you in compliments of a lot of folks who've making this happen. Coverage of the Cool and Smooth T20 is made possible by the Community Sports Network, CSN, a subsidiary of the Parish League, with studios located in High Street. Live matches can be viewed on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and CTV Channel 8, along with live studio shows. Follow the network for live local sports. Also to let you know that the Cool and Smooth YouTube and all of their social media platforms are also on track. And live Ball by Ball is also live on Platinum FM 97.9. Well, the good news is that Rising Sun, who are into the semi-final because of a dispute, won the toss and have sent in the defending champions. Wow. Sent in the defending champions. The team for Rising Suns would see Isaiah Bruni, Shane Burton, Dean Williams, Richie Thomas, Shaquan Hewlett, Junior Henry, Gian Benjamin, Shadrach Descartes, Malinga Burnley, Shamar Pereira, and Omari Heiliger. That's the team for Rising Suns. And for the champions, the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks Insurance, we have Raheem Cornwall, Kofi James, Karima Gore, Yuri Smith, Terrence Ward is in, Joshua Williams, Joshua Thomas, Avia Christian, Hayden Walsh Jr., Amir Nathaniel, Shorinko Landeveld, and you also have Kadim Phillip. So the powerhouse PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks, we're just about waiting. The Rising Suns team is already on the field. The umpires for today already out, Bertil Baltimore and Bernard Joseph. And the opening batters for the PIC Liberta Blackhawks team, we see a situation here. It looks like it's going to be Kofi James coming out. Yeah, so certainly it will be Kofi James coming out and Yuri Smith. And so far they have been very attacking. I think the only game they have not been able to come up with an opening partnership would have been the last game that they would have played. But before that, outside of that, they would have had two 100 opening partnerships. Here goes the action. And anytime soon, we'll be starting bang on time at 4 p.m. right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's semi-final 1 in the Cool and Smooth explosion. Just to let you know that at least 10 half centuries have been scored so far. 10 half centuries. Kofi James 77 and 69. We also have Casey Carty 66 and 65. Karima Gore 58. Darren Benter 51. Nine Young 52. Who we'll see a little later. Yuri Smith 51. Raheem Cornwall, the captain, 58. And George Munsey from Jennings, he scored 57. 1 5-wicket haul to date. Young Nathan Edwards, 17-year-old Nathan Edwards from Simbantin, playing for Empire Nation. In the last game, 4 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 5 wickets. But my player of the tournament so far has to go to young Matthew Miller. He's 13 years old. 13 years old, young Matthew Miller. And anytime now we'll be looking to see the action starting live in living color right here. The umpire just looking to the main scoreboard. Shango is ready and go. And Richie Thomas, we're in the number 11, will start, and he'll be bowling to Yuri Smith. They started with a slip, a gully, a short third man more or less, a backward point, a cover, short mid-wicket, short fine leg, feeler on the offside, long off, and a mid-on. So pretty interesting feel here. And Bernard Joseph with his left hand out, just giving the clearance, and we starting bang on time. Thomas comes in now to bowl to Yuri Smith. First ball wide, and more or less a round arm action coming there from Thomas. Wants to be as tight as possible. And the defending champions, PIC Liberta Blackhawks, they're off and running. They won without loss. Thomas from the media center, and he comes in now to bowl to Smith, and again just well within the line. Bernard Joseph has a look and says, no, I won't be able to call that one today. Gian Benjamin the wicketkeeper. Good glove work so far. He's been able to just pick that up nicely. And so the score remains on 1 without loss. Here is a cracked short delivery being just put away out to the sweeper. Yuri Smith is off the mark and the score goes up to 2 without loss. So 2 without loss. Just to let you know that the coverage comes to you compliments of what we would say Community Sports Network, CSN. And so we thank them very much. Mark Charles, Taddy Arundel, Kerry White, all the guys who have been able to get themselves organized. A place is available for one of these teams to get into Saturday's final. The defending champions, the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks. $22,000 at stake. That's what it's going to take for somebody to win this year's 2022 championship. Richie comes in out to bowl to Kofi James, who's driving sweetly out to cover. He's only able to get one. So both batsmen are off the mark. And the score is 3 without loss. 3 without loss. Richie Thomas. More or less gentle medium. I'm not trying anything too much. Look, a strange move there by Rising Suns that they decided that they were going to win the toss and send in Liberta. But they'll have better options. It's not happening. Here is Yuri Smith driving inside out over cover. First boundary for 4. He had room. He had a lot of room just outside the off stump. More or less a friendly delivery from Richie Thomas. And Yuri Smith driving to the line. Hit that inside out over cover and down to the boundary for 4. Shadrach Lescati just had to scurry back to just retrieve the ball from the dugout. In the meantime, the score goes up to 7 without loss. Here we go. Thomas in out the bowl to Smith. Smith driving. Oh, it's through the fielder at the offside. More running here for the sweeper and Shadrach Lescati. Sweeper gets around and they get 2 runs. In the meantime, the score goes up to 9 without loss. So first over costing 9 runs so far. And anytime soon, we will be able to find out who will be coming from the CIUN here in this encounter. 9 without loss. Thomas comes in out to bowl to Smith, who is playing a naughty shot. Yuri Smith. No need for him to even think about that. First over completed, and at the end of it, PIC Liberta Insurance Blackhawks, they are 9 without loss at the end of over number 1. The music blaring in here into our studios. Cheeky Hi-Fi sound system rocking the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the vendors. The music playing away here. And we expected to have a bumper crowd here later this afternoon, later this evening. It's going to be a big game. Jennings Bethesda. You got to look out for that one. Let's see what's going to be happening here now. Dean Williams will start from the media center end, not the media center end. Now turn around now to the CIU end. 9 without loss. And Kofi James is in strike. He's 1. As Dean Williams comes in out to bowl to Kofi James. Full toss is driving airily down to the boundary for 4. There's no third man. And James given wit. He had a chance to be able to swing his arms. And he just leaned into that, peel off, over gully, and down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. Score rushes up to 13 without loss. And James goes to 5. 1 extra so far, wide. On the first delivery, Yuri Smith is on 7. And this is the first semi-final action taking place here in the 2022 Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. James already 2 half centuries in the championship today. The captain looking to make some changes there, Bruni. He's now decided that he's going to have a feeler in the short third man area. He's bringing around Thomas. I think maybe he might be advised to maybe have Thomas go right back to the short third man area. In fact, go to the third man position. Because I don't think Dean Williams has that amount of pace. Here's Kofi James driving through cover past Shane Burton down to the boundary for 4. And if Burton is going to be in the cover area, based on how Kofi James is attacking, he maybe needs to give himself some room and go back, give himself an idea so he can be able to see the ball. I think he's just close. He's more or less in a short extra cover area. Should really go back, start walking in, because Kofi James is an attacking player. He goes hard at the ball, 17 without loss in the meantime. James 9. Williams into James. Squared him up. They're looking for a single in the end. They get it quite easily. James picks up his 10th run. And if they want, they could get another one. Thomas trying to throw down the non-striker's end, but backed up in the onside. The score in the meantime quietly goes up to 16, sorry. Get ahead of myself. What's happening here? Umpire Bertil Baltimore, who would have played U cricket and also played for the Antigua and Barbuda during Leeward Islands tournament. Dean Williams in now to bowl to Huey Smith. Huey Smith losing his shape there, his form. Had that hit from the number 3 young Bruni. Shama Pereira. I think Kofi James might have been in some problems. Huey Smith just losing shape there with that shot. Just would be advised to just keep his eyes on the ball. Head sort of moved. Dean Williams, medium pacer, in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is driving beautifully up to mid-off, getting an easy single. And so the score quietly just rattles on. Shango, the lone man on the portable scoreboard here. Score goes up to 19. 19 without loss. Kofi James, who's on 10, he comes in to strike. Spectators are making sure they walk with their water, because it's going to be a long day, long night. 19 without loss. PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks sent in by Rising Suns in the first semi-final. Here is James driving, thinking about the single, change his mind. And the end of over number 2, the score is 19 without loss. 10 runs off the second over, 9 off the first. If you're wondering what's happening on your YouTube channel, or you're wondering what's happening on your television, it's the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion first semi-final. The defending champions, PIC Insurance Blackhawks, and they're taking on Rising Suns. Rising Sun winning the toss and deciding that they are going to chase. We'll find out if that was a good decision or not. Huey Smith, in the meantime, he is going to wait now for Richie. Dying a little bit onto the keeper. Rising Sun be looking to try to get early wickets here. Richie Thomas starting here for Rising Sun. Shako and Hewlett just rubbing away at the ball. That one sort of died on Benjamin. I think Benjamin would be advised more or less to step up. We've got to go through this team here. I realize that there's no Dario Hodge, so I don't know if he's injured. Wide delivery, and because it is so wide from Richie Thomas, umpire Bernard Joseph gets out his hands and signals, get acknowledgement from the scorers here who operate in the electronic scoreboard, and also Shango. Richie Thomas comes in now to bowl to Huey Smith. Huey Smith is driving in the air and will fall in no man's land. Picks up a couple of runs right here quite easily. It's massive boundary here. And the fielder, number 6, wearing the number 6 jersey, was able to come around nicely. Junior Henry get a positive throw back to the wicketkeeper. 1 bounce. In the meantime, the score goes to 22 without loss. Going to over number 3. Latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Richie Thomas in out the bowl to Smith. Smith driving straight down the ground for 4. That's a lovely on drive. Beautiful shot. Early. But he hit it ferociously. And it rattled down to the boundary for 4. 26 without loss. Huey Smith is another young player from Antigua and Barbuda. Had a stint in England last year. and also played for the Leeward Islands at the junior level, under 15, under 17, and also under 19. So he's been around. Good positive shot there by the young man. And that will give him some confidence to go from strength to strength. Richie Thomas in out the ball to Smith down the onside. Another wide delivery again here by Thomas. Thomas is all over the shop. Got to concentrate in terms of what you want to achieve. In the meantime, the score goes up to 27 without loss. 27 without loss. Going to over number 3. Richie Thomas from the media center and comes into ball to Yuri Smith, into Smith. Smith is back and just steering this one into the offside, picking up an easy single. And good run in between these two. Good communication. The score goes up to 28 without loss. It now brings Kofi James, the informed Kofi James, into strike. James announced his intention in the last T20 tournament, which was held by Cool and Smooth in 2019. He's back and cracking that down to the boundary for 4. Can't bowl that line. You don't have any pace, Richie Thomas. And that's a meet and greet for Kofi James. He just laid back and cracked that pass backward point down to the boundary for 4. And the score goes up to 32 without loss. It's almost looking like a run fest, as we would say. Rising Sun, they're going to have to get wickets because they're going to be under the pump here. PIC Insurance, Liberta Blackhawks, they have strengthened their squad with Terrence Ward, who normally plays for them. So there's no stranger taking place there. And the young lady just walking across the side screen. She's in no hurry. Now somebody on standby umpire, Leslie Reefer Jr. is trying to indicate to her that, listen, you have to get moving. Richie Thomas into Kofi James, into James. James gets a back of the length delivery, just stabs it onto the offside. The fielder coming in, misses it. He came in one hand, and you'll be advised as a coach very early o'clock, Mr. Malinga Booney, both hands behind the ball. So finally, the third over comes to an end, and at that point in time, the score at the end of 3 overs, 34 without loss. Here is a Dean Williams delivery being sneaked away into the offside. Can't stop the single because these two, they are very good runners. And they were able to pick up the 35th run for the PIC Insurance Blackhawks team. Now brings James into strike. Kofi James, 35 without loss. Dean Williams in now to bow to James. James is no pace there. So unlike Thomas, who's giving him pace, that one sort of stopped on him, so he got across, look a bit square, and almost nearly chopped it onto his stump. Dean Williams mixing up his deliveries, 35 without loss. It's a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda, and the crowd trickling in for the first semi-final. 35 without loss. Dean Williams from the CIUN in out the ball to James. James driving beautifully on the offside and getting an easy single. Score goes up now to 36 without loss. If you're listening to Platinum FM 97.9 in Antigua and Barbuda, and wherever you're listening to us, even if you're viewing us on Channel 8 on CTV, you just need to be able to get up to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Come and support Antigua and Barbuda cricket, Leeward's cricket, West Indies cricket. Dean Williams in out the ball to Yuri Smith, who just clips this one over the short fine leg down to the boundary for 4, and no pace at all there. You've got to be able to have a little bit more venom there. And Dean Williams is guilty of strain down the onside. And Yuri Smith just more or less just helped it. And there are lots of vacant spaces here on this land, and you just have to find them. 40 without loss. Smith is now wanting to indicate to, well, I thought he was going to push the short fine leg back, but he's changed his mind. Dean Williams moves in now to bowl to Yuri Smith. Yuri Smith is just whipping this one beautifully, 4 more. The ball pitch anywhere between middle and leg, and good wrist work there by Yuri Smith. Just timed it beautifully to perfection in the air, but in no man's land. And the score goes up to 44 without loss. 44 without loss, and we into over number 4. 44 without loss. If you're wondering what's happening, I'm Vernon A. Springer, bringing to you ball-by-ball coverage of the first semi-final of the day. Defending champions, PIC Insurance Blackhawks, they're batting first, inserted by Rising Suns. Williams in now to bowl to Yuri Smith, stands up straight and just eases it onto the offside and gets a single. In the meantime, the score goes up to 45 without loss. So 45 without loss at the end of over number 4. And 11 runs coming off that over. So it's been a happy hunting ground here for Smith and also for James. We back with the cricket action. Over number 5 is going to be started by Shane Burton, who's replaced Thomas. Burton in now to bowl to Yuri Smith, who's driving down the ground. Shaquan Hewlett coming around nicely, and they get 2 runs quite easily in the end. Shane Burton just pitching up that delivery and just extending his arms. Yuri Smith hit straight and was able to pick up 2 runs quite easily. So the action happening fast and furious, as they would say here in Antigua and Barbuda. And if you follow the movie Fast and Furious, you will understand what we're talking about. You break for a while, bang on target, can't score. And so that's going to be very, very important. So the score remains on 46, 46 without loss, 46 without loss. It's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the first semi-final. And that is going to be important. Just a little slight change taking place. Some movements going back. Shane Burton has now pushed his mid-on back to long on. Here comes Shane Burton as he comes in now to bowl to Smith. And he's just to James. And James just whipping this past the fielder at short fine leg and being able to pick up a single. In those areas, there are critical areas. You got to be able to make sure that you're key so you can more or less feel those balls. And the fielder there more or less giving away a single. 48 without loss. We break for a while as Shane Burton moves away, comes in now to bowl to Smith's driving to cover. Is upset that he really didn't put that away. Richie Thomas at cover, feeling good that he maybe might have fielded the ball. 48 without loss. Shane Burton bowling his first over here. After Thomas was pretty expensive in the neck of woods. The idea. Little adjustment being made. Umpire just looking around to make sure that everybody's okay. A slip. A short third man, backward point cover, mid-off. Wide delivery here by Shane Button. Maybe Huey Smith just looking and saying, maybe another time on another day. Maybe just open my face and my bat and hit that, or get a little closer to it. On the leg side, you have a long on, short mid wicket, and a short fine leg. And on the offside, you got a sweeper. So there's protection on both sides. As Shane Button comes in out the bowl to Smith. Smith is driving straight down the ground. Descartes comes around nicely. And they get 1 run in the process. So the end of over number 5 comes to an end. The score, latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 49. In fact, no, it should be 50 without loss. So the 50 up for Liberta, 50 without loss. Back with the cricket action. Isaiah Booney, the captain, is brought himself on. 50 without loss, 5 overs completed. And he will start the 6th over. Bruni's in out to bowl to Huey Smith, who's going for the first INET maximum. It's gone all the way. That's a lovely shot there by Huey Smith. He's just tossed up. And he decided that he was going to go down on it. And he leaned into that. And hit that wide long on for the first INET maximum. So score in the meantime goes up to 56 without loss. 56 without loss. This is going to be a real go-to situation when we look at what has been happening. 35 to Huey Smith. Here is Bruni. Smith just maybe feeling that, hey, I should have done a lot better with that. It's just too casual there. Going about it. Good start here by Liberta. 56 without loss. Isaiah Booney, the captain of Rising Suns, starts from the CIUN in out the bowl to Smith. Smith is switch it down to the boundary for 4. And that's what happens when you have all those skill sets in your armory. The score in the meantime goes up to 60 without loss, and Smith goes to 39. Here's a lovely start. Kofi James is on 18. Bowling figures here so far for Rising Sun. Richie Thomas, 2 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. Dean Williams, 2 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. And Shane Burton, his first over cost him 5 runs. Smith driving, picking up an easy single. If he hit, he might have been in trouble. But he was scurrying to get there. In the meantime, the score goes up to 61. 61, sorry. 61. Huey Smith is in a hurry here, I can tell you for sure. He's now gone up to 46. He should be 46. Now brings Kofi James, the quieter of the two today. He's maybe not ready to tee off yet. But in fairness, Huey Smith has faced more balls than Kofi James so far in this innings. When he comes in out the bowl to James, James is just stylishly turning this one down to long on, picking up a very easy single, and the score in the meantime goes up to 62 without loss. Into over number 6. 62 without loss. Huey Smith has looked good so far. Driving beautifully through cover. If they want, they could pick up a couple of runs. They're going to challenge, and they're picking up those 2 runs quite easily. So the end of over number 6, the score is 64 without loss, some 14 runs coming off that over. And the end of the power play. This has been a good start here by the defending champions, PIC Insurance, Liberta Blackhawks. They've been inserted by Rising Sun. Shane Burton The captain, Mr. Bruni, still has himself positioned in the slip area. He's maybe thinking now that he has to come out of the area. He's now putting in, let's see, is he going to remain? No, he's coming out of the slip area now. So let's look and see what's going to be happening. On the leg side area, the captain Bruni is now gone to short mid-wicket. We've got a mid-wicket, a long on, a short fine leg, and on the offside, a third man, a backward point, a cover, long off, and a sweeper on the offside. Here goes the man himself in Shane Burton, who starts with a wide. And so Jamal Hamilton just walked across past us, who is not playing today. So 65. In the meantime, the score goes up to 65 without loss. Shane Burton into ball to Kofi James. Kofi James going across the line of the stump. He's out leg before. Shane Burton strikes. Kofi James is upset. The ball pitched between middle and leg, going across the line of delivery, missed a straight delivery, and he goes back into the pavilion. Got to be able to watch that ball a little longer, Kofi James. Once he didn't get an inside edge onto that, it's certainly going to be curtains for him. He walks back a dejected man, but he's in such good nick that I'm sure that he would feel very slighted the way in which he got out. So James comes back. LBW to Shane Burton, and the defending champions losing their first wicket on 65. So welcome back to the cricket action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Shane Burton picking up the first wicket. Kofi James, LBW to Burton for 19. He faced some 12 balls, 26 minutes at the crease, hit 3 boundaries. And in the innings so far, they have 8 boundaries and 1 INET maximum. 65 for 1. Out comes Kareem Agor, who plays for the United States of America. Originally, always played youth team cricket. Got up to the under 19 level, also represented Antigua, and now plays for the United States of America. And as you could always say, is one of the folks who would have come through the system at Liberta. The captain Boone is now gone back into strike. Let's go. Is into his stance. Wait for a Burton delivery. Just leaves alone. So a slip, short third man, backward point, cover on the offside, long off, sweep on the offside, on the leg side area, long on, mid wicket, and there's no one in the mid wicket area, but you have a short fine leg, more or less inside the 30-yard circle. Shane Burton putting a little breaks here on the scoring. Comes in out to bowl to Kareem Agor, who's out caught behind. That is a beautiful outswinger. And squared up Kareem Agor. Took an edge. And Jim Benjamin, the keeper, took an excellent catch. He nicked it. And Shane Burton, he comes up trumps for Rising Sun. What an excellent catch there by Jim Benjamin. And what a spell so far here from Shane Burton, only in his second over. Kareem Agor goes back without scoring. Pitched in the perfect area, the corridor of uncertainty, and he got a nick. It was an excellent catch there by Benjamin. Shane Burton strikes early for Rising Suns. So, conversation taking place with Yuri Smith. As the new batter comes out. Looks like it is Terrence Ward. Well, just wait and confirm just to make sure. Cheeky hi-fi music playing away in the offside. Terrence Ward, the St. Kitts captain, Leeward Islands Hurricanes player. walks out at playing his first game for the School and Smooth, replacing Jamal Hamilton in the squad. And he walks out number 4 for Liberta. Yuri Smith, 42 from 25 balls, 29 minutes so far at the crease, 5 fours and 1 6. Ward waits for Burton, comes in out the ball to him. He gets a good delivery and has to defend with his top hand. Bang on target. And this has been a good aggressive spell here so far from the man himself, Shane Burton, who I would say had a way below par game in the last encounter. This game is certainly come out on top. Let's wait and see what's going to be happening. Burton in now to bowl to Ward. Ward is fishing at this one outside the off stump. He might say, listen, I left that alone. The score in the meantime remains on 65 for 2. 65 for 2. It's all happening here in the first semi-final. Shane Burton rubbing away on his left foot. Trousers. Burton in now to bowl to Terrence Ward. That sort of kept low. And he was backing across and trying to force, but in the end he had to stop it. So 7 overs bowled. And Rising Suns trying to come back into the game. Compliments of their top man. They're 65 for 2. They've lost 2 important wickets. The first one, Kofi James, LBW to Shane Burton for 19, and Kareem Agor caught Jim Benjamin, bowled Shane Burton without scoring. Both batters going on the score of 65. 65 for 2 is the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. And so that's going to be very, 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 very important. Bruni, the captain, is going to come in now anytime soon now with a slip, a gully backward point, more or less short third man backward point to sweep on the offside, cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, and a short fine leg. Bruni is going to move in nicely from the CAA and comes in out to bowl to Huey Smith is just turning this into the leg side area. It's going to come back for 2 quite easily. That's good running by Terrence Ward, who is also very fleet-footed. And Yuri Smith. Smith in the meantime goes up to 44. 67 for 2. 67 for 2. Bruni is now pulling the slip out. Dean Williams and putting him at the short mid-wicket area. Shaquan Hewlett saying to him, I think you have to bring the short third man around a little bit more. So settling in into a nice groove here. Here's a drive down the ground by Yuri Smith down to long on. Getting an easy single. In the meantime, the score goes up to 68. 68 for 2. Now brings Terrence Ward, who's a not in strike. 68 for 2. Bruni is going to move in now nicely. He's going to bowl to Terrence Ward. This is his first game of the season. Down the onside, just tickle away down to the short fine leg. Find out whether he got a little tickle onto it. Think he might have got some bat onto it. No, he didn't. As a leg by, missed it completely, and Bertil Baltimore makes a signal. In the meantime, the score goes up to 69. 69 for 2. 69 for 2. Here comes Bruni in now to bowl to Yuri Smith, who is back and looking to punch that. Can't beat the feeler. Cover. Shadrach Descati is ringing away at his right hand. Meantime, someone just going past the side screen on the northern end of the grounds here. Smith is back and just late cuts, trying to go past Thomas. Thomas coming around nicely to his left. Cut it off. Had to go 360 around. But he can't stop the single. Smith goes up to 46 and the score goes up to 70 for 2. 70 for 2. Here goes Bruni in now to both to Ward. Ward is coming tentatively forward. Take some time to start, Ward. Over number 8 in bowl, and the score is 70 for 2. So there's a little meltdown, a little slowdown in the middle overs here by Liberta. Yuri Smith may be thinking about his half century, or maybe might be ironing to figure out that he's going to have to bat as deep as possible in this context if Liberta is going to get anywhere close to 170, 180. That certainly would be his objective. That in itself is going to be key. Shane Burton, in the meantime, has had a wonderful spell. 2 overs, no maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. So it's going to be very important that these two maybe keep Shane Burton out of the wicket column. Here is a wide delivery. No, it brushed Yuri Smith typad. A good take by J.M. Benjamin. And umpire Bernard Joseph signaling very early o'clock that it did brush him. 70 for 2. Shane Burton moving away nicely from the media center in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Burton into bowl to Smith. Smith is coming quietly forward and just stroking it onto the offside. Picking up an easy single. Shakwan Hewlett almost walked in. Can't stop the single. In the meantime, the score goes up to 71 for 2. 71 for 2. Yuri Smith goes up to 47. Now brings Ward, who's a naught, in strike. Shane Burton wearing a big number, number 10. Football terms, really, not cricket terms. Ward is naught down the onside, and he just gets a tickle onto it. Beautiful save by J.M. Benjamin, but he can't stop the single. And finally, Terence Ward is off the mark. So Ward off the mark, and the score goes up to 72 for 2. 72 for 2. James and Gore back in the pavilion. This has been a magnificent spell so far from Shane Burton. No slip. As Kofi Yuri Smith is flashing at a wide delivery. And lucky to get away with that. Sort of looking for power. Really just needed to just keep his composure. Just remain cool, remain calm. Just batting. Just bat. The art of batting is always important. He's faced some 31 balls to date. 38 minutes at the crease. And he really deserves a half century. This will be his second. Got 51 earlier in the tournament. Yuri Smith against New Wintrops. Here's a clip around the corner. Beautiful stop there by the fielder, but he can't stop the single. Big effort there from the number 7. Looks like Dean Williams, the veteran. You would say more or less that it came straight to him, but the most important thing is that he had to stop it. So you can't take that one away. The score goes up to 73 for 2. 73 for 2. This has been an impressive spell from Shane Burton. Very impressive. Really put his hand up here today. Burton into bowl toward short delivery. Hits his one in the air. Safe. Can't get to the long on. To Descartes. He hammered that one into the ground. Ward was not in position. Almost like a tennis serve like. Got away with it. The end of over number 9. And the score is 74 for 2. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. PSC Liberta Blackhawks batting first after being sent in by Rising Suns. Bruni will start from the CIUN as he looks to start the 10th over. PIC Insurance, Liberta Blackhawks is 74 for 2. Ward is in strike. He's back and punching that. Can't beat the short midfielder, but in the end it ricocheted off and they were able to get a single. Dean Williams maybe needs to give himself some room because he's onto the strips here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. That came off like a bullet. Score in the meantime goes up to 75 without loss. It now brings Yuri Smith, who's on 47 into strike. Booney comes in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is driving down the ground, long on in the air, but away from any fielder. Goes up to 48, and the score in the meantime goes up to 77. In fact, it's 76. Booney comes in now to bowl to Ward back and punching it onto the offside, picking up another easy single. Now the score goes to 77. Important period of play here taking place. Booney in now to bowl to Smith. Smith just driving elegantly on the offside. 50 to Yuri Smith. Very well deserved 50 to the young man. And he gets a small appreciation, small applause here from his teammates and also from the small crowd here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Ward back and looking to get another single again. So this has been very productive so far. Good sensible cricket here by these two. And in the middle overs, that's what you want. You don't need to give your hand away. You need to play positive cricket. Very positive. Booney. In now to bowl to Smith. Smith is more or less looking for a switch hit. Can't stop it and get a not only one, but he gets two as the fielder coming in there. Thomas trying to throw down the non-striker's end. Really was not necessary. And in the end, over number 10 is completed. 10 overs completed. And the defending champions, PIC Liberta Blackhawks, they're 81 for 2. They've lost James and Gore in the process. Bowling figures here so far. Just in case you've just tuned in and wondering what's happening. Richie Thomas, 2 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. Dean Williams, 2 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. But the man of the spell so far has been Shane Burton, 3 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, 2 wickets. And Booney has been looking pretty expensive by his standard. Not for 24 in the process. 81 for 2, 10 overs completed. And the big question is, what will happen here as this game continues? Shadrach Descati, he now comes into the action. Let's see what he's going to be coming up with. Descati. 81 for 2. 81 for 2. Very important period of play. We're talking about another 60 deliveries to go. We're halfway there in the first semi-final of this important cool and smooth T20 competition. Number of private sector companies have come on board to be able to support this venture. Shadrach Descati, thinking about it, turned and then had to stop. It's going to come in now to bowl to Terence Ward. High backlift in now to bowl to Ward. Ward back and cracking that down to the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot. Waited on it. Balance was good. Got the right foot across and cracked that down to the boundary for 4. And the score quickly goes up to 85 for 2. Talking about the sponsors who've made this tournament a real huge success so far. Pineapple Beach Club, Supreme Security, Kennedy's Club Limited, Stonewall Reloaded, Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Images Design, Signs and Impressions, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority. We break Descati to Ward, in out the ball to Ward. He gets a slow cutter and he peels off the outside half of the bat down to the backward point fielder. Shadrach Descati saying he can't get a single there, but it was really well calculated by Ward. He used the pace and didn't try to overhit it, just opened the face and just played with his top hand. And the score in the meantime goes up to 86 for 3. Now brings Yuri Smith, who's in strike on 52, to continue. I think he will have to bat as deep as possible. This is going to be a critical partnership. He's done all of the work, and he cannot afford to give it away now for his team. Something that I have not been able to see happening here, executed by a number of batters who have started the innings, and that to me has been the major problem. Huey Smith has an opportunity here to be able to bat as deep as possible. In fact, bat all 20 overs and get himself a nice 100. Descartes now the ball to Huey Smith. Short delivery, just helped it over the short fine leg. Bad bowling here by Descartes and down to the boundary for 4. Score goes up to 90 for 2. .56 is Huey Smith. The score goes up to 90 for 2. Descartes guilty of trying. He doesn't have the pace, so there's no need for him to try that. Descartes in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is back and pulling this one into the leg side area. The fielder from mid-wicket coming around it hesitated for a moment. That should have been 2 runs. And there was no intensity there between Ward and Smith. Normally you have intensity all the way. The fielder had to, from the mid-wicket area, he had to run at least about a good 10 meters. Descartes to Ward. In now to bowl to Ward. Ward is fishing at one. Real good pace, good carry, good take by Benjamin. In the meantime, the score goes up to 91 for 2. Descartes, by his standards, would feel very slighted. He's really not performed. He's always come to the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament, and he's been one of the guys. The last time he was here, he scored a half century, bowled, got a couple of wickets. Been a little bit under par here, based on his own performance. Descartes in now to bowl to Smith. Smith driving beautifully. Good positive shot there from Terence Ward. Good straight drive. At the end of over number 11, completed 10 runs off the over, 91 for 2. So when you look around at this game, Rising Sun will be able to say that they've done nicely compared to the start, which was 65 without loss. At the end of over number 11, 91 for 2. It's more or less a rebuilding block stage for the defending champions, but they can tee off in their hut. They still have their captain Rakeem Cornwall, who scored 58 in the preliminary game the other evening. So you just never know what's going to be happening. Sure, they'll be looking to get anything close to 170, 180. A little guilty that they have not been able in the first 2 games to get even up to 200. Sure, something Coach Kenny Benjamin would have been talking to them about. Booney comes in now. He comes in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is gone. Down to the boundary for 4. More or less like a slug sweep into the square leg area. And the field placed in here by Booney. Booney's got to understand, you've got to have protection. You can't have that lone feeler on the leg side area. He's now decided, he only had a mid-wicket. He's now decided to put Shaquan Hewlett back into the deep back of square leg position. And that's a bit risky, a little bit too late. Score in the meantime goes up to 95 for 2. Booney to Smith. And now to bowl to Smith. Smith switch it. 4 more. And that's what happens when you're balanced and you can play both shots. And he's going to give Booney a torrid time. He's going to maneuver the field. And that's exactly what is happening here with Huey Smith. Really a run fest on here when we think about it. 99 for 2. Smith goes to 65. 40 balls, 49 minutes. 8 fours and 1 INET maximum. Booney, the captain for Rising Suns, coming in now. Bowls to Smith. Smith driving down to long on, picking up a single, 100 up for the defending champions, PIC Insurance Blackhawks. And Huey Smith goes up to 66. He should be eyeing 100, and not just eyeing 100, a big one. This is where you make a statement, and I hope he's thinking like that. Here is Terence Ward just stroking this onto the offside, picking up another single. And the score in the meantime goes up to 101 for 2. It's all happening here. A poet moment for someone who's going to come up with something. Booney comes in now to bowl to Huey Smith, he's gone outside the line of the off stump to try to come up with a paddle. Missed it completely. He's upset with himself that he really didn't get bat onto ball. So a dot ball here. 101 in the meantime for 2. 101 for 2. We're into over number 12. Bruni, the captain. He comes in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is beaten by a beauty. So 12 overs bowled. Let it score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The PIC Alberta Blackhawks, they are 101 for 2. Back with the cricket action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Ward been able to pick up a couple of runs there. In the meantime, the score goes up to 103 for 2. Descartes in now to bowl to Ward, rushing him a little bit. And I think the umpire Bernard Joseph thought he was going to signal a leg by, but he looked like he got a little edge onto that one. And so the score goes up to 104 for 2. Descartes just asking him, the umpire Bernard Joseph, did he hit that? Yes, he did, because the umpire didn't signal. He's the man in control, Bernard. So you got to pay attention. Descartes, wide delivery. And it's gone so wide that Huey Smith couldn't get close to it. And Bernard Joseph gets his long hands out. And he's a big guy. He's about 6'4", 6'5". Umpire Bernard Joseph. I mean, the score goes up to 105 for 2, 105 for 2. The action taking place here, as we would say, happening so quick. You got to pay attention in terms of what's happening. Here we go. As Descartes is going to come in now to bowl nicely to Huey Smith. Smith again, really sort of losing his shape there. Dean Williams having a torrid time there at the short fine leg area, but they're only able to muster and come up with 2. In the meantime, score goes up to 107 for 2. I would hate to see someone like a Huey Smith put in all this work and then just come and just give his hand away. Something which I thought that Kofi James has been guilty of in the 2 previous half centuries that he would have batted for. You think? Here is Smith now trying to get fancy to play something that I'm certainly really not working out. Why would he want to play that? I'll never understand. Couldn't get that worked out there at all for me. 107 for 2. Break for a little while as we into over number 13. Descartes in out the bow to Smith. Smith is just trying to get reckless, and there's no need for him. Brilliant backup there from the captain, Bruni, for All Saints. Not All Saints, but Rising Sun. I just get the impression that Smith is just getting a little tired, just wanting to try different things. No need for him to try anything. He's batting well so far. 108 for 2, 108 for 2. We're into over only number 13. Don't know if he had instructions from the dressing room. Short delivery. Here's Ward pulling at this one. Dean Williams is making an effort at it. He won't get it. No, the fielder coming around is gone for 4. When you get there at that level, you got to be able to take that. So the score in the meantime goes up to 112 for 2 over number 13 completed. As I said, good afternoon to Nicole.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Vernon Springer. Great to be here for the first time in this tournament. 112-2. Vernon, you're someone that's been around local Antiguan cricket for years. My first real experience in this cool and smooth T20 exposure, which I must say has been a massive success. Just to see the professionalism, the organization of the tournament. And I think this Liberta Blackhawks team, no doubt, has been a force to be reckoned with. 3 games they've won, all batted first here today, again batting first, and showing you why they've been able to be so successful.
Well, in terms of the success over the years, they do have a power pack team. And if you realize today, the Leeward Islands captain was left out, and another player in Terrence Ward, who normally plays for them, also was drafted in. So when you look and you see in the likes of a Kareem Ago, plays for USA, Raheem Cornwall, Avia Christian, they've really got some depth, and they're going to be very hard to beat. In fact, they're the best fielding team in the competition before the semi-final. And in T20, you have to be a good fielding unit. 112 for 2.
Yeah, I found it very interesting that Isaiah Bruni won the toss and actually elected to bowl first, given the fact that the Blackhawks would have batted first 3 times. And so we've seen the damage that they've done, getting up to scores close into that 200 mark. So I'm thinking, in a semi-final, you want to put the best team on the back foot early by maybe asking them to do something they haven't done in the tournament thus far.
But I think that analysis that you just gave maybe could be down to the point that Rising Suns batted first the last game, and they maybe feel that they can chase anything that the border comes up with. So we'll find out sooner rather than later. Let's see what's going to be happening. First delivery here started by a new bowler for Rising Suns, and he's coming to the attack. Omari Heiliger, he starts with a wide. The score in the meantime goes up to 113 for 2. 113 for 2 into over number 14. Over number 14, 113 for 2. Here is Smith driving in the air. He's going to be out caught. And he gives his hand away, Nickel. And that's what I was talking about. You can't put in all that work and then give away 100. This was an easy 100 here, Nickel, from Yuri Smith.
Well, yeah, but I do still think that he's being unselfish by looking to take on that extra seam. First delivery for this bowler, though, into the attack. So he may have wanted to have a slight look. But nonetheless, given the start that they have, what's left, as you can see, the big man, Raheem Cornwall, making his way out to the middle. I can't really fault him for wanting to take that extra bit of risk because of the batting depth that this Blackhawks team has.
The thing about it, Nickel, is that you have to understand, right? Everybody's starting from north. And so the good thing about cricket sometimes is that when you get a start, you have to cash in. And cricket is a funny old game. I'm sure you played for some time, Nickel, is that you have to respect the game. So when you inform, you have to cash in. Cash in and cash in big. And like I was saying before you came on, a number of these batters have not been able to go as deep as possible. This is just only the 14th over. And you can't just be contented. If you look at the score, it's 113 for 3. It means that Raheem Cornwall and Ward will have to come and start their innings. And on this track, it's maybe not that easy. 113 for 3. Flagman has just come in with a cool and smooth flag. He's been a servant to Antigua and Barbuda. Almost every event that you could think about, Flagman is always around. Carnival, Independence, any fete, he's here. Heiliger picking up his first wicket. We break for a while. Here's a beauty of a delivery. Ward just going hard at the delivery from Heiliger. Yuri Smith just out for 69, 47 balls, 58 minutes, 8 fours and 1 6. And he would have done all of the work and really should have been walking in the park here with 100. I like to see young players get 100, especially at this early age. Heiliger in out about to Ward driving, square, sweeper coming around nicely. Good work by the young fielder there. Was an under-19 player. It looked like Pereira, Shamar Pereira was sweeping on the offside. Good powerful return back also. In the meantime, the score goes up to 114. 114 for 3. Raheem Cornwall comes out now to face his first delivery. And Ward, in the meantime, he goes up to 19. Cornwall settles and waits for Heiliger. He comes in out the bowl to him. He's just on driving, easy like Sunday morning, as we would say, here in Antigua and Barbuda. Gets a easy single.
Yeah, what I will say, Vernon, about this Blackhawks team is they just make things look so easy. You know, they break it down simple, and that's what you get from the best players in the world. Raheem Cornwall, Hayden Walsh Jr., Kareem Magura, all with international experience. They just seem to stick to the plan.
Yeah, it was Ward driving through cover. Prayer will have some running wrong. He won't get there 4 runs. That's a lovely cricket shot by Ward. Beautiful shot. And when you see a cover drive like that, you really have to smile. Got in good position and lean into it. And the score rushes up to 119 for 3. The defending champions on the go here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the first semi-final.
Well, a very handy replacement when you lose Jamar Hamilton to bring in someone like Terrence Ward, who for his all-round ability is well known across the region. Exactly for this reason, Vernon, because of the fact that he can play in innings like this, gotta hurry. But I think he gets there in the end.
Here is a little hesitation between Cornwall and Ward. The stumps were broken at the non-striker's end, but as Nichols said, Ward got in quite easily. Played national football for St. Kitts and Nevis, Terrence Ward, and also is from the community of St. Paul's in St. Kitts. 120 for 3, 14 overs bowled in this contest.
Yeah, just a question for you, Vernon. As someone that knows the nature of this tournament, you know, it's been played for a number of years now. I think this year it's really evolved, and I'm excited to see what the product can become in the coming years, you know, after recovering from the pandemic. But looking at the Blackhawks especially, I know we're spending a lot of time on them, but they're the best team in this tournament by a long way. I asked Raheem Cornwall at the toss, you know, whether there's any concern the fact that now it's going to be 4 out of 4 games that they batted first. You go into a final against either Bethesda Golden Eagles or Jennings Tigers, and if you have to bowl first in that one, do you think there will be any concern, or is there enough experience to deal with whatever situation? He wasn't too concerned, but from an onlooker's perspective, someone that knows the cricket, your take.
We break for a while. Descartes back of the length delivery to Terrence Ward, and in the end Descartes playing some fancy football tricks there, flicking the ball back onto the non-strikers end and giving away a single. This is considered to be a final, Descartes, and so you don't need to give away runs. In fact, you should be making Liberta fight for all of the runs. Just to answer your question, Nicole, if on paper, if you look at the teams in this competition, it doesn't matter whether Liberta bat or bowl first. Somebody you're going to really have to place a blinder to be able to stop them, and that's just my view from looking at this tournament here. Here is Raheem Cornwall just coming back and across and looking to punch it past his opposite captain, Booney. And the score in the meantime remains on 121 for 3, over number 15 being start. Jennings just coming in and having a look. Can't keep your eyes off Jennings. They've got a good team. Paul Miller, Orlando Peters, Matthew Miller and company. Here's a slow delivery here. Cornwall not looking at the ball there. He's just trying to have a heave at it rather than, have a look there. Doesn't look himself as compared to the last game, Nicole. Don't know if he's carrying a slight injury. I was looking at his body language going out. Didn't seem warm up either today. I was here a little bit early. So I don't know if he's maybe nursing a maybe slight injury, and as you rightly said, maybe just trying to conserve his energy. Cornwall, 121 for 3. Descartes in out the ball to Cornwall. Cornwall hits a no ball down to Shane Burton, and so we'll have a free hit. Just find that Descartes trying too many things here.
Well, yeah, I think that's been the story of all the bowlers from the Spartans. Just haven't been able to find that consistency right from the onset in that initial power play. And I mean, anytime you allow the openers, those two openers, Yuri Smith, Kofi James, I think that's what's really destroyed teams and caused destruction because of the start that they've been able to get inside that power play. So I just think from the onset, the plans have been a bit wayward. They've searched a bit too much, and that's been a problem for them.
On drive down the ground, but one has to give credit to the man who's fielding the ball right now, Nicole. Shane Burton, 3 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, 2 wickets. He's really bowled well, and Amari Marley Heiliger, who's coming 1 over, no maiden, 8 runs, 1 wicket. Despite that, when you look at the figures from Richie Thomas, 2 overs, no maiden, 24 runs, no wicket. Dean Williams, 2 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. And the captain, 4 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, no wicket. Descartes into bow to Cornwall. Good pitched up delivery. He had to come down on it. Good dot ball.
And just to my point, Vernon, I think that's what separated this Blackhawks team from others in this tournament. Yes, they have the names, but I just think it's the simplicity at which they play the cricket with, very animated, very together in the field. And when I look on at some of the other teams, it just obviously a very tough ask coming into such a short tournament, only 3 group stage games. But I think you can already see the experience of playing with each other for a long time from this Blackhawks team.
Here's Cornwall back and just using the pace here and just spanking that down to the boundary for 4. He had room. And as we continue to talk about Descartes just trying too many things here on this outing. In the meantime, the score goes up to 128 for 3 at the end of over number 15. Nickel.
Yeah, uncharacteristic, you could say, from the big man, Raheem Cornwall. But just use the pace. Not much there from Descartes in terms of that pace, but was able to open the face and find that vacant point region. And just a phenomenal player, Raheem Cornwall. He has been a phenomenal servant to this Liberta Blackhawks team for a number of years. That 50 he got in the last game, such a crucial knock to get them past 150 against the Bethesda Golden Eagles. Vernon, had they lost that game, you never know how things could have unfolded. But they made sure they won that game, remain unbeaten in the group stages, and now in this semi-final won because they've topped the group.
Heiliger with another gentle delivery, half volley pitched up to Terence Ward, who's just leaning into it and just stroking it out to the sweeper on the offside. Pereira coming around the under 19 player. You're only able to get 1. Don't think you're going to see Raheem Cornwall running too many twos. Already put his left hand up to Terence Ward to say, I'm not interested. 129 for 3, into over number 16. This is going to be the happy hour coming up soon. Heiliger in out the bow to Cornwall. Cornwall squared up. And Descartes caught napping there. And would be advised to try to get behind the stump. It looked as if he wasn't expecting the return there. Heiliger.
Well, I think it's good bowling, though, in terms of the planning from this Spartans team to Cornwall. They want to bowl wide outside the stump. So you have a bit of a chess match, some mind games going on, because Cornwall is actually coming across to get in line with that ball. But they've got the field set well in terms of the offside.
Heiliger into bowl to Ward. Ward driving through the offside 4 more. That's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot by Ward. He pitched up and he just leaned into a good balance, leading with the head and the shoulders and hit through the line. Another boundary to Ward. The score in the meantime goes up to 134 for 3. And the defending champions will be thinking about getting 200. The high score so far has been 199. They want to go past that today. Can they? Is the big question being asked. Heiliger. To Ward, in out the bow to Ward, down the onside tickle, past Jem Benjamin, down to the boundary for 4.
Well, innovative stuff from Terence Ward. This is the type of player he is. This is why he's played and succeeded for the Leeward Islands majorly in the white ball formats. But because of this all-round ability, adaptability as well, to come up in the order today at number 4 and be able to play an innings of this caliber, it takes pressure off of Raheem Cornwall, off of Hayden Walsh Jr. as well, who's still to come.
138 for 3. Heiliger starting well and then just straying down the onside there. It's like a tickle. Good balance there by Terence Ward. He too also had a stint in England last year. Would have grown in confidence with that. Heiliger in out the bow to Terence Ward. Wide delivery. And the umpire, Bertil Baltimore, does signal wide. The score in the meantime goes up to 139 for 3. What is going to be important, Nickel, is how Rising Sun Spartan bowlers complete this process in the final, I would say, 4 overs.
Well, they've got to be very careful because you don't want to be chasing anything north of 180, which I think at this stage is looking very on.
Here is Ward back and punching that 4 more. That's a lovely shot. Heiliger all over the place here. He's down the onside. He's wide of the off stump. And the class of Terence Ward is going to put away that any day. He doesn't have the pace to be able to worry at Terence Ward. And a boundary to Ward. In the meantime, the score goes up to 143 for 3.
Tremendous manipulation of the field from Terrence Ward. First delivery went inside out through extra cover, then got one down the leg side, was able to flick it with fine leg up in the circle, and now bowler runs out of options, really tries to go wide outside the stumps and make him reach, but just way too short, enough time on it. And Ward easily just dispatches that. 3 boundaries in the over, turned out to be a massive one. And that run rate going closer to 10. Very worrying times for the Spartans.
Highly good, pitched up. Ward is going. He's going to be up. Oh, big save there by the fielder at long on. And Ward and Cornwall just ball watching. In fact, it's gone for 6. So the fielder there, from our advantage point, I thought that he saved it. But the umpire, Bertil Baltimore, signaled 6. So INET maximum carries the score to 149 for 3.
Yeah, valiant effort at long on. But the power of Ward just had enough on it to carry it over the rope. And what a big over that was for the Blackhawks. Now 149, still 4 overs remaining in this. And you look at this bowling attack for the Blackhawks will be very challenging. Even at this score at the moment, we saw Bethesda, in the last game of those group stages, struggle to get past 100. 99 in their 20 overs. Just snuck in by net run rate.
Spin.
Yeah, just one seamer in this.
Landeveld. So they got some options, and so they're going to be bugging you down with those spins. You got Cornwall, you now have Ward. Ward is coming into the line today. Today you got young Kofi James, you got Kareem Gore, you got Hayden Walsh Jr. You still had even young Wilden Cornwall, the son of Wilden Cornwall. 149 for 3. Descartes starts. He's been all over the shop, not for 29. He comes in out about to Cornwall. Cornwall scoops this one in the air. Is somebody going to take this one? Who's going to take this one? No. He takes it?
He puts it down. The captain, Isaiah Bruni. Always going to be difficult, just swing. But that's been another area where they've struggled tonight. The Rising Sun Spartans. Fielding has been a big problem. And you actually touched on it when it first came on, Vernon, in terms of that's what's also helped this Blackhawks team to be so different, so unique, but so successful. That fielding element. I mean, Kareem Gore, he's usually called the best fielder in the ICC Americas division. Of course, for the USA, always at point in those critical positions. Really good athletic fielder. He's taken some blinders I've seen live. Amazing fielder.
150 in the meantime comes up for the defending champions, Parish League Blackhawks. Cornwall now just saying to Descartes, really should have been hitting that out of the ground here. Booney looking all around, just never got anywhere close to that, and that would have been an important wicket to be able to come up with a Cornwall at that time. 150 for 3. Descartes. We're in the number 5. Is going to move in now to bowl to Terrence Ward. Is up now, bowls to Ward. Ward is driving, but he can't beat Descartes.
And Vernon, you mentioned in terms of the addition of Terrence Ward, what it means for this bowling lineup. Just another weapon in the arsenal for the Blackhawks. You've got the off spin, you've got the left arm quicker spin of Kareem Gore, which is so effective in the power play, the wrist spin of Hayden Walsh. It's just so many different options that Cornwall can go to.
Full toss, Ward driving down the ground. Shaquan Hewlett comes off the boundary wearing the number 9. In the meantime, the score goes up to 151 for 3. Ward to 46. Now brings Cornwall, the captain, into strike. 151 for 3. Descartes turns from the major center and is going to move in now nicely to bowl to Cornwall, into bowl to Cornwall. Cornwall driving down the ground. Shaquan Hewlett can't get there, hits the rope, 4 runs. Ferociously hit back on the ground, good, positive, and Cornwall come back. There's no question about it. He just, once he applies himself, he knows what he has to do, and the score goes up to 155 for 3. 155 for 3. Let's say good afternoon to my colleague Terry LaRaja. Cornwall to 12, Terrence Ward 46 from 31 balls, 44 minutes at the crease, 6 fours and 1 INET maximum. Descartes is going to move in nicely to bowl to Rakim Cornwall, and to bowl to him. Cornwall is tugging this one past the short mid-wicket fielder and down to the boundary for 4. Shane Burton can't get there. A boundary to Cornwall. 159 in the meantime for 3. It's all happening here in the first semi-final of the 2022 Cool and Smooth Explosion. They're playing for 22,000 EC dollars. That's what they're playing for. 22,000 EC dollars. And that's a big ask. Who will win this $22,000? That's the big question that is going to be asked anywhere around. Break for a little while. Let's see what's going to be happening. Who's coming? Looks like it's going to be Descartes. Descartes moving in nicely. He's going to move in now to bowl to Cornwall. He's in now to bowl to Cornwall. Short delivery. And Cornwall's just saying, I just should have been able to get my uppercut up onto that and just play it down to third man. End of over number 17. End of over number 17. 159 for 3. 10 runs off the over. And it is almost a happy hunting ground as we speak here. 159 for 3. It's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. 159 for 3. Who's coming back? Just give you an idea in terms of the bowling figures. Looks like Richie Thomas is going to come back and bowl. So Richie Thomas, 2 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. Dean Williams, 2 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. Shane Burton, 3 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, 2 wickets. Isaac Bruni, 4 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, no wicket. Shadrach Descartes, 4 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, no wickets. And Amali Heiliger, 2 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, 1 wicket. The wickets to fall so far has been Kofi James, LBW to Shane Burton for 19. Karima Gore caught GM Benjamin, bowled Shane Burton without scoring. And Huey Smith caught Shadrach Descartes, bowled Amari Heiliger for 69. Here goes Richie Thomas in now to bowl to Ward. Ward back and just pulling this one away. Down to the boundary for 4. 50 to Terrence Ward. What a knock. A badly lined delivery. And Ward gets 50 of 32 balls. With 7 fours and 1 6. Terrence Ward coming in for his first game of the Cool and Smooth T20 action. Gets 50 here in the first semi-final. This is what happens when big players are contracted. Thomas to bowl to Ward. Ward flashing and saying to himself, I should have put that one away down to backward point. I think he was looking for power. Lost his shape, more or less. 163. 163 for 3. Richie Thomas into bowl to Ward. Ward whipping that beautifully. Will have the legs to go into the boundary for 4, will it? No. Good work there by the young man. Another under 19 player. Swooping around there and cutting that one off. Shamar Pereira. So they got the 2 youngsters prowling the boundary. 165 for 3. Thomas into bowl to Ward. Ward driving sweetly out into the offside. It could have been an easy single. Bruni comes off the boundary and just lobs the return to GM Benjamin. He now brings the captain Cornwall into strike. In the meantime, the score goes up to 166 for 3. Just to let you know that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are in Antigua and Barbuda. And we'll have a practice game starting on Sunday at the Police Cricket Ground. Cornwall going. Another INET maximum. 6 to Cornwall. That's a big hit. Middle and leg, no pace. And Cornwall just whipping that away. He's a very big, strong guy. And he just eased that up. Didn't really go full extension through with it. But he had enough to go close to the Cricket West Indies offices, executive offices here. INET 6 to Cornwall. The score in the meantime goes up to 172 for 3. Will Cornwall tee off here? That's the big question. Got to wait and see what's going to be happening. And if he does, he could very well take Liberto over that 200 mark, which is going to be key. So let's look at the field placing in the meantime. It's a 5-4 field, is it? Yes. Shane Burton is now coming around to the short third man. Sweep on the offside. Cover. Here's Cornwall again. Going for another one. Hewlett won't get there. 4 more. So, Richie Thomas all over the shop. Over completed, 18 overs bowled. And in the meantime, the score rushes up to 176 for 3 as I said good afternoon to my colleague who's wearing an earring today, Terry Laraja.
Good afternoon, Vernon. I've actually had this earring for about the last 25 years or so, but you'd be amazed how many people say that to me. You got your earring on today.
And you look like a young boy with it.
I wish I felt like one.
But you're young, you're alive.
Well,
What
true.
are you complaining about? Don't talk about you wish.
I'm not
Come
complaining.
on, you need to take that back. Give gratitude, Terry Laraja. Come on, my buddy. 176 for 3. Are you in a mood to bet today?
On this track, why not?
Okay, all right.
Bat and bat long.
What do you think will be the pass score here? What do you think?
176 and we had 18-2. Well, I'm not going to say 200 this time. I'll say
205. He doesn't like to engage me. I don't understand at all. He's my colleague. We got 12 deliveries. I just gave him a prediction, and he's hesitating. 205.
all right.
Here comes Shane Button to move in now to bow to Terrence Ward, into bow to Ward. Ward gets a slow cutter and can't score and defends the delivery. 11 legal deliveries expected to go. 176 for 3. Cornwall is saying to Burton, you wait until when I go down there. I'm going to deal with you.
He's bowled well, though.
He has
2%.
He's certainly bowled well. So, and before this, his 3 overs before would, of course, 10 runs for 2 wickets. 2 important wickets. Slow ball whipped away. Lucky to get away with that one there. But I know he was trying to do trying something different because Ward was moving around in the crease. So let's see what sort of mood Rakeem Cornwall is in. 177 for 3.
I think this will travel, though, Vernon.
You think so?
I think so.
Nah.
Nothing to lose.
No, Shane Button is kind of experienced enough, so I don't think he's going to go into the area. In fact, I think he'll try and bowl Cornwall a short ball, if anything. He's a play for a leg before, yeah. And Cornwall playing across the line of the ball there rather than looking to go straight. Had he gone straight, I think that would have gone straight over long on for 6. His head sort of moved because he was looking into the mid-wicket area. Score remains on 177 for 3. 177 for 3. It's all happening here. Cornwall is 26. Ward is 53. 4 4s and 1 6. Rakeem Cornwall. Shane Button in now to bowl to Cornwall. Cornwall is driving in the air. Who's going to take this? Who wants it? Who wants this catch? Tony drops it. I will not believe that. But that's what happens on a night when you have bowled 3 overs for 41 runs, Richie Thomas. He dropped an easy catch.
Yeah, confidence down, and can't blame the lights either at the moment.
There are no lights.
No lights, and the sun's behind him.
There are no lights. Shane Button disappointed. That would have really put his figures nicely. And he wanted to get the wicket of Cornwall. Ward comes in to strike. Button in now to bowl to Ward. Full toss. Hit inside out over cover. Will it have the legs to go? It does. 4 runs to Terrence Ward. And Shane Button just losing way. Maybe still thinking about the drop catch.
Definitely, but well played by Terrence Ward, though. It was a slow ball. He advanced and he waited, took his time and timed it beautifully, split the gap over extra cover into the boundary for 4, 182 for 3.
182 for 3. And we still have one. We expected to have one legal delivery here. Shane Button is certainly showing his emotions. He's upset. Played for Angola, played for Antigua and Barbuda, played for the Leeward Islands, in fact, at the professional level. Button in now to bowl to Ward. Short delivery. Ward is on top of that and pulling that one. Will he come up with that one? No, it's falling to no man's land. And they're thinking about 2. Again, hesitation between Ward and Cornwall. He gets back into the area there. So the end of over number 19. The score is 183 for 3. 1 over to go.
Yeah, I think he was looking to come back there so Big Jimbo could have strike for the last over. But sensible in going back there, Vernon, because I don't think Cornwall would have made it. To throw coming into the bowling crease. Good to see a lot of youngsters in the crowd, a small crowd at the moment. I'm sure that will build for our second match tonight, but a lot of youngsters out and about.
And just to let you know that the coverage comes to you compliments of made possible by the Community Sports Network, CSN, a subsidiary of the Parish League, with their studios being located in High Street. So you can follow them on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, on CTV Channel 8 here in Antigua and Barbuda and in Montserrat. And we say good afternoon to all the folks who are listening to us also on Platinum FM 97.9, your sports station. Just feel very honored to be joined here by Terry Laraja from ABS Radio, a double combination. We also had Nickel, visiting commentator. Who's this? Dean Williams comes in out the bowl to Ward. Ward is playing to get fancy. This is what I hate. Just stand up and play a proper cricket shot. I hate this, Terry. You know this gets me annoyed.
Definitely. And I agree with you, Vernon. He stood up and played that properly. He could have whipped it through the mid-wicket area. Plenty of gaps in the leg side. You may feel honored, but I feel privileged sitting next to you.
Thank you.
But you're in your summer.
183 for 3. Ward is driving. Square for 4.
Wrong foot at the backward point.
Shane Button still worrying about the drop catch, but he has to understand you still have a game. You're playing a cricket game. That's what happens. Life goes on. You can't be worrying about that. 187 for 3. This is a problem sometimes I have with players. You take on things so much. That's gone like a long time ago.
Exactly.
Life is too short to be worrying about the drop catch.
Definitely.
I sure use drop catches of
other
bowlers.
people. Yeah.
Come on. 187 for 3. Williams into Ward. Ward is just quietly just coming forward. Really didn't go too hard. He wanted to give Cornwall the strike. And in the meantime, the score goes up to 188. Cornwall will have 4 deliveries. How will Dean Williams bowl to Cornwall will be another interesting conversation.
He needs to keep it tight, that's for sure, because obviously Cornwall will be on the go. Just the 3 legitimate deliveries left in the innings. Already 188 on the board, so Big Jimbo will be eyeing at 200.
184 after being 65 without loss. Cornwall settles and waits for Dean Williams, the veteran. Cornwall is going. Caught.
Got him this time.
Shakwan Hewlett takes a comfortable catch in the mid-wicket area, and Cornwall more or less dipping, didn't go through with it. And good delivery from Dean Williams. Lucky to get away with that one. Kadim Phillip walks out. In the meantime, 188 for 4. Cornwall walks back. Caught Shakwan Hewlett. Bowled Dean Williams.
Yeah, he'd be a bit disappointed with that. Will Cornwall, captain of Liberta Blackhawks, he got the delivery that he was looking for. It was full, and it just mistimed it, hitting the inner portion of the bat, and the deep mid-wicket fielder out on the boundary. Hewlett made no mistake. So Cornwall gone, 4th wicket down, 188 for 4, 2 balls to go.
2 balls to go. Terry looks like he will win his super bet tonight. Might have to get him a current roll, so I'll have to maybe run downstairs and get that sorted out and bring it back for Terry. I don't want to be owing Terry at all. So I did say 205. He didn't tell me a score, but more likely, I'll still pay him his current roll.
As long as it's less than 205.
Yes, Kadim driving in the air. Somebody will likely look to take this one. No. Kadim really pace off delivery there from Dean Williams. And he was only able to muster and get a single. In the meantime, the score goes up to 189 for 4. 189 for 4.
Williams has bowled this last over well.
He has.
Strict them.
Change of pace. Here goes the big man himself, Dean Williams, the veteran. He's been around for a while. He's a legend. He comes in out the bowl to Terence Ward. Ward driving in the air. Will it have the legs to go? It does. Down to the boundary. In fact, it's gone.
Yep.
Oh,
all the
Terry's
way
in
off the
trouble.
last ball.
Terry is in trouble.
195.
That's the innings.
That's it. 195 for 4. They finish on, and what a way to finish.
What a way to finish.
Takes Terence Ward up to 70 not out.
So, it's all happening here. Happening and happening fast and furious, as we would say. The Alberta Blackhawks, inserted by Rising Sun Spartan, they end their 20 overs on 195 for 4. 195 for 4. And when big players turn up, then you know what's going to be happening. They turn up in grand style, and they answer the call in a very big way.
They certainly do, and that's going to take some chasing by Rising Sun Spartans. And, of course, the Alberta Blackhawks have the initiative going into the break, coming out and looking to defend 196 for a spot in the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion 2022 edition Grand Final, which, of course, will come up tomorrow evening. Huge match that will be.
Yeah, so Terry, I'm just waiting for our score card to come up, and once that comes up, we could be able to give our listeners and viewers an opportunity in terms of what's happening. But just to let you know that Mr. Isaiah Bruni, he called right, but instead insisted that he was going to send in the Alberta Blackhawks team, something which we were discussing with Nickel, who found it sort of strange that they had gone down that road. But it's history now as we speak, so they end on 195, 12 runs off the last over, 195 for 4. Cornwall in the end coming back in the hut there. We're just about getting our scoreboard sorted out. We get ourselves pumped and rear to go.
It was a strange decision, Vernon, especially seeing that, that's been their strength throughout the tournament. Alberta Blackhawks batting first, setting very, very challenging totals, and the same thing has happened here at Coolidge this afternoon, where Bruni thought, get a couple of early wickets, put some pressure on them, might be able to restrict them to something that they can chase. But not saying they can't chase 196, but it will be a tall order.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Just to let you know that before this championship, you would have had some 10 half centuries. Kofi James leading the way with 77. And Kofi James plays for the PIC Insurance Blackhawks Alberta team. 77 against New Winchops. 42 balls, 55 minutes, 4 fours and 6 sixes. His first half century was 69 against Pigots. 42 balls, 55 minutes, 9 fours and 2 sixes. We also had 2 half centuries from Casey Carty. His first playing for All Saints, 65 against Jennings. He would have had a situation there. Coming up in terms of what's going on. Give you some. You can go to the thought process very quickly, Terry.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the scoreboard to refresh. But I can tell you that for PIC Blackhawks, who was sent in to bat tonight against the Rising Sun Spartans in this all-important semi-final clash, Yuri Smith was caught. Shadrach Descarte bowled O'Malley Hallinger for 69. That 69 came off 47 balls and included 8 fours and 1 6. Coffee James was LBW, bowled Shane Burton for 19. Kareem Agor, Court Benjamin, bowled Shane Burton for naught. Terence Ward remained not out on 70. And Phillip was 1 not out. They got to 195 for 4. Let's check Cornwall's score. He was 27. Did he add to that? I don't think he made anything off the last over, did he?
I don't think he did.
No. So,
but we're just going to quickly go through the half centuries, because we had 2 half centuries today. One from Terence Ward and also one from Yuri Smith. I thought Yuri Smith should have got 100. 69, 47 balls, 58 minutes, 8 fours and 1 6. And Terence Ward batted beautifully. no doubt about that. But the half centuries before, we were talking, just before I got that break, we had Kofi James, 69 for Liberta versus Pigots, 42 balls, 55 minutes, 9 fours and 2 sixes. And then he got a second half century, 77 versus New Winthrops, 42 balls, 55 minutes, 4 fours and 6 sixes. Then we had Casey Carty, who scored 66 in a losing effort in the last game against Empire Nation, 51 balls, 82 minutes, 6 fours, 1 6. And his first half century was against Jennings, 44 balls, 60 minutes, 4 fours and 4 sixes. We also had Kareem Agor, 58 not out, 29 balls, 34 minutes, 8 fours, 3 INET sixes. Darren Benter, 51 not out, 36 balls, 45 minutes, 9 fours. Naim Young for Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda, we'll see him a little later, 41 balls, 44 minutes, 6 fours and 3 sixes. Then we had Yuri Smith, who scored a second half century today, 51 against New Winthrops, 45 balls, 59 minutes, 6 fours, 1 6. Raheem Cornwall, 58, 34 balls, 36 minutes, 2 fours, 6 INET maximums versus Bethesda. And George Munsey, who we're going to see later this evening for Jennings, 57, 39 balls, 49 minutes, 9 fours, 1 6. And Terry, the bowling figures, you'll have to say that Shane Burton really was the man of the period of the day. 4 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, 2 wickets. And repeat that. Shane Burton, 4 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, 2 wickets. Richie Thomas, 3 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, no wicket. Dean Williams, 2 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. Isa Booney, the captain, 4 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, no wicket. Shadrach Descarty, 4 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, and no wicket. So, all in all, I think the contest is going to be a keen one, Terry. A lot of runs.
A lot of runs
to get.
A lot of runs, but a good batting pitch as always here at Coolidge. And if they can get away to a start, who knows? You can still have an opportunity to knock these runs off. But of course, very experienced and strong Liberta Blackhawks team. You've got plenty of bowling options in the side, so they'll be very, very confident that they can remain undefeated and go through to tomorrow's final. But well bowled to Shane Burton in a score of 195 for 4 to pick up 2 for 17 off your 4 overs. Should have been 3. Excellent bowling.
Very excellent bowling. And we just want to be able to just give major credit to the umpires so far who have participated in this tournament to date. Bernard Joseph, Bertil Baltimore, Leslie Reefer Jr. from Barbados, Felix O'Geese, Donald Shekels, Calvin Thomas. The match referees in Austin Richards Sr. and Van Roy Burns. And impressive so far, bowling from young Nathan Edwards, 17 years old from St. Martin, Empire Nation, 4 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, no wicket. And one has to give credit to the sponsors who've made this tournament possible so far. For the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion, Pineapple Beach Club, Supreme Security, Kennedy's Club Limited, Stonewall Reloaded, Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Images Design, Signs and Impressions, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Hadid Motors, Tropical Shipping, Cricket West Indies, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, Global Bank of Commerce, and most of all, APOA and INET. Remember, INET, they're having a street fair today, so you need to be able to go and check them out. Terry, we are appealing to the crowd. You're listening to Platinum FM 97.9. If you're following also the folks on the Community Sports Network on their YouTube channel, Instagram, Facebook, and if you're looking on CTV Channel 8, come on out and support Cool and Smooth. Come on out and support Antigua Cricket, Leewards Cricket, West Indies Cricket. And we want to be able to make sure we get a couple of youngsters from this championship into the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots and also into the St. Lucia teams or maybe any other franchise for the CPL. It's all happening here. Discussions taking place in terms of the Liberta team having a conversation. Terry, you will start the ball by ball and I'll be able to take a break and maybe just share the spotlight with you. Wilden Cornwall, who is one of the coaches, in fact the manager and assistant coach for the Leeward Islands Hurricane franchise, to let you know that there's a 2-day practice game coming up on Sunday, Monday. That's going to be played at the police ground. So you got to be able to make sure you check that out. Police Ground, Leave Island Hurricane practice game. And then Wednesday, Thursday, second game will be played in Liberta. And then the final, more or less, game, more or less a one-day game, more or less 90 overs, will be played on Saturday the 14th at the Police Ground.
Okay, but I was just looking though, Vernon, because the final round of Parish League matches are played on Sunday, and I'm pretty sure, Police are playing Willikies at Police.
We got that wrapped up, man. That is now moved to Pigots.
Okay, there we go. Things move very quickly around here.
After all, you have to understand what's happening, man. Everything is supposed to become easy. You're
supposed to be. Yeah, it just goes on.
But you just make it look easy. You know what I mean? It's not as easy as how it looks. You got to be able to execute it.
True. And talking about executions, who we got opening the button? You have the team sheet there?
No, well, we have to wait.
We have to wait.
Because you might get a team sheet and then you see some changes. But Rising Sun Spartans seem not to be able to find their opening batters as yet. So let's wait and see who's going to be coming out.
It looks like a left and right hand combination.
It looks? That's what you're seeing?
I think so.
Okay. So, folks,
they're going to
need Rising Sun Spartans are going to need 196. 196. Jim Benjamin, I can tell you, he's starting. So that will be a good one for you. I know for sure that's the wicketkeeper, and he's a busy player. So we got to look at and see in terms of what's going to be happening. So let's look and see what is going to be happening.
Benjamin and Henry.
Yeah,
and
Junior Henry.
The bowling is Landerford.
So
all right,
it's over to you, my brother.
Okay. In blazing sunshine.
Just want to say thanks for joining me, and we have Flagman, who's here with the cool and smooth flag.
Of course. I don't think he ever goes home, does he? But anyway, it's Landerford to come in to Benjamin, and that one is wide down the leg side, signal wide by umpire Baltimore. So Rising Sun Spartans on the board, 1 for none.
You're my colleague, right? Bernard Joseph.
Bernard Joseph?
Is the standing umpire.
Oh, sorry, Bernard, my correction. Baltimore's over there, is it? They moved. After that wide delivery, Landerford is just checking his run up again. Make sure everything is correct and moving his marker back a touch by the look of it. So the shadows lengthen here at Coolidge. Crowd still coming in, still being up. Of course, it's semi-finals night as Landerford into a Benjamin again, and that one has clipped nicely behind square down towards the boundary. The fine leg's coming round, can't stop it. That's 4 runs. Good confidence start there by young Benjamin. He moves on to 4, and the score 5 without loss. Of course, they're chasing 196 Rising Sun Spartans after Liberta being sent in. Scored 195 for 4. Brilliant half century to Yuri Smith at the top of the order, and also 70 not out to Terence Ward. Really setting up that innings for the defending champions as Landerford is on his way again into Benjamin. This ball is hit high in the air. Fielder under it. He stumbles and it falls out of his reach. Well, that went high in the air. Was a nothing shot really there by Benjamin. And the fielder there at mid-on, who was inside the circle, as he was looking over his shoulder, just stumbled and it fell out of his reach. So another 2 to Benjamin, taking the score up to 7 without loss. We're in the first over of Rising Sun Spartans chase. It looks like Landerford is bringing a slipping. Philip looks like moving to a first slip as he's in again to Benjamin, and that is clipped nicely once again off his legs down to fine leg. The fielder does the fielding, and they take a comfortable single that moves Benjamin on to 7. And the score 8 without loss in this semi-final match of the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion for 2022 between the defending champions Liberta Blackhawks and the Rising Sun Spartans. Spartans need 196 to cause what would be a huge upset here, as Henry, the right-hander, is on strike now to Landerford. And Landerford is with him now, and that one he's trying to pull a short delivery, giving himself a chance to have a look. Misses, goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. Score remains on 8 without loss in over number 1.
Let's look at that delivery. He's nowhere in position. The ball is on the top of the 4th stump. So if you want to be able to try to see if you can pull a ball into the onside, it'd be better standing up to put the ball up on the offside.
Landerford in again to Henry, and this time he's looking to cut a ball. He misses. Through to the keeper once again, and no run. Yes, some of these batsmen would do very well to just give themselves a bit of time. They got 20, especially opening batsmen. They got 20 overs, not 20 minutes. Landerford in again to Henry, and Henry's driving that firmly through the covers down to the boundary for 4. Good shot to end the over. And at the end of the first over, Rising Sun Spartans 12 without loss. Benjamin on 7, Henry on 4.
And if there's anything to shout about, Liberta were 9 without loss.
Well, there you go, they're in front. If they could maintain their current run rate at 12 and over, they'll win the match. But of course, a long, long way to go, chasing 196 for victory. But 12 off the first over. Excellent start. What Rising Sun would have been looking for or hoping for. And with, not surprisingly, it looks like we're going to have spin from the northern end. A lot of spinning options in the Liberta Blackhawks setup.
And in case you just joined the commentary and you just joined Terry Larajo, just to let you know that the PIC Liberta Insurance Blackhawks, they reach 195 for 4. Terrence Ward top scoring with 70, 43 balls, 60 minutes, 9 fours and 2 INET maximums. And Yuri Smith 69, 47 balls, 58 minutes, 8 fours and 1 INET maximum. Cornwall 27, Kofi James 19, Kareem Mago North and Kadeem Phillip not out and 1. The bowling options was the man himself, Shane Burton, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. Kofi James starting around the wicket. Terry.
Yes, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Benjamin. And he's set down. So James into Benjamin, and that one is fired in. Peels off the outside edge of the bat to the short third man, and there is no run. So short third man, backward point, cover and mid-off on the onside. It's defensively played by Benjamin onto the offside. No run. Score remains 12 without loss. As James looking for a breakthrough, he's just moved his backward point in a few yards closer to the bat. So forward in defence is Benjamin. Keeper does the fielding on the offside, and there's no run. Benjamin's on 7, Henry 4, 12 without loss. We're in the second over. Spartans looking for 196 for victory. That one's fired in again, down the leg side. You get touched to it, it's rolled into the boundary, but on the umpire, 4 wides. Ill-directed that time by Coffee James. 4 more to Rising Sun Spartans, takes them up to 17 without loss, and we're in over number 2.
So badly line delivery there by Kofi James, and I still could never understand why the off spinner would want to be bowling around the wicket, especially to a left-hander. But that's a debate that I've been having for some time, and somebody tell me I must move with the times.
Well, I'm with you. I don't get it either. James into Benjamin, and that's better. Directed delivery, looked to cut too close to him, through to the keeper, no run.
You could understand why Benjamin wants to play that shot still. If they have almost everybody in that area, they have 3 fielders in that area, which means that they're trying to close him off. He has to look for another option.
And that one peels off the outside edge again. Short third man does the fielding, and there's no run. So not about over this by James, just the one wide delivery. Cost him 4 wides. That one's turned nicely into the onside backward of square. Fielder coming off the boundary. They think about 2, but they don't take it. And that completes the over. So at the end of the second over, Rising Sun Spartans looking for 196 for victory. 18 without loss. Benjamin is on 8 and Henry is on 4.
Well, I'll say to you, at the point in time, Liberty were 19 without loss.
So we got a game on at the moment.
We do have a game on. Don't know how long it will last, but we do have a game on. Yeah.
It's the tempo though, isn't it?
Yeah, tempo. But
Springs, if they can keep it going nicely. And,
but I don't know how
wickets in hand.
I don't know how deep Rising Sun Spartan batting is.
True.
That that is really my major concern, and I'm looking at this from a context of looking at the people on paper. Shadrach Descartes is really not shown that he's quite capable of scoring runs here, but we never know.
Landofort starts with a wide, and it comes off the keeper's pads and flies down to third man, so they take the extra run. So another 2 to the total, takes them on to 20 without loss.
I wanted to talk a little bit, Terry, about the keepers. Now, I don't know if anybody has been paying attention. Once you're playing at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, especially where from the CIO end where the keeper is, you need to be able to take a step up because the ball tends to die on you. And you realize that would not have been the first time that the ball would have gone through low to Thomas. And he's still standing back in almost like in no man's land.
Landofort into Henry, and Henry is driving up to mid-off. No run. The score remains on 20 without loss.
There's no balance at all from Henry, and that is why he's ending up in the situation. You have to be balanced as a batsman, and his hands are just going. Really, he needs to be a little bit more balanced at the crease.
So the shadows lengthen across the ground here at Coolidge. Landofort into Henry, and Henry again. Balance is not there. He's caught in 2 minds there. Shorter delivery wide outside the off stump, and again can only play it up to mid-off. No run. Score remains on 20 without loss. We're in over number 3. Spartans looking for 196 to cause a major upset here. Landofort has other ideas. He's into Henry, and Henry nudges that one to Cornwall in the covers.
That's a long single, Terry.
Was a long single, wasn't it?
The ball's going to Cornwall. And when I say going to Cornwall, I don't mean, I'm saying Cornwall is on the 30-yard circle. And when he played that ball, and earlier clock, Jim Benjamin, who was not backing up, said no.
True. Henry was already on the move with the way he played the shot. However, Landerfield into Henry again, and this one is whipped nicely, high, wide, handsome, right over the ropes, deep backward square legs for a maximum.
Inet maximum. And since the last game against All Saints, Terry, I kind of noticed him. He likes the ball into that area. A lot of bottom hand. And Cornwall comes across and just trying to say to him, just relax. Don't try anything.
Yeah, just keep it off the legs.
Yeah, keep it simple.
26 without loss. Henry goes on to 10. And just remind you, this coverage of the Cool and Smooth T20 is made possible by CNN, Community Sports Network, a subsidiary of the Parish League, with studios located on High Street in town. Live matches can be viewed on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and CTV Channel 8. As Landerfield is in, and this one's driven firmly, but straight up to mid-on and a no run. And of course, along with live studio shows, follow the network for all your local sporting action. 26 without loss are the Spartans as we're approaching the end of the third over here. Landerford in again to Henry, and Henry is across and swinging that powerfully, beats the diving short fine leg into the boundary for 4. Good way to finish the over, good over for the Spartans. Rising Sun Spartans have moved on to 30 without loss. After 3 overs, Benjamin is on 8, Henry is on 14. Current run rate 10, so they're right on target at the moment of the first 3 overs running.
Roberto, the defending champions, they were 34 without loss at the end of 3.
So not much in it. Just a matter of 4 runs at this stage. As the sun sets in the west here, Coolidge almost in total shade. As we look out on a picturesque outfield, the rain's really livened up the outfield and the grass as James continues, and that one's stroked firmly back to him by Benjamin. James does his own fielding and there's no run. James in again, quicker delivery, and again Benjamin can only defend it back up the pitch. 30 without loss. We're in over number 4 of this semi-final clash. That one's turned nicely. Back would have squared, I think, of 2, but they won't get it. So 1 more to Benjamin. He moves on to 9. And Rising Sun Spartans 31 for no wicket, chasing 196 for victory. As the right-handed Benjamin comes on to strike. Coffee James will now go back over the wicket to the right-hander. Five-4 field, 5 on the off for the off spinner. And that's hit firmly, beautifully, straight back past the bowler, into the boundary for 4. Good shot that by Henry.
Now I want to say something, Terry. If you're an off spinner and you're bowling, you expect it to feel the ball, right? The ball is coming right back to Kofi. He must have known that he's an off spinner and he's bowling the ball. He's got to be able to feel the ball.
Definitely, especially off your own bowling. Moves Henry under 18, and this one he smacks that high, wide, handsome into the CWI officers for another INET maximum. So Henry is taking up the challenge. He's moved on to 24, and the score is shot up to 41 without loss, and we're in over number 4.
Massive shot there from Henry. Another INET maximum. 3 so far in this contest. Things shaping up nicely here, Terry.
Shaping up very nicely, and I mean, if you were management and captain and everything of Rising Sun Spartans, you say, look, let's have a go. You got absolutely nothing to lose. It's a semi-final. We've done well to reach this far in the competition. A lot of people wouldn't give us a chance against the defending champions, the Liberta Blackhawks, especially after they posted a very challenging 195. And we've got nothing to lose, so have a go. And they're certainly having a go in these opening overs as James into Henry again, and this time forward in the defense, pushes out to short extra cover, and there's no run, so that completes over number 4. And after 4 overs, Rising Sun Spartans chasing 196 for victory and a place in this the cool and smooth T20 Explosion final of 41 without loss, with Henry on 24 and Benjamin on 9. So still just the 4 runs in it. Looks like it might be time for Captain Cornwall. He's had enough of this, Vernon. Take matters into his own hands.
It's going to be spin for the rest of the night.
Mm-hmm.
You know for sure. So you could look for Karima Go coming from the CIUN. Cornwall is coming on now from this end. You still have Terrence Ward. So Cornwall has got, I don't think Kofi James really started well in his own little stint there, but you never know. He might have done his job already. Here comes Cornwall, wrong the wicket.
And that one is nudged out into the offside. They go through for a quick single, well run. One more to Benjamin. And that's good batting. Giving the strike to Henry, who's shot out of the blocks with 24 off 12. Benjamin goes on to 10. Score 42 without loss. Here, Coffee James, his first 2 overs have cost him 17. Cornwall over the wicket to the right-handed Henry. And Henry had a good side of that one. It was tossed up. He got a little inside edge on that. Flew past the keeper down the leg side. Short fine leg chases it towards the boundary and they pick up another 2. So Henry moves on to 26. The score 44 without loss. We're in over number 5. Cornwall fires that in. Turned into the onside, but no run.
Just an observation, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the Joshua Thomas positioning. His left foot is behind the middle stump.
Right.
So look at when Cornwall goes, how he's peeping. Look, you see what I'm talking about?
Right, yes. He peeping past the blade of Henry, who scampers through for a quick single. Well run again. Takes him up to 27. 45 without loss. So far it's been an excellent power play for the Rising Sun Spartans. They be well aware though they need to keep this momentum going as the left-handed Benjamin comes into strike. Cornwall back round the wicket. Is up to the crease now and that one's swept but can't beat. Short fine leg. And there is no run. Score remains on 45 without loss. Cornwall looking for breakthrough for the Black Hawks. And that one is just prodded out on the offside to complete the over. No run off the last ball of the over. So we've had 5 overs here of the Rising Sun Spartans reply to Alberta Black Hawks 195 for 4. Rising Sun Spartans are 45 without loss. Henry is on 27 and Benjamin is on 10.
Alberta were 50 without loss.
Neck and neck, neck and neck. That's what we want to see. Good, tight, tough contest. As the lights will be coming on pretty soon as the evening takes over here at Coolidge. But a nice warm evening. Come down and enjoy some great, exciting local cricket. And if you can't, of course, this coverage is made possible by CNN Community Sports Network, a subsidiary of the Parish League. Studios located on High Street in town. Live matches can be viewed on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and CTV Channel 8. So Kareem Agor is going to take over from James from the northern end, and that ball is defended back to him by Henry. And there is no run. Score remains on 45 for no wicket. And it's the last over of the power play. Gore again, and that one is whipped high over mid-wicket. Beats the long on into the boundary. 4 more to Henry. He's looking good now.
Very strong in that middle and leg stump area once the ball comes in there, because his right hand comes into play. He's a right-hander and he likes the ball here. I was talking a little bit, Terry, about the keeper, the Joshua Thomas's left foot. Look where his left foot. If it's almost outside the off stump, the leg stump. 4 more here.
Yeah, cut away through the cover region. 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries for Henry. He shoots up to 35. The 50's up for Rising Sun Spartans inside the power play. They are 53 without loss after 5.5 overs.
They're believing.
Start. They are. They're definitely, and they have to. Why wouldn't you believe?
They're believing.
Believe you could do it.
They're believing.
Well, you kept saying that there's going to be an upset, so this could be it. Gore in again, and this time Henry disappointed with himself. Couldn't get the cut shot executed the way he wanted to. Rolls out to Phillip in the short cover region. No run. Gore into Henry, and they take a quick single, well-judged single up to mid-off. That takes Henry on to 36, and the score 54 without loss.
At least there's a contest on, and they've made a contest of it so far. Liberta's first 6 overs cost him 64. They're on track here. They're 54, which means they're almost like 10 runs behind. But this over is not over yet by a long shot.
Gore staying over the wicket to the left-hander who swings in beautifully. Down past the short fine leg, beats the sweeper into the ropes. That's 4 more to complete the over. So the power play is done and dusted, and a very good one for Rising Sun Spartans. They're in pursuit of 196 for victory. They're 58 without loss. Henry is on 36, and Benjamin is on 14.
So the power play has come to an end. And if we look at the comparisons that I was just explaining to Terry, they're 64 without loss, Liberta. And we have a difference here now. We have Rising Sun, who are 58 without loss. So it's don't want to say even Stevens, but so far it's
neck and neck.
It's a good it's a good comeback.
Definitely.
The issue here now is how will Rising Sun Spartan handle the middle overs? That is going to be key.
Definitely. Cornwall drags that down a bit, and it enables Henry to take an easy single through the mid-wicket area to start the 7th over. Henry moves on to 37. Score 59 without loss. As Lego Benjamin comes into strike, he's on 14. Wickets in hand will be the key for Rising Sun. And that's pulled nicely through square leg region for 1. So
Don't like the
60 without
intensity.
loss.
Don't like the intensity at all, Terry, from Rakim. Just rolling over his hand.
Yeah, he just seems to be going through the motions,
Yeah,
doesn't
I
he?
mean, just a little bit more zip. Just pull that thing out. Yeah, you know, it's just you want to see that. I know they feel that, hey, listen, they've got to score 196, but you know, sometimes you just want to just drive that intensity all the way.
Definitely, as he's into Henry again, and that one's tossed up. Henry looking for the drive, peels off the outside edge of the bat into the cover region. The sweeper comes off the fence, another well-judged 2 though for Henry. Moves him on to 39, the score up to 62 for 2 in over number 7.
Control of the game so far by these two umpires, in Bernard Joseph and Bertil Baltimore, has been great so far.
And that's nicely played again through the cover region to the sweeper out on the cover point boundary for a single. Henry looking good. He's up to 40. Score 63 without loss.
If I was Cornwall bowling to Henry, I would be forcing Henry to try and hit straight down the ground rather than look to hit the ball square by Cornwall.
One is wide down the leg side by Cornwall. He's back around the wicket to the left-handed Benjamin, but losing a bit of direction there. So 1 more to the total, 64 without loss. Cornwall in again to Benjamin, and Benjamin is just tapping this down to short third man, but there's no run there, and that completes the over. So we've had 7 overs of Rising Sun Spartans replying to Liberta Blackhawks 195 for 4. They need 196 to win, and at the moment they're well on track. 64 without loss after 7 overs. Henry is on 40 and Benjamin is on 15.
Well, at that stage, the PIC Liberta Insurance Blackhawks, they were 65 for 2. They would have lost 2 quick wickets, Kareem Agor and also Kofi James. So this is going to be the important period of play here in terms of the middle overs. Kareem Agor, it's going to be interesting. You still got Kadeem Phillips, you still got Hayden Walsh Jr., and you still got Terrence Ward, but they got so much, as you would say, ammunition that there is just once they get a wicket, and then you'll maybe just see a whole different ball game, a little different energy coming out from them. But right now, it's been a good start here by Rising Sun Spartans.
Excellent start, and I think Liberta are a bit guilty of just letting things or waiting for things to happen instead of trying to make it happen, as Gore starts a new over, and that one's defended back up the pitch by Henry, and there's no run. Henry on 40. That one, he cuts through the cover region. Sweeper comes off the boundary. comfortable single, so he goes on to 41, and the score is up to 65 without loss. We're in over number 8.
Another observation, I trying to figure out why is Thomas taking the ball in front of the stumps, which means that if there's a run out, he's going to be fidgeting to figure out as to where the stump is.
Yeah.
You know, these are little things that, you know, you got to be able to make sure that you pick up. I mean, again, you see where his right foot is again, Terry.
Mm-hmm. That one's driven firmly up to long off by Benjamin for 1. Benjamin moves on to 16. The score 66 without loss. We're in over number 8. The target is 196. Another 130 from here on in. As Henry waits for Karima Gore, who's up to the wicket now, and that one is slapped up to a long off. A comfortable single. Moves Henry on to 42. Score 67 without loss.
Singles won't hurt the butter Blackhawks anyhow, Terry, so they'll be all right. It sort of put some more pressure on Benjamin and Henry to maybe try something extravagant.
Go into Benjamin, and that's extravagant, Vernon. That's in the airport. That's gone. Another INET maximum, this time to Benjamin. Down on one knee and cleared the backward square leg boundary by a long way.
Game on.
Definitely. Benjamin goes on to 22, and the score 73 without loss in over number 8.
And I just feel that Kareem Agüero is just bowling too fast. And because he's bowling so fast, Benjamin was able to use the pace of the delivery. If you look at when Benjamin faces Cornwall, there's pace off the ball, so he can't get to be able to swing his arms. With Kareem Agüero bowling that fast, you realize how far that delivery went by Benjamin. You got to be able to take pace off the ball.
Cornwall just having a bit of a chat to his bowler. Saying, come on, he's going around the wicket to Benjamin now. And that one is turned into the onside. Pick up another single to complete the over. So after 8 overs, Rising Sun Spartans in pursuit of 196 to cause a major upset here. A 74 without loss, with Henry on 42 and Benjamin on 23.
Well, if we look at in terms of what happened at the end of 8 overs, Liberta was 70 for 2.
So now they're 4 in front.
So the pattern
and 2 wickets to the good.
The pattern and the trend is set. For sure. I can say that to you.
Definitely. But it's great to see that they're having a real red-hot go of it, you know. They're not just sitting back and thinking, oh, well, 196, that's out of our reach. They're saying we can get this. This will be interesting, though, as Hayden Walsh Jr. comes into the attack. He'll be replacing his captain in Jimbo Cornwall from the pavilion or commentary box end. And Walsh Jr. into Benjamin, and that was a quick bouncing delivery just outside off stump.
His spell is going to be important here, Terry.
Very important. They need a couple of wickets just to stem the tide, that's for sure. As Walsh Jr. turns into Benjamin, and Benjamin's cutting nicely, beating the backward point, beating the sweeper into the boundary, 4 more. Benjamin now moves up to 27, and the Spartans 78 for no wicket in over number 9.
They're having a challenging ball into Benjamin, and he's making them think. He's working them around. Here, GM Benjamin. In the meantime now, this is going to be a good contest.
Excellent contest. Liberta under a bit of pressure here as Walsh Jr. into Benjamin, and Benjamin forward. Peels off the outside edge all along the ground though, to the backward point, and there's no run.
Just pace off the ball. I just think they especially when they're bowling to Benjamin, he likes pace on the ball. Just slow it down. Just make him think. Just loop it up. Let's see what's going to happen.
That one tried to sweep. They scamper through for a single. Is appeal at the bowler's end with a direct hit. Not out, says umpire Joseph. So another one leg by that time. 78 without loss. Definitely 79, sorry, with that leg by. 79 without loss. But definitely, Vernon, they need a breakthrough or two just to stem the tide.
Something spectacular has to happen. But in the meantime, Henry and Benjamin, they are believing they can beat Liberto.
Most definitely, as Walsh Jr. into Henry, and Henry is back and across and trying to cut or pull that through the onside. Takes the bottom edge of the bat, no run. 79 without loss. We're in over number 8. Ball by Hayden Walsh Jr. Innie is to Henry's forward in defense. Half a shout, but it took bat first to complete the over. So after 9 overs, Rising Sun Spartans looking for 196 to cause a major upset here in the cool and smooth T20 Explosion semi-finals. A 79 without loss with Henry on 42 and Benjamin on 27.
In the meantime, Liberto was 74 for 2.
Woohoo! So they're 5 runs and 2 wickets to the good, Vernon, at this stage. And it looks like it's going to be a double change. Is that Kadeem Phillip coming on from the northern end?
And that's why scoreboard, that's why batting first, scoreboard pressure. You know, there was a question mark being asked as to why Rising Sun Spartan sent in, as we would say, Liberto.
Phillip's first ball is turned around the corner by Benjamin. They scamper a quick single. Takes the score up to 80 without loss. Benjamin goes on to 27.
The atmosphere ripe for action here. Everybody, if you're a betting man, you'd want to bet now based on when you see the score 80 without loss, went over number 10.
It's bang on target here, Rising Sun Spartans. But maybe their theory is that, you know, the later it gets, the easier it gets for batting, more difficult it gets for the ball inside, and especially the field inside. Maybe that was what they thought, or they just might thought whatever they get, we'll chase because we got that attitude today, we got nothing to lose. But whatever they thought, it's working at the moment as Phillip into Henry, and Henry sets himself up. He goes high over mid-wicket and beats the fielder on the boundary. Gone for a maximum. High net maximum. 6 more to Henry. Moves on to 48. The score 86 without loss in over number 11. In over number 10.
Flagman moving around nicely. It's game on here. Rising Sun Spartan making a run at this total.
Henry this time forward in defense, out to Cornwall at short extra cover, and there's no run. It certainly is game on. This is a great start for Rising Sun Spartans. There's Henry looking for his half century. Beaten outside the off stump that time by Kadeem Phillip. No run, and I think Phillip's just having a little chat to Henry. Bit of banter, say, try and put me over the ropes again, see what happens.
He just needs to focus. Keep looking at the ball. The lights are on here at Coolidge.
Phillip into Henry, and he flat bats that to long off. Takes the single to complete the over. So at the end of 10 overs, we're halfway through. Rising Sun Spartans chase a 196 for victory. They're 87 without loss. Henry is on 49 and Benjamin 28.
So Terry has completed the first 10 overs, and I will bring home the bacon here. 87 without loss. And at this stage, the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks, they were 81 for 2. And I don't want to say it's a headache for Raheem Cornwall, because I think that they got the confidence already. So we just got to just wait and see how they handle the pressure here. They may be just looking for 1, looking for 2. Here comes Hayden Walsh Jr. comes in out the ball to Henry. And Henry is coming down on a Yorker length delivery. He's looking to back away. You'll be advised to be able to stand up straight and keep his eyes on the ball. 87 without loss. This is what you've been looking for. This is what you want in a semi-final build-up. Hayden Walsh Jr. is in now to bowl to Henry. And Henry is getting 2 songs you heard there. He was coming forward, got a little inside edge there. Hayden Walsh was thinking about going up and then just changed his mind. This is an important period of time. 87 without loss. 87. 87 without loss. All
Quicker. Quicker one up by Walsh Jr. He's bowling well. 1.5 overs just for the 4 singles off him so far.
Good contest. Good contest moving here. Here goes Hayden Walsh Jr. as he comes in now to bowl to him. He's driving down around 50 to the young man. It's a beautiful knock.
Well played
by Junior Henry. 50 to Henry. And the 13th half century so far in this Cool and Smooth tournament. 50 to the young man. And that's a lovely knock. It's going to be important now to see what happens, Terry, and how far he can go.
Yeah, excellent knock there by Henry. But as you say, Vernon, now the business end starts. If he can keep going, he can stay there another 5 overs or so. Look out as far as the Spartans are concerned.
Good over here so far from Hayden Walsh. Here's a delivery which is tucked away into the leg side area. Coming around there, it looks like it is Yuri Smith, and they get a couple of runs here. They're having a torrid time bowling to GM Benjamin. The line deliveries, because he's shorter in stature and he's got good hands, both on the offside and on the leg side. 90 without loss, and it's a cause for concern here. Likes to cut for sure, I can tell you that. That's his strong point. Watch in now the bowl to Benjamin. Benjamin playing at a flipper. 11 overs bowl. Terry, 90 without loss, and this is going to be a good contest, Terry, as you take over number 12.
Yeah, excellent contest. It's setting up to be 90 without loss after 11 to set opening batsman, 1.5 century. The 3rd half century we've had so far for the match, as Yuri Smith scored 69 earlier on for Liberta Blackhawks, and Terence Ward an unbeaten 70. Hayden Walsh Jr. bowling well, 2 overs so far, no wicket for 7. But you feel that Liberta Blackhawks, the defending champions, are just under some pressure here. They put the score on the board, but can they defend it? They need a couple of wickets as Phillip continues into Henry. Henry is cutting this pass, backward point. Fielder comes off the cover point boundary, but they complete another 2. So Henry moves up to 52. The score, 92 without loss. We're in over number 12. Target 196. 104 more, and this is hit high in the air, and no. Dropped again on the rope by the fielder down there at long on, and he's palmed it. He got 2 hands to it and palmed it straight over the bar, straight over the rope. 6 more, another high net maximum to Henry. He goes on to 58, the score 98 without loss, and they got the target now under 100. 196 they need for victory. They're 98 without loss, another 98. They're looking for is Henry that time. Short outside the off stump and looking to crack that once again, but loses his shape, loses his balance, through to the keeper, no run. Phillip into him again, and that one is played late into the offside, but the backward point was well aware of what Henry was trying to do on that occasion. In quickly, no run, 98 for no wicket in the 12th over. Swan Henry all around his crease, knocks it up to the fielder at long on, who takes it on the bounce. 1 more to Henry, he moves on to 60. And the score, 99 without loss. Rising Sun Spartans. Correction, Henry moves on to 59. The score, 99 without loss. We're in over number 12. They need 196 for victory. This has been a great start here by Rising Sun Spartans. No one would have given him much hope of getting even close to the target, and that's stroked nicely through the cover region. The long off has to come round and do some work. Can't prevent them from taking the second run, so 2 more to Benjamin that time. He moves up to 32. The overs completed after 12 overs. Rising Sun Spartans have brought up the century. They're 101 without loss, and that is a terrific opening partnership between Benjamin and Henry of 101 of 12 overs. Benjamin on 32, Henry on 59. They need 95 more.
PIC Liberta Insurance Blackhawks, they were 101 for 2.
Oh, there you go. Can't get much closer than this.
So it's headache time for Raheem Cornwall. And when I say headache time, he still has not used Terrence Ward yet. He's continuing with Hayden Walsh. So let's go to the bowling figures quickly so that folks can understand in terms of what's happening. Landavart, 2 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wickets. Kofi James, 2 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, no wickets. Raheem Cornwall, 2 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, no wickets. Kareem Agor, 2 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, no wickets. And Hayden Walsh is starting his 3rd over, 2 overs, no maidens, 7 runs, no wicket. He's bowled well. Here is Henry driving down the ground, down to long on. And they're getting miss fumble there. And they pick up 2 runs. So Liberta maybe just feeling a little bit of the pressure. Kadeem Phillip, his first over, cost 10 runs, 103 without loss. They believe in. They feel they can beat Liberta. Can they? Is the big question still being asked.
Most definitely, but they're giving themselves a great opportunity here to cause a major upset.
Walsh comes in now to bowl to Henry. Henry's back and looking to pull that. And really just needed to just keep his eyes on the ball. He's looking for power. He's looking for maximum again. And Walsh is a little flatter faster. And if I was Henry, I'd be thinking like, listen, I can't afford to give Walsh an opportunity to get a wicket. So this is just his 3rd over. Walsh comes in out the bowl to Henry. Henry is getting a quicker, flatter, faster delivery. He's gone under it there. Trying to give himself some room, trying to get fancy.
He's bowled well though, Walsh Jr.
Oh, he has.
And he's keeping Liberta in the match.
He has. Hayden Walsh Jr. bowling from the media center in. Flipper. He'd really want to produce something spectacular here. Liberta needs a spark. 103 without loss. 103 without loss. The target is 196. Here goes Hayden Walsh from the media center end. Quicker, faster. Outside the line of the off-stump. Henry. Too much movement. Needs to just keep his balance. He should have just be able to just get back onto that full toss there and just that was slid away down to 3rd man for a boundary. He's leaving alone. So Hayden Walsh is bowled a maiden. Do I have that right?
I think they just
No,
got 2 off.
They've got 2 off it.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but his spell has been impressive.
Excellent.
3-0, 9-0.
Yep. And they may be well advised, Rising Sun Spartans, to just see him off because they don't want to lose this momentum by one of these batsmen getting out. They've done very well so far, chasing huge total of 196. They're 103 without loss after 13 overs. So they're currently going at 7.9. They need to go at 13.2. But of course, that can be increased as long as they got wickets in hand, especially once they get to the 15th over. However, it's going to be a go to continue, and that one ill-directed down the leg side, swept nicely backward of square by Benjamin. There's the backward square leg fielded there in Hayden Walsh Jr. on the boundary, so just the one. Benjamin moves up to 33. Henry is 61, and the score is 104 without loss. We're in over number 14. As That one is pulled through the mid-wicket region there by Henry. They look for two, and they won't get it. Just the one. You're sensing here that if Liberta Blackhawks can make the breakthrough, then they would still be favourites to take out this semi-final. But what a challenge and what an effort Rising Sun Spartans are making here. Really throwing down the gauntlet at the defending champions. As that one, Benjamin trying to play that late. It's beaten through to keeper Thomas, and there's no run. Gore again into Benjamin, and Benjamin again down on one leg, looking for cow corner, can't find it.
Different
Another
line
dot
here.
ball.
Different line here, Terry. So the
Coming into him.
the pressure mounting here a little bit on Benjamin. Let's see how he answers the call, as they would say. He has to answer the call. 105 without loss. Go in now to bowl to Benjamin. Flatter faster. Stays on top of it. And you realize what is happening, right, Terry? The PIC Liberta Blackhawk fielders, they are deep because they know Benjamin is looking for power. He's just got to be smart now to be able to look to pick up some singles. He's going for power again, square. But he'll only get one run as the sweeper comes around. And because he was looking for power in that deep, he should have been thinking about trying to see at least even to get 2 runs. In the meantime, the score goes up to 106 without loss.
106 without loss after 14 overs. Benjamin 34, Henry 62. So run rate has gone up to, the required run rate is 15. 7.57 is the current run rate. So they don't want to dig themselves into too much of a hole here after a brilliant start. But the experience of this Liberta outfit, you can see they're not panicking.
But I don't think it's panic time so much. 14 overs ball,
Not yet.
106 for. At 14, they were 120 for 3. So it's still a good enough contest. They have to make sure that Hayden Ward doesn't get any wicket in his wicket column. That's going to be key, Terry.
Yep, just see out this over.
Another matter of just seeing it out, but at least being able to be creative to use your smarts. Here is Benjamin again looking for a big booming drive rather than trying to get bat on the ball and just hit the ball down the ground and walk a single.
In motion again, and he's gone for a big hit as he cleared. He has another I-net maximum for Benjamin. He moves on to 40, 112 without loss in over number 15, and that went straight into their own dugout.
Terry, this is going to be a good game. This is the first, we could say, real, as we would say.
It's the first time Liberta's really been challenged.
Well, that's what they know. That's what they need. That's what champions want.
Definitely.
Let's see how they're going to be able to respond to it.
Exactly.
Walsh comes in out to bowl to Benjamin. Flutter faster, beautiful delivery.
That beat
That
him.
was right across him. Hayden Walsh has certainly looked good in this spell here so far. Really good control here by Hayden Walsh, and he's leading by example here. He's really turned up here in the semi-final. This is almost like a final for Hayden Walsh. Comes in out to bowl to Benjamin. Benjamin is driving ferociously, looking for power again. Smack that back to Hayden Walsh. Get a single. Let's see what's going to be happening with Junior. Let's see if Junior is his temperament, if he understands batting and if he understands the game scenario to realize that Hayden Walsh is into his final over. So he doesn't need to give his hand away. 113 without loss.
Just the two deliveries to go for Hayden Walsh Jr. He just adjusts in the field now that he's got the right-handed Henry on strike, who's on 62.
They need a wicket. They need a spark, Liberta. Something needs to give. Something has to happen. 113 without loss. Jennings warming up. They too would be curious. In the meantime, they're paying attention as to what's happening. Long on, long off. Sweep on the offside. Who we have inside the 30-yard circle. A short third man, backward point, cover. And we also have a short fine leg. Flighted delivery. Beautiful piece of Bowling again by Hayden Walsh. Full toss, but a little bit low. And again, because of the balance by Henry, he
falling
really
over.
should have been able to put that away nicely once he been able to keep his balance. Entire media is out here. ABS television, they're here trying to get the shots. Hayden Walsh trying to slow the game down, making Henry wait. Henry just needs to be able to make sure he's not going to get me in this delivery, Terry.
Yep, just the one delivery to face now for Henry.
113 without loss. They've done all the hard work. Walsh in out the ball to Henry, and Henry gets it. He's followed him.
Well balled,
Beautiful. Well played too.
Yeah.
Well played. So 15 overs bowled, Terry. 15 overs. Rising Sun Spartans are 113 without loss. It now means, Terry, there are 30 deliveries to go and anything can happen.
Yep, but it's a big ask though. 83 off the last 5 overs, so they really, really need to go at it. But the important thing for Rising Sun Spartans is they can really, really have a red hot go at it, because they got all 10 wickets in the bank and absolutely nothing to lose. It's semi-finals, so you win, you stay. You lose, you go home. At least if you're gonna go home with a pint.
Benjamin waits for Kadim Phillip. Kadim is having a go at this one here. All they will do is just be able to get 1 run. Liberta don't mind that.
No.
Because they know that it's always going to be pressure to try to continue to be hitting boundaries. But what needs to happen now is that Rising Sun Spartan needs a big over. They need a 20 over. Where they're going to get that from is going to be key. Let's see if the game smarts and game awareness is going to be happening. Here's
Big
it.
shot again.
Here is it by Junior Henry. Another
Excellent.
INET maximum. Wow. He's given them a challenge. Conversation taking place between Walsh, Corwall, and Kadim.
Yep, that shot has worked for him tonight. Straight over mid-wicket. And then long on. So he's gone up to 68, 120 without loss. He's gone again. Has caught the top edge of the bat. Hayden Walsh is under it. Backward point. Takes the catch. That is what Liberta Blackhawks were looking for, as Junior Henry's good knock comes to an end. He's gone. Caught Hayden Walsh Jr. Bowled Kadim Phillip for 68. Rising Sun Spartans lose their first wicket in the 16th over. They're 120 for 1. Still 76 required for victory.
Well played by the young man. Well played by the young man. And he played within his limitations. He used his strengths, and I think he propelled them. He gave them a start. And I don't think you can ask for anything else better from Junior Henry. 68. And that was a lovely knock by the young man. 120 for 1. And Shane Burton, who will be booming with confidence, has come out. What sort of innings can Shane Burton now play is going to be critical.
Most definitely, but he should have his confidence up with a brilliant bowling spell earlier this afternoon. 2 for 17 off his 4 overs, while everybody else went for plenty. But Junior Henry, well played. 68 runs, 54 balls, and included 5 4s and 5 6s.
Here comes Kadim Henry in out the bowl to Benjamin. Benjamin hitting this one down to long on. Coming around is Nathaniel. They will only get 1 run. It now brings into strike the man himself, Shane Burton. I wonder if he's still worrying about that drop catch. Or he's maybe put that behind him. 121 for 1. He got a first ball duck. In
the other night,
yeah. So let's see what's going to be happening. Kadim Henry just flicking up the ball with his right hand. Liberta put under a little bit of pressure, but scoring 195 sort of put some more pressure back on Rising Sun Spartan. Here is Shane Burton. Somebody could be in trouble. Shane Burton. And for some reason, Kadim Phillip needed to get behind the stumps, not in front of the stumps. Here was Karima Go picking up and saying, come on, get behind the stumps.
Definitely a big chance there for a run out, but this is getting bigger and bigger task for Spartans. Has gone up the required rate 17.7.
They need a 20 over. Here is Benjamin.
A couple top
Going
edge.
after
That'll
this
help.
one here. Karima Go is after it. Will he be able to pull this one back? No, he doesn't. 4 runs. And I think he almost looked like he would injured himself. And he flips up now, but he's a fighter. And the Blackhawks, they're not going down without a fight. 16 overs bowled, Terry. And the score is 126. We got that right, Terry?
I believe so. It's just
We're just waiting on the
update. Yeah, 126.
Yes, we got
for
16
one.
Yeah, so it's a big ask, Terry.
It is a big ask. It's nearly, it is 17 and a half and over of the last 4 overs. The thing, of course, that they need to keep in mind is they've still got 9 wickets in the bank, so they can really go for it, but they'll need a lot of luck. And as you say, Vernon, they need at least this over or the 18th over to be 20 or more, 20 plus.
So let me give you the bowling figures very quickly, Terry, so you have an idea in terms of what's happening. Kadeem Phillip, 3 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Hayden Walsh Jr., 4 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, no wicket. Kareem Gore, 3 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wicket. And we now see Terence Ward for the first time. This is now going to be the 7th bowler for the PIC Liberta Blackhawks. Here is Shane Burton back and hitting this one inside out, down to Landevalt, who comes around nicely, and he saves 2 runs there nicely. So Liberta, maybe they might say to me and you, Terry, we've got this one under control. But
Probably say never in doubt, wouldn't they?
Somewhere along the line, Rising Sun Spartan needs a 20 over.
Yes.
Where they're going to get it from, I don't know. But they need a 20 over. It could be coming off of Terence Ward. It could be coming off of a Cornwall. It could be coming off of someone. Here is Shane Burton trying to play a flashy drive and trying to hit the ball inside out over cover.
He's getting some nice bounce though, Ward.
Oh, certainly. Good revs on the ball there. Terence Ward around the wicket. He comes in out the ball to Shane Burton. Shane Burton is looking to tug this one into the onside. Again, they're going to be thinking about 2.
They have to.
And they get 2 runs quite easily. That won't hurt Liberta. 2 runs there. Jim Benjamin is running for all his worth. And he almost looks as if he's run out of gas, having been behind the stumps all day and then opening the batting.
Yeah, he's been out there for every delivery. But just 3 shy of his half century, which would be well deserved.
Again, Shane Burton trying to pull away. We'll be advised to get as close as possible to the ball and punch the ball to the offside. Dot ball here by Terence Ward. 130 for 1. Terence Ward around the wicket, goes past umpire Bernard Joseph, in out the bowl to Shane Burton.
Got him.
And he's out caught.
Bold.
He's bowled, did he? So Shane Burton got nowhere close to the ball. Nowhere close to the ball. Just ran down the wicket.
Yeah, I think scoreboard pressure now is taking its toll, Vernon. The run rate required is up over 19. 130 for 1. We got what?
30 for 2.
For 2, sorry. What do we got? 19 legitimate deliveries to get 69 runs. I don't think so, but they've given it a hell of a shake, and that is great to see. That at least they came here to play cricket. They weren't expecting, because they got beaten, and then the rest is history, as they say. But they got themselves into the semi-final. Little preparation time, you would say, but they've come out and given it a red-hot go. Probably, apart from of course the one victory they had in the tournament, probably some of the best cricket they've played in the tournament. Rising Sun tonight, definitely with the bat. The opening partnership of 100 odd, 120 was it? Yeah, 120 before the first wicket fell. So they gave themselves every opportunity, but they just kind of come up a touch short here in this semi-final by the looks of things.
So Richie Thomas comes out, and he is expected to explode. Ward is in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is going. He goes back and one bounce into Avia Christian. Just for a moment, I thought Avia Christian was going to go for the catch. But I think the practice was over there deterred him from that. 17 overs bowled, Terry. 17 overs bowled. 131 for 2. Is it all over by the shouting, Terry?
I'd say so. 21 and a half and over. And they've taken too long to get. They've taken too long to get that 20 run plus and over. And that is simply because Liberta Blackhawks have used all their experience. You called it, Vernon, a few overs ago. Just when the 10th, 11th, 12th over, around about that period of time where they were saying, you could see Corner was saying, just go a little deeper, restrict the boundaries. They restrict the boundaries, the scoreboard pressure will tell.
Karima go in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is looking for a heave there. He's nowhere close to the ball. And so that's another dot ball. You can't afford to have dot balls here. Got to be thinking about trying to get runs here. That's what you're sent for this big man. He's been sent out there. Richie Thomas. But he can't get any power there. This Liberta team is just too powerful. And under the composure, they've been able to balance themselves. We almost look like we forgot about Jim Benjamin because so many things have been happening.
Yeah, he's still there and he's only 3 away.
He's still on 47.
From his half century, and he thoroughly deserves it, the little man.
He certainly does.
Great opening partnership with Junior Henry of 120.
Here comes Karima Gore in out about to Benjamin. Benjamin trying too hard. Somebody could be in trouble here.
They're going to run him out. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
I think the ball bounced and hit him in the chest and went behind the wicket. So it was Thomas's call. Benjamin wasn't in the frame.
They just didn't have the depth.
No.
Good start, the good
Excellent
fighting
start, yes.
But they just needed somebody to come and fire. Even when Shane Button came out, you still have to be game awareness as to what you want. So you had to be planning in the pavilion. We needed a 20 over. Because at the time when he came out, it was a good start of 130 without loss.
Exactly.
So we needed to get a 20 over.
Yeah, that was the time to get it if they were
Yes.
ever going to get it. Yep.
Yeah.
But well done to little Benjamin. Hard luck that he didn't get his half century, but well played 47. And of course, he was part of that 120 run opening stand.
Richie Thomas trying to see if he could find something, but the experience here of Karima Gore forcing him. And he only could get one run. Shadrach Descartes comes out, and the score in the meantime goes up to 133 for 3.
Yeah, Gian Benjamin, 47 of 42 balls. And that included 4 4s and 2 6s.
2 INET maximums.
2 INET maximums.
133 for 3. Want to be able to give some time to be able to pay some respects to the sponsors. Global Bank of Commerce, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission. We break for a while. Go in now to bowl to Descartes. Descartes is looking to just flick this one around. Gets a single.
Cool.
And they're pretty close, but I think Thomas got in the end. We continue with the sponsors as the score goes up to 134 for 3. Cricket West Indies, Tropical Shipping, Hadid Motors, APUA INET, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority, Signs and Impressions. Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Images Design, Stonewall Reloaded. As we break, here comes Karima Gore in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is hitting this one inside out over cover, but he won't have the legs to come around there, and they will only get 2 more runs again. So we continue with the sponsors. Pineapple Beach Club, Supreme Security, Kennedy's Club Limited. Over comes to an end. Academic now.
Yeah.
18 overs ball, 136 for 3. Rising Sun Spartan. By all the shouting, will certainly lose this game. And Terry, at least we had a good first half of the game.
We did. We had an excellent first half, and I love their commitment. I love their spirit in Rising Sun Spartans. It was always going to be very difficult to get 196, a very challenging total, but they certainly gave it everything.
Continue with the sponsors. Pineapple Beach Club, Supreme Security, Kennedy's Club Limited, Stonewall Reloaded, ABCA, Images Design, Signs and Impressions, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority. As Terrence Ward is going to come around the wicket to bowl to the left-hander Shadrach Descartes, the big, tall umpire of the man himself, Bernard Joseph. It's almost like a Joel Garner figure. Ward to Descartes. Descartes trying to go for power maximum. Pace off there. He can't get anything there. They only get 1 run. Liberta, large and in control. They're into another final. They're heading
Shut
there.
down the boundaries, that's for sure.
Yeah. Next feature game coming up at 7 p.m. don't think it will start at 7. It will start certainly after, because the folks will have to get some preparation work going into the context here.
We're closer to being on time, though, tonight.
We're close to being on time.
Right.
I like
we
that.
won't be that much after 7.
I know we're going home at midnight tonight. I can tell you that one. Here is Thomas trying to see if he can clear Avia Christian, but instead he only get 1 run. So it's academic right now. 137 for 3 by the shouting. The only thing is that we're not having Tantimal at this game. That's the only difference. You know about Tantimal, right?
I do.
We're certainly not having Tantimal. Terrence Ward, who certainly will be lame man of the match. Here is
Oh,
a
he
big one here
might
by
have split
Descartes.
it.
Oh, he was. Oh,
And now we're going to run him out anyway.
Him out now.
That's poor cricket.
Oh,
They were
I can't
watching the
believe that.
ball.
Ball watching. Ball watching.
The catch was dropped on the long off boundary. Kept into play though. And the cover point sweeper helped out, returned the ball back, and both batsmen were basically caught at one end of the pitch watching the ball.
So Richie Thomas, he tried.
He did.
He tried, Richie Thomas, and you have to give him credit. But he has to come back into the pavilion because it's a different ball game here today. And Liberta Blackhawks, the defending champions, a lot more sharper in the field. And Ward coming into the context, 138 for 4. And I would say to you right now that Rising Sun Spartans, they're falling off. They have tried. Certainly have. Ward into bowl to Descartes. Descartes is pulling this one out to the mid-wicket fielder. Looks like it is Yuri Smith. Just lobs the ball back in. Shaquan Hewlett, he comes in. And let's see what his approach would be. Can he find something? Can he come up with a magic? Shaquan.
Bit beyond though, isn't it?
Oh,
Just
beyond,
slightly.
Beyond is not the word. It'll be a miracle. And we've seen miracles before. We've seen a pandemic. We've seen miracles. We don't know. Maybe this could be the night. You never know. We'll wait and see what's happening. Let's wait now. Terrence Ward is going to take his time now, thinking about it. He's going to come in out the ball to Shaquan Hewlett. He comes in out the ball to Hewlett, and Hewlett comes quietly forward. Oh, so that's okay. That looks good. Hewlett is contented to come forward. What do you think, Terry?
Wow. Doesn't really matter what he does now, Vernon.
He doesn't.
But he could think of his averages and take a nut out.
He's looking.
He's not thinking of his averages.
I think he's safe. He gets away with that one. Nathaniel comes around there, so he's off the mark. And at least he will say as well, listen, I didn't get naught. And I can say to you, so the score goes up to 140 for 4. 6 deliveries to go, Terry.
6 deliveries and 56 runs.
You say that lightly, Terry. You and Jack are smiling. Come on, guys. It is possible.
Just trying to keep everybody in the picture. What's possible, Vernon?
Anything is possible, guys.
Well, unless he bowls,
it's never over until it's over.
unless he bowls 15 no balls off his 3-yard run up.
So, Shaquan Hewlett will wait now for Kadeem Phillip, who's been pretty expensive here by his standards. Not for 32, no, in fact, sorry, 1 for 32 from history, 140 for 4. Kadeem Phillip. He starts from the CIO and comes in out the ball to Hewlett. Hewlett is just easy on the eyes, stroking this up onto the offside. Nathaniel comes off the boundary and they get 1 run, and the score goes up to 141 for 4. 141 for 4. 141 for 4. How much do they need, Terry?
55.
Okay.
That's 5-5.
Let's start the countdown.
Of what? The balls remaining?
The balls remaining. That is important. I like how you said that, Terry. Here is Descartes driving inside out, down the ground. 142 for 4. 4 deliveries expected. 4 expected legal deliveries. That's what we're talking about here tonight. Who comes in to strike? Shaquan Hewlett.
He's having a look.
Yeah.
Gonna send this into orbit.
Well, he needs to find something. He needs to get a net maximum. Kadim Phillip in out the boat to Shaquan Hewlett and cramps him. And all he can get is 1 run. Descati is upset. For what? I don't know. Because there's nothing else could be done about it. And the score in the meantime goes to 1-4-3 for 4. 3 legal deliveries expected. Liberta heading to a final. Descartes driving inside out. Will somebody take this catch? This will be the 5th wicket. It comes down.
Taken very well.
All over. All over.
And Philip is telling everybody exactly how he did it. He didn't really do anything though, did he? He just tossed it up and let the batsman
make the mistake. But
you can't blame the batter because
the captain is coming out.
He had to go for it.
The captain is coming out.
Well, that's good to see.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. The last time I heard from the captain is he was inviting all Rising Sun Spartans because they were going to have a great tournament. Well, he got to the semi-final, so
he has.
You would be happy with that?
Of course.
He's striding out like he means business over.
But he maybe does mean business. 143 for 5. Shaquan Hewlett. Just down to 2 more legal deliveries. Here is... that hit him outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, but he was
Baltimore
lucky. Offered no
not
shot.
Interested. In fact, Philip is saying, come on, Bertil. He played no shot. But I think it hit him outside the line of the off stump.
I think so.
So
I've seen it given before.
Yeah, it has. And you got to be very careful with that because he's playing really, he's neither forward nor back. He's going to have to be mindful of that.
Lucky last delivery. 312 the required run rate. Why do they put things like that?
I don't know, because you have to put them up. That's a formula.
Right. Okay.
Bruni, the captain.
Who made that formula? Duckworth Lewis?
Somebody. Here comes Kadim in out the bowl to the captain. The captain is peeling this one off there. So
he gets
Liberta,
one. Well done, Liberta.
Insurance Liberta Blackhawks are into another final here
50.
in Antigua and Barbuda. Congratulations are in order.
52-run victory.
Oh, massive, Terry. You said that
Excellent.
lightly.
But they did well because they were under the pump with that opening partnership, but their experience, their guile, their determination got them through, Vernon.
Yes. So what we'll do, Terry, let me just get a chance to be able to give you an analysis in terms of what happened today, because we got to get ourselves prepared for the second game, and Jack Matthew and yourself will start that game. Let me just pull up the stats right there. You have the game also, Terry.
I'll just go and make sure me hair is okay for the second game.
letting you know the next featured game coming up will be Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda, who have won the toss and will be batting, and that game they'll be taking on the team itself, Jennings Tigers. The man of the match for the first semi-final, Leeward Islands player Sinkits, captain, senior team captain Terrence Ward, the all-rounder, for his brilliant batting today. 70, 43 balls, 60 minutes, 9 fours, and 2 INET maximums. And to complement that, his spell of bowling, Terrence Ward, 2 overs, no maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. He's been named the man of the match in the first semi-final and top scoring for the defending champions, PIC Liberta Insurance team, with a brilliant 17. Was also well supported in that knock by Yuri Smith. I thought Yuri Smith should have got 100. 69 in his knock, 47 balls and 58 minutes. Let me take some time out on behalf of the Cool and Smooth organization to salute the major sponsors: Pineapple Beach Club, Supreme Security, Kennedy's Club Limited, Stonewall Reloaded, Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Images Design, Signs and Impressions, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Hadid Motors, APUA INET, Tropical Shipping, Cricket West Indies, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, and Global Bank of Commerce. The next game coming up will see the Caribbean Union Bank Golden Eagles Bethesda. They will be clashing with the Jennings Tigers, and the news is that Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles have won the toss and will be batting first. So we got the lineup in terms of what's going on. Jack Warner, Jack Matthew is going to start here to get ready for the next featured games as the work continues. Terry Larajo is into his hot seat. And on behalf of the team here so far, I just want to be able to just get a little break, get myself organized, get a raise and roll, and I will come back to be able to support my team. So, Terry, you start. Jack will be in the hot seat for the first time for the afternoon. Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda, they have won the toss and will be batting tonight in the second semi-final. All to play for. These are the teams, Terry.
Thank you, Vernon. And we're all set for a big second semi-final. Good evening, Jack.
Good evening to you, Terry, and good evening to all our listeners and viewers. What a spectacular game we've had so far, with the Blackhawks again soaring and showing what how powerful they are as a team, as a unit, and really they're looking more and more imposing. Although there was a period where they were slightly challenged. I won't say they were fiercely challenged. They were slightly challenged with a central and opening partnership by Rising Sun Spartans, but it was always going to be an uphill task for Rising Sun to get to anywhere close to that 195. So we expect the second game coming up to be a lot closer. Well, not a lot closer. I think we can say it may be a close game, because the first one was far from close. That 50-run difference was considerable.
Yeah, it was that 120-run stand was excellent. I like their attitude, though, Jack. Rising Sun Spartans, they had nothing to lose, and they came out. They gave it everything to try their best to chase down a daunting target, you'd have to say, of 196. But they gave it their all. But it was just the experience of the Liberta, I think, showed in the end. They were quite content to set the field deep when they weren't picking up the wickets, and just made sure they cut off the boundaries. And then, of course, it got too far out of hand for Rising Sun. So Liberta into the final yet again, the defending champions. And now we wait for Jennings Tigers and Bethesda Golden Eagles. And as you say, it should be a good contest, this one. Jennings Tigers were in some good nick the other night with their international player in George Munzi, scoring a half century. So they'll be relying on him to continue his good form. and see what else they can come up with. But Anthony Iroots Martin bowling well, making a few runs also for Bethesda the other night. They want a lot more, of course, from Captain Devon Thomas and Darren Benter, who's been in good form apart from the other night when he went for first ball. But he's been in good form this season so far.
Yeah. And they will rely a lot on those players. The players you mentioned, the teams will be certainly depending on them to fire. It's key for Bethesda Golden Eagles that Devon Thomas comes to the party tonight. I think his main problem is mental. He has all the strokes. He can apply the strokes. But then, as we saw in that last match, when he got 3 consecutive fours, he was looking for another.
Exactly.
There was absolutely no need to look for another.
No.
Because they needed to score just about 8 per over.
Mm-hmm.
And 8 per over in T20 cricket is really supposed to be a walk in the park.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had 12 from 3 deliveries, there was no way you should be looking even for a single of the last ball. You should have been prepared to just bat that last ball as a dot ball, because it would not have mattered. But he was forcing, and he got himself, he got a Yorker length delivery, missed it, and he was LBW. So he needs to apply the mental game. That mental approach needs to be revisited by Devon Thomas. He's a class act. Once he gets going, he can really damage the opposition. So he will need to really apply himself mentally, and I think he'll be able to produce the goods.
Most definitely, and if he does, it will make it extremely difficult for Jennings Tigers. But of course, they got the young Matthew Miller, who's been in fine form with the ball, 13-year-old leggy, which is fantastic to see. He's already picked up a Man of the Match award for 2 for 9 in one of the preliminary games. And he bowled well the other night, even though he didn't take a wicket, but only 30, I think it was 31 off his 4 overs. But I'll just run through the Golden Eagles Bethesda team for you. Got Devon Thomas, of course, Darren Benter, Gavin Tong, Anthony Martin, Jamal Fernandez, and then 3 overseas players in Naeem Young, Tush Kinjigi, and Suzant Madani are the 3 overseas players that they'll be fielding tonight. Calvin Pittman, Shakoi no, he's not in tonight. Calvin Pittman, Timo Thomas, Diego, no, and Kamari Clark. So Devon Thomas, Darren Benter, Gavin Tong, Anthony Martin, Jamal Fernandez, Naeem Young, Tush Kinjigi, Suzant Madani, Calvin Pittman, Timo Thomas, and Kamari Clark, who will be starting for the Golden Eagles Bethesda. And for Jennings Tigers, Jack?
Jennings Tigers will field tonight Matthew Miller, also Jaim Africa, Cameron Miller, Jedediah Martin, Adrian Barron, Orlando Peters, former Leeward Islands player, Paul Miller, Kyle Cabey, along with Kenroy Brown, George Monsey, the Scottish Overseas International, and Morton Brown. That's the 11. So just to recap, Matthew Miller, Jaheim Africa, Cameron Miller, Jedediah Martin, Adrian Barron, Orlando Peters, Paul Miller, Kyle Cabey, Kenroy Brown, George Monsey, and Morton Brown. So it could well be Miller's time tonight, because we have several Millers out there in this Jennings Tigers lineup. We have 3 of them who will be taking part in tonight's game. So they'll be hoping it will be Miller's time.
Very true. Very well said. But Golden Eagles Bethesda on paper look the stronger team. But of course, T20 cricket, you never know. As the 2 opening batsmen for Bethesda are on their way out to the middle, and of course it's coverage of the Cool and Smooth T20 explosion for 2022 is made possible by CNN Community Sports Network, a subsidiary of Parish League, with studio located on High Street in town here at St. John's. Live matches can be viewed on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and CTV Channel 8. And of course, along with live studio shows. So follow the network for all your live local sporting action. And we're getting ready here.
It will be Jamal Fernandez and the captain, Devon Thomas, who will start proceedings here for the Colin Eagles. Jamal Fernandez, quite accustomed to opening the batting at different levels. He has played for Antigua as well as an opening batsman. In the last game, he batted in the middle, but the ploy has changed tonight. They're going to start with him, and they're going to start with a left-right combination. Jamal Fernandez being the left-hander, Devon Thomas, of course, the right-hander. And so they'll be hoping that they'll get a flying start and put the opposition under early pressure. We'll see what unfolds.
Most definitely, and the crowd is building here at Coolidge. Totally under the floodlights now in the evening sky, of course. So it's all set, music pumping, all set for a great show for the second semi-final between Jennings Tigers and Bethesda Golden Eagles, to see who joins the defending champions, Liberta Blackhawks, in the big final, which will bowl off tomorrow evening here at Coolidge at 7 p.m. So come on out to Coolidge if you're in Antigua. Otherwise, you follow the action on CNN, CTV, Channel 8, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram platforms, of course, 97.9 FM and 97.9 FM, Platinum FM on the radio, Cool and Smooth Facebook page, and you can't miss any of the action here as we're just about all set to start this second semi-final. First one won convincingly by
Liberta Blackhawks.
Blackhawks, yeah, over the Rising Sun Spartans. So we get ready for the first over. Who's going to start, Jack? Tall paceman from the northern end. Can't pick up the number at the moment, but he'll be bowling to Devon Thomas. And he'll be bowling to a slip. Short third man is in his to Devon Thomas, and Thomas plays that nicely through the cover region for a single to get things underway. So he moves on to one. It's Brown, is it? The bowler? Kenroy Brown. Okay. So 1 to Thomas. Score 1 without loss. Just in the first over here of this second semi-final of the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion for 2022. The winner straight into the final, and the loser will play Rising Sun in the third and fourth place playoff. That will precede the final tomorrow here at Coolidge, bowling off at 4 p.m. It looks like Brown is going to come around the wicket to Jamal Fernandez, the big left-hander. Opening the batting tonight for Bethesda. They've got a slip, short fine leg, backward point, short extra cover and mid-off. And in is Brown. And Brown, like trying to bowl a slower delivery there, but while ill-directed outside the off stump, wide called by the umpire. So 2 without loss.
Losing early control there, perhaps just trying to induce the batsman into some sort of error as well, maybe just testing the waters to see if he would go after it. But Jamal Fernandez was allowed that one to go by, and well wide of off stump.
It's also a sweeper on the cover point boundary, mid-on inside the circle as Brown is up to Fernandez, and it tries to slash that through the cover region, doesn't make contact, beaten outside the off stump through to the keeper, no run. Yes, mid-on inside the boundary, and a square leg and a short fine leg. So the 2 men out, the cover point sweeping on the offside and the long off. As Brown round the wicket into Fernandez, and Fernandez is pushing that one to backward point, who's in quickly, and there is no run. So 2 without loss. We're in over number 1.
Looking for a non-existent single there.
Sure.
Ball played to the fielder, who closed in on it very, very quickly, and the non-striker Devon Thomas gave him the right advice, told him to put the brakes on, which he did, and he scurried back home.
Brown again up to the wicket, and Fernandez peels outside the out the outer portion of the bat and into the boundary for 4. So first boundary to Bethesda Golden Eagles. Streaky one, although it went along the ground between the short third man and the slip. Into the boundary for 4. Fernandez is off the mark with that boundary, and the score moves up to 6 without loss in over number 1.
An involuntary stroke, because he was looking to play that maybe square or just in front of square on the offside, but he got it off the outside edge. Fortunately for him, it went between the fielders and went downhill. The fielder in pursuit was never going to catch that, and he went away for 4.
And it's caused a change in the field as third man goes back to the boundary. And that one flies off the outside edge of the bat again by Fernandez, but way past the first slip. And the third man does the fielding. So another single to Fernandez. He moves on to 5. The score 7 without loss.
A lack of foot movement, I thought, on that occasion, and perhaps to the previous delivery as well. And looking there to just go at the ball outside the line of the off stump, not really getting close enough with the feet. And I think that's why it peeled off the edge and again went down to that third man position.
Brown back over the wicket to the right-handed Devon Thomas. He bounds in now from the northern end into Thomas. And Thomas is cutting that to point. Can't beat the fielder. No run. That completes over number 1. So at the end of the first over, Bethesda Golden Eagles 7 without loss. Fernandez is on 5 and Thomas is on 1.
I believe at the back of Thomas's mind is what transpired in that last match. When he made a hurricane start, got 12 off 3 deliveries,
right,
and then gave it away. So he has been rather circumspect in his approach so far. Looked to be very, very watchful to the deliveries that he has faced so far, because he knows his importance in the side, and so he's trying to limit the mistakes that can be made by him, and so he has primarily been very, very watchful so far. He's going to see if that holds, because sometimes he tends to get rash in his stroke play. Let's hope that from a cricketing perspective at least, that he will be able to provide the entertainment that we know he can, and the rich stroke play that we know he can exhibit.
Most definitely. There's not many better when he's in full flow than Devon Thomas.
Another key element of his cricket is that he runs very well between the wickets.
It looks like Paul Miller is going to take up the attack. Is it? Paul Miller, number 11. For Jennings from the commentary box end, and he's into Fernandez, who's driving powerfully through the short extra cover region into the boundary for 4. Good shot there by Fernandez. Takes him under 9. Good way to start the over. Bethesda Golden Eagles up to 11 without loss in over number 2.
Jamal Fernandez is by nature a very aggressive player, and he certainly greeted Miller with that powerful extra cover drive.
Miller again round the wicket to the left-handed Fernandez, and that one's spot on target. Defended back up the pitch by Fernandez, and there's no run. So 11 without loss. Employing the slippers, Paul Miller, as he's into the left-handed Fernandez, and that one is dragged down, wraps him on the pad, but definitely going down leg side.
Noticeably quicker, and Jamal Fernandez was late on that, and perhaps he kept a little bit low because it was pushed through by the spinner.
Miller again into Fernandez, and that one pushes out to the short extra cover, who's in quickly, prevents any chance of a single. The score remains on 11 without loss. We're in over number 2. Miller again from this commentary box end at Floodlit Coolidge into Fernandez. Again, he pushes to short extra cover, can't beat the field, no run.
Early variation here by Miller. If there was a speed gun, that would be reflected because you could tell that he's bowling at different paces here.
Paul Miller in again to Fernandez, and that one quick but cut nicely. Beats backward point but can't beat the cover point on the boundary. He picks up a single off the last ball of the over, so Fernandez goes on to 10. And we've had 2 overs here at Coolidge in the second semi-final. Bethesda Golden Eagles at 12 without loss. Fernandez is on 10 and Devon Thomas is on 1.
Good comeback there by Miller after being smashed for 4 of the very first ball that he bowled, and just conceding 1 in the remaining 5 deliveries. So not a flying start here by Bethesda Golden Eagles. They will be looking to soar higher, but they're very, very mindful of the fact that the opposition would want wickets, and so they're trying to curb that sort of impact, if you will.
Brown short wide outside the off stump, and it's slashed through the cover region by Fernandez, but he'll only pick up 1. He moves on to 11, and Bethesda Golden Eagles 13 without loss. In over number 3. Field just changing over for the right-hander. In Devon Thomas, they're still employing the slip for Brown, who will come back over the wicket.
The 2 outside the circle, long off, and the sweep at cover.
In comes Brown, and this one wide outside the off stump and signaled wide by the umpire. So score goes up by 1. Brown will need to reload that one. 14 without loss. Just seems to every time he swaps from bowling from the round the wicket to the left-hander and over the wicket to the right-hander, he's just losing the radar a touch. As he bounds in again from the northern end into Thomas. And Thomas is cramped there. He's trying to pull that through the square leg region, but it took him on the body. Bounced harmlessly into the offside, and there's no run. Score remains on 14 without loss.
I felt there that he was undone by the lack of height. He was looking for that ball to bounce a lot higher, and he did not. And as a result, he played over that with that horizontal bat. Thomas really felt he had an opportunity to hit a boundary because there is no one back. We're into the power play still. This is only over number 3. And so he felt he missed out on that occasion.
Brown in again to Devon Thomas, and that takes the under edge of the bat. Almost played that back on, played it onto his leg. But thankfully for Thomas, it just trickles out onto the offside. No harm done.
It's almost a restrictive start here by Thomas.
Yes.
He tried to force that ball as if it was afterthought, because I sense that his inclination here is to bat for a long time. And so we're not seeing that overly aggressive style that we normally see from him.
Brown into Thomas, and that one is forced up to long off, who comes in off the boundary. They take a comfortable single. Thomas moves to 2. Score 15 without loss. We're in over number 3. But you're quite right, Jack. And if he has that mindset, he should have that mindset that if he bats the full 20 overs or close enough to it, then Bethesda Golden Eagles will be will have the the total that they would have in mind. As we all know what Devon Thomas can do once he gets going. That's Fernandez on strike now to Brown, and he's advancing and hitting that high and wide over the mid-wicket region. Mid-on goes back and picks it up just inside the boundary, but 2 more to Fernandez. He's certainly taking up the challenge, advancing there to the paceman in Brown. So 2 more to Fernandez. He moves on to 13, and the score 17 without loss.
Seemingly, the ploy here by Bethesda Golden Eagles is for Jamal Fernandez to fire in the power play session, and for Devon Thomas to play the supporting role, because he needs to bat there and bat for a long period. So that seems to be the strategy being employed here by the Eagles.
Brown in again to Fernandez, and that's driven firmly back past the bowler. The mid-off, who's up in the circle, comes round, does the fielding, no run, completes over number 3. So after 3 overs, Bethesda Golden Eagles are 17 without loss. Fernandez is on 13, and Devon Thomas is on 2.
So by T20 standards, a quiet start, 17 coming from the first 3. And normally in the power play, you want to get in the vicinity of 40 and that sort of score.
Mm-hmm.
So they have 17 from the first 3. They will try to up it a bit to get beyond 40 in the power play, and it would mean that Devon Thomas will have to go as well. It cannot be one batter going if you're going to really exploit the power play period.
True, and Paul Miller will continue from the commentary box end, and he's staying around the wicket to the right-handed Devon Thomas. That's certainly, he's feel he's taken the slip out and put him in a more of a gully position. He's got a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. In he comes to Devon Thomas, and that was a full delivery, and Thomas was never going to miss out on that one. Poor delivery there by Paul Miller, and Thomas has cracked that through the cover region into the boundary for 4. His first boundary of the night. He moves on to 6, and Bethesda 21 without loss in over number 4.
A full toss, and he took full advantage of that ball, smashing it down through the extra cover position.
Miller in again to Thomas, and that was a quicker delivery, appeal for LBW, but it was pitched outside leg. As he's now moved, that gully's got a short third man, and the gully has moved into a short extra cover on the offside. Is Miller into Thomas, and Thomas is turning that nicely through square leg region. Sweeper comes off the boundary, and they take 1. Thomas moves on to 7. The score 22 without loss.
So he's playing the quiet supporting role here, Devon Thomas, and we assume that that will work, especially later on, because he has the ability to really blaze because of his talent, because of the rich stroke play he has, and so that's clearly the strategy here.
Miller staying round the wicket, of course, to the left-handed Fernandez this time, and Fernandez is driving him high, straight into the boundary. Good shot, that straight over the mid-off into the boundary for 4. He moves on to 17. The score 26 without loss. We're in over number 4.
Falling just about 2 feet short of the rope there at long off. Powerfully hit by the left-hander.
Miller in again to Fernandez, and that one's a quicker ball, and just watched very carefully there by Fernandez into the keeper's gloves. And there's no run, 26 without loss. And that ploy will work by Devon Thomas as long as he doesn't throw it away. As long as he keeps his head and bats the majority, if not all, of these 20 overs. I'm sure that is the plan. Miller into Fernandez. Fernandez is nudging this towards backward point, who completes the fielding but can't stop the single. So at the end of over number 4, Bethesda Golden Eagles have moved on to 27 without loss. Fernandez is on 18 and Thomas is on 7.
a fraction below 7 runs per over. Not the start that you would really want in terms of the runs, but the opening pair, they're still out there in the middle, and once you have the wickets in hand, you can always make up later on.
Definitely.
So they're hoping here to in the next over get as close as possible to that 40 mark maybe, and look to take it from there.
And we've got a bowling change from the northern end. Peters is coming on to replace Brown.
Orlando Peters has been around for a very, very long time.
Very, very long time.
Yes. And has played for the Hawks in the Hawksville.
Yeah. Spotted by Marlon Samuels, wasn't it?
Yes, and in the regional T20 competition.
In he comes from the northern end to Fernandez, and that's short and wide outside at the off stump. But Fernandez just tried to steer that down past the short third man. Doesn't make contact.
Rather lazily, I thought.
Very lazy, yes. He should have a real red-hot go at that. No? It was a nothing delivery.
I should have lit up.
Loosener, yeah. Nevertheless, Peters turns, runs towards us into Fernandez, and that stroke beautifully past the short extra cover out towards the fieldsman, beats the long off diving effort out there. 4 more to Fernandez. He's starting to look good.
Really a beautiful stroke that was. The timing was superb. When they left the bat, we didn't get the impression that the momentum would have beaten the fielder running around from the long off position, but it certainly did. It wasn't that effort stroke in terms of power, and the timing was the key ingredient in that stroke. Wonderful exhibition.
Score moves on to 31 without loss. Fernandez again, this time beaten. A lack of bounce there, I think.
And I think the pace had him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Lack of bounce, and because it was a faster delivery. He was late on that one.
He's moved on to 22, so 31 without loss. Bethesda Golden Eagles. We're in over number 5. As Orlando Peters at the top of his mark, the northern end. Fernandez is ready for him now as Peters comes up to the wicket. And to this delivery, Fernandez can only defend it back to the bowler, who does his own fielding, and there is no run. So the score remains on 31 without loss in over number 5. And just a reminder, this coverage is brought to you by CSN Community Sports Network, a subsidiary of the Parish League, a studio located on High Street. Live matches can be viewed on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and CTV Channel 8 as Peters into Fernandez, hits it off the outer portion of the bat. It lobbed over the short extra cover, and the long off came up. Did the fielding, restricted the scoring to 1. That completes over number 5. So after 5 overs, Bethesda Golden Eagles 32 without loss. Fernandez is on 23 and Thomas is on 7.
Not the power play that perhaps Bethesda Golden Eagles, sponsored by Caribbean Union Bank, will have perhaps be hoping for. Maybe a few more. In fact, they have another ball left. Another ball to come.
Another ball? My apologies. Wow. Nothing happened anyway, Jack.
Yeah, it was a full length ball outside the off stump, and Devon Thomas tried to play a square drive, and he missed it. He went through to the wicket keeper. By the way, the wicket keeper is KB. Is it KB who is doing wicket keeping duties? I think so. I'll just verify that.
So now we've had 5 completed overs, and Bethesda Golden Eagles 32 without loss. Fernandez is on 23 and Thomas is on 7. And to take you through the next 5 overs ball by ball will come to you courtesy of Jack Matthews.
In fact, it's Kyle KB who is the wicket keeper with number 15 on his back. And I think we're going to have another change at this end with the bowler Miller being replaced. And so it will be Martin, Jedediah Martin, who will come into the attack from this the commentary box here. Scoreboard showing that. Jedediah Martin, the man who will bowl from this the commentary box in. So he's on his way from the southern end, hit high over the top, and he has gone into the boundary at long on. Jamal Fernandez playing through the line, hitting over the top of the fielder at the mid-on within the 30-yard circle. And the ball went very, very quickly for 4 runs. So the attacking style of Jamal Fernandez has continued. He has been the predominant scorer so far. And Devon Thomas, by his standards and his natural inclination, has been rather sedate in the partnership. Score has raced on to 36 for no wicket at the start of over number 6. He's driving. He gets it inadvertently down to the fine leg position. We get 4 more.
Luck's of fortune, Jack.
So they say fortune favors the brave, and he was certainly bravely going at that one, looking to launch himself into another attacking shot over the top. But it got the inside edge and went between the batsman's left pad and the leg stump and down to the fine leg position. The fielder at fine leg was within the 30-yard circle. It went away to his left, and he just went to retrieve because he could not stop that. He could not retrieve it before he had reached the boundary.
He bounced the first one beautifully over the top of mid-on and tried to repeat the shot, but got the inner portion of the bat, but luckily for him didn't go back onto the stumps. And any bit of bat with a shot like that is always going to beat the short fine leg when he's inside the circle.
So Jedediah Martin, the medium pacer, an adjustment has been made. A fielder has gone back on the boundary at mid-wicket. Fernandez is launching himself into another drive, just skipping outside the line of the leg stump, looking to give himself room so that he could free his arms. But didn't get the timing, nor the acceleration there. And the ball went away towards the wideish mid-on position, and he got a run for it. So he has gone on with that single. He has been the main scorer so far. The score is 41.
Yeah, he's 32.
Yes, he's on to 32. 7 to Devon Thomas. And here's Devon Thomas driving beautifully through the offside, but there's a sweeper at cover, and they'll dart back for the second run. The fielder at that sweep position, just a little bit slow in getting around, and Thomas, very experienced, realized there was an opportunity to come back, and I think that's the observation of the captain as well, because he has pulled the field out of that position, and so he's been quickly replaced, not moving with the alacrity that was required.
It looks like both batsmen though fancy the medium pace of Martin.
Jedediah Martin runs away from us, right arm over the wicket, and Devon Thomas is cracking this, but hits it hard into the ground, and it bounces accommodatingly for the fielder that cover point position inside the 30-yard circle, and so he can't score. He remains on 9, having had a couple of the previous delivery. 43 for no wicket. This is over number 7 in progress. We have already been through this is over number 6 in progress. This is the last one of the power play. There's 2 fielders, one at the sweeper position and the other at long off. Those are the 2 fielders outside the circle. And so
I got a problem with the ball.
The ball, yes, there is some concern about the ball. Umpire Leslie Reefer Jr.
I think they're just checking it, Jack, because when Devon Thomas hit that one, he hit it very firmly into the ground, but he hit it into one of the other wickets on the square. So
maybe the impact twisted it.
Yeah.
So the third umpire has come out. Or is it the fourth umpire? We don't have the television umpire here. 4 umpires usually officiate these days when it comes to international cricket. You have the 2 on the field. You have the one who would do the exchange of balls and that sort of thing. And then
2 on the field, one watching the television, and the other one in the bar. Sorry, and the other one in the grandstand. Yes.
So, I think the ball has been changed, and so Jedediah Martin continues. Right arm over the wicket is in. And Devon Thomas stays it
Play.
nicely, beautifully, elegantly. Down to third man for 4. Oh, that was an exciting bit of work by Devon Thomas. He's a crafty player. And he has a variety of strokes. And he certainly played that one very neatly. Waited on it. And played it fine. There's a man or third man inside the circle, and he had no chance. The ball went speedily away to his left and down to the deep third man position for 4 runs. So the scoring rate certainly jumped during that over number 6, and from the power play they have had 47 runs with 13 to Devon Thomas and 32 to Jamal Fernandez. So the power play yielded quite a good score.
Yes. In the end, it did 47, and nothing wrong with that. They'd be happy with that start, and especially the fact that they haven't lost a wicket. But that was very well played. That last delivery of the previous over by Devon Thomas. He just waited on it very nicely and guided it down towards the vacant third man region. See, he's moved on to 13. Fernandez is on 32, and Martin's first over went for 15, Jack, and they just looked like as soon as he came on, especially Fernandez, this was the bowler that we were going to attack. That type of mindset you could see. Another change. M. Brown coming on from the northern end.
Yes, Morton Brown is into the attack. So the captain ringing the changes. Ball driven down to the long off position. Fielder comes around to his right. And they get only 1. Jamal Fernandez goes further into the 30s. He's on to 33. And the score now on to 48 for no wicket. Over number 7 in progress. 1 ball delivered by Morton Brown. He's a seasoned campaigner in domestic cricket. An all-rounder, can bat. Comes in. Looks to be bowling off spin, and this ball is outside the line of the off stump, called wide. Devon Thomas had a go at it, not being able to make contact. Taken by wicketkeeper KB, crouches behind the stumps now as Morton Brown is in, and this is outside the off stump. And Thomas steers it down to third man, and they scurry the run. Little bit of hesitation on the part of Jamal Fernandez, but he eventually got home quite comfortably. Fielder not being able to effect the pickup as perhaps he would have liked. Score now on to 50. The 50 coming up in over number 7. Ball hit away into the mid-wicket region, and they sprint back for the second. Good running with the fielder on the boundary. The ball was played not in a manner which you go quickly into the onside, just guided away. And they came back for the second. 52 the total now in over number 7. 52 for no wicket. And this is driven hard towards the ball. It's caught and bowled. Yes, it is.
Excellent.
Brilliant catch by Morton Brown. One-handed. I think he took it with his right hand as well. So it was driven in the air by Jamal Fernandez. And there was Morton Brown leaping and clutching the ball with his right hand well above his head. And so that's the end of Jamal Fernandez. He has been caught and bowled by Morton Brown, and he has departed for 30 scoreboard. Very quick in removing his score.
I think it's 35.
Yes, I think that's what I saw.
Yeah,
yes.
I think it's 35. But he'd be disappointed there, Fernandez, because he was weighting his shots nicely to the spinner in Morton Brown and picking up a couple or at least singles very comfortably. That one, he tried to drive it with power back over the bowler's head. Tall guy, Morton Brown, and he just simply stuck up the right mid, and it stuck. So good wicket there for Jennings Tigers. Gets them into the game. 52 for 1 over number 7. And Darren Benter has joined his captain, Devon Thomas.
Yeah, so Benter
appeal
is in. Loud appeal.
For a caught behind, but not out.
This ball taken by Kyle Caby, the wicket keeper. But umpire Felix O'Geese says not out. Morton Brown with the wicket. that of Jamal Fernandez, comes in outside the off stump, and Benta is cutting, gets it straight to the fielder, and there is no run off that final delivery as well. So the breakthrough effected eventually by the Jennings Tigers, and the score after 7 overs is 52 for 1. Bethesda Golden Eagles, sponsored by Caribbean Union Bank, with the captain Devon Thomas, who opened the batting with Jamal Fernandez. He's unbeaten on 14, and Darren Benta yet to get off the mark.
Yes, and a good wicket there, good breakthrough for Jennings Tigers to bring them into this semi-final. Of course, on the flip side of that, Bethesda will be happy with the start they got, 40-odd off the power play, and more importantly, Captain Devon Thomas just setting himself up to bat the entire innings here. He's on 14, so a quiet start for him, but he knows he can turn it on as long as he's got partners with him.
So the action continues as Devon Thomas plays it into the onside. They're going back for the second run. The return comes to the keeper's end, and Darren Benta is home. And these two are fleet-footed players, and so we're going to see a lot of this. We're going to see quick running between these two. Jamal Fernandez not as fast between the wickets, and so they will be running helter-skelter, I would imagine. So the bowler is Paul Miller. He's into the attack, and this is driven away down to the sweeper, but they won't come back for the second. The sweeper hustling onto that one and releasing the ball quite early into the gloves of wicketkeeper KB. So they got only one for that. The score has pushed on to 54 for 1 in over number 8. Over number 8 in progress as Paul Miller comes in, and Devon Thomas is driving into the onside. Just a flick of the wrist, really, and looking for a single. Didn't try to hit that one hard. Wasn't looking for a boundary. And Munsey, the Scottish international, off the boundary at that long-on position to do the fielding. And Devon Thomas is steering this again down to the third-man position. This time, he doesn't have the momentum to go all the way to the boundary, and the fielder at third man running around to his left to pick up only one to Thomas, and the score is now 57 for 1. Jamal Fernandez, the man dismissed for 35, caught and bowled by Morton Brown, and Devon Thomas is speaking at this ball. In fact, it's Darren Benta, and the ball taking the pad, and umpire Leslie Reefer saying not out. Paul Miller bowling around the wicket as he goes away from us in, and this is outside the off stump, and Benta is mistiming that one, and Benta had turned his back thereafter, mistiming that ball in frustration. He turned his back, but the fielder did not pick it up. Had he really been looking, there would have been a single there because the ball went past the fielder at that extra cover position. 8 overs have been completed, and Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles winning the toss and batting in the second semi-final of the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of Cricket West Indies. They're 57 for 1. Devon Thomas on 18 and Darren Benta on 1. Jamal Fernandez dismissed for 35. The winners will go on to play in tomorrow's final against PIC Liberta Blackhawks, qualifying for yet another final in domestic cricket. And they're the defending champions, looking to hold on to the trophy. Outside the off stump, Devon Thomas is cutting it hard down to the sweeper at that cover point position. Only one to the Bethesda Golden Eagles skipper. And the score goes on to 58 for 1 in over number 9. So it's Morton Brown, the wicket taker from the far end. And Benta is cutting down towards the backward point position. Has gone away for 4. Wonderful stroke there. Benta freeing his arms and getting on top of that one, hitting it firmly, finding the gap, and collecting 4 delightful runs. 62 for 1.
Yeah, good boundary there by Benta. Was a little aerial, but beat the backward point. It raced away to the boundary. So he'll be happy with that. His first boundary.
Morton Brown into bowl team. We have spin from both ends, and Benta is driving down to long off. And you get only one. The fielder comes in and sends the return on the bounce to the bowler Brown. It's now 63 for 1 over number 9 in progress. As Brown comes in once more, and it's outside the off stump, and there is Devon Thomas, just as if he was surprised by the bounce of that delivery, suggesting there that he made more height than they anticipated. Brown is into him quickly again, and he's back and cutting this one into the offside, down to the backward point area, and the sweeper having to come around and in to collect. Only one to the batsman Devon Thomas. And the score has pushed on. We're in over number 9. So we're nearing the halfway point of the innings. Outside the off stump. And Darren Benta is cutting at this ball. Goes straight to the fielder at that point position. Sweeping. And they get another single. 9 overs have been completed in the second semi-final. And Bethesda Golden Eagles, they have gone on to 65 for 1. 65 for 1. Devon Thomas on 20. And 7 to Darren Benta.
Yes, and another good over there by for Bethesda Golden Eagles. They're basically scoring off every delivery now, and this is the partnership, though, Jack. This is the partnership that they'll be relying on mostly to get them to a competitive score between Thomas and Benta. So far, they've added 13, but they've maintained a run rate of just above 7. It's currently at 7.2.
Miller, 3 overs for 20 runs, comes in. So this is his last over, and it's clipped towards the wide mid-wicket area, and they get a run for it. Score now pushes on further into the 60s. It's down to 66 for 1. Over number 10 in progress. Oh, Devon Thomas is hitting this one high in the air. There's a fielder at third man. He takes the catch. Again. And Devon Thomas has given it away yet again. Looking to play across the line of that delivery, and the ball going high in the air to the short third man position, and a comfortable catch was taken. The Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles captain walks back dejectedly. There was an inclination there to be more subdued tonight, to try and play the ball on its merit, try not to do anything extravagant. But then he lost it again. He played across the line, and he paid the price for it. So he's been dismissed for 20. And Bethesda Golden Eagles in over number 10. They are 66 for 2. Devon Thomas dismissed for 20 of the bowling of Paul Miller.
Yeah, big important blow there for the Jennings Tigers. That was the one they were looking for. And as Jack said, it looked like Devon Thomas was setting himself up to bat the full innings. He opened the batting tonight and looked like he was not going to play anything rash, but again, lapse of concentration or for whatever reason, he's thrown it away and opened the door for the Jennings Tigers. They'll be pumped up now. They'll be looking to really run through Bethesda and try and restrict them to something that they feel they can chase.
So the batsman crossed while that ball was in the air, and so the next delivery was delivered to Darren Benta. Number 17 has come in to replace Devon Thomas, and with number 17,
Modani. I think
number
it's
17,
Modani.
yeah, Modani. So Modani is the man who has come in. Right-hander holds the bat aloft, looks around the field. And there's a slip in place for the new batsman. And Paul Miller, in his last over, goes in to bowl. And this is cracked away and falling maybe just short of the field at that point position. I think he was wrong-footed for a while. He was looking to go to his right, had to go back to his left. But the ball was certainly hit in the end, very, very close to him. And they managed to get a single. So he's off the mark. Modani. He's on 1. The score 68 for 2. Over number 10 in progress as Paul Miller continues and cut away nicely down to the sweeper at cover. And there is only 1. The ball released very, very early. And 1 bounce to the wicket keeper. So they'll play. The winners will play Blackhawks tomorrow in the final. Blackhawks making 195 for 4 in the first semi-final tonight. 69 came from the bat of Yuri Smith, but the top scorer was 70, an unbeaten knock from Terrence Ward, the Leeward Islands player, driven down the ground by Modani down to George Munsey at long on, and they got a run for it. So we've reached the halfway point. 10 overs have been bowled, and the score is 70 for 2. So they rate just 7th over. They've lost 2 wickets. First, the left-hander in Jamal Fernandez for 35, and then his opening partner in Devon Thomas, the captain, for 20.
Yes, you'd have to say, Jack, there's pretty even Stevens at this stage. 70 for 2 and for 10 overs, going at 7 and over. They've maintained the run rate of about 7 since the start of the innings. But Jennings Tigers will be happy with those 2 wickets, as they would look to put the brakes on even more through this latter part of the innings now that Devon Thomas is out of the equation. But Darren Benter would have other ideas. He's on 10. If he can get set, then anything still possible for Bethesda. Ooh. And that one just took the inside edge, did his rolling down to the boundary. It went past the wicket keeper. No, it was byes. So 2 more to the total. That takes the total up to 72 for 2. Madani is on 2. Benter is on 10 as Madani is on strike. Morton Brown is the bowler from the northern end. He's bowled 2.2 overs so far. 1 for 13. Paul Miller just finished his spell. Not a bad spell either. Kept it tight. 1 for 25 off his 4. And that's chipped in the air and chipped straight to short mid-wicket as Madani falls. Morton Brown's got another one. Munsey takes the catch. And Jennings are just starting to assert their authority here in this second semi-final as Bethesda Golden Eagles lose their 3rd wicket. Madani caught Munsey, bowled Brown for 2. And Bethesda Golden Eagles in the 11th over are 72 for 3.
Certainly deceived by that delivery, because he wasn't playing an aggressive shot. He was just trying to just chip the ball into the onside, but chipped it in the air and straight to the fielder. Took that just above his head. George Munsey was always clear that he would hold on to that one. It was a comfortable catch at that straight mid-wicket position. So Mondani not really staying around, and it's a crucial wicket because they've already removed the openers, and so they continue to pick up wickets. And the scoring rate here by Caribbean Union Bethesda Golden Eagles is not really something to shout about so far.
Not at all, as Brown is into the new batsman in Naeem Young, former West Indies under-19s player. He strokes it up to long on to get himself underway, so he moves on to 1. Score 73 for 3 in over number 11. Brown into Benter, and Benter is looking to steer that past backward point. Can't beat the field, and there's no run. Score remains on 73 for 3. You feel Bethesda need a partnership here as he goes for the big hit over the mid-wicket region, clears the ropes for a high net maximum, does Darren Benter. He moves on to 16. The score 79 for 3. And that was a good way to finish a pretty good over there by Morton Brown, who picked up the wicket there of Madani in that over. But a good shot to finish off it. So after 11 overs, Bethesda Golden Eagles 79 for 3. Benter moves on to 16, and Young is on 1.
He's a busy player, instinctively a very attacking batsman, Darren Benter. And once he's out there, the runs are going to flow. And he hits boundaries, he hits sixes, and so the Tigers were looking to get rid of him as soon as possible. And he has the ability to bat long. he can hit 100 in the remaining overs. That type of play he is. And so if he stays around for a while, they could get a very big score on the board. But if he were to fall, it would be a very, very difficult situation for the Hawks. As we saw in their last match, not the Hawks but the Eagles, they sort of fell away with the demise of their top order batsmen, and so they'll be guarding against that tonight and hope that these two at least will bat deep, and that those to come would be in a position to really accelerate the scoring in the closing overs.
Definitely, because Benta will be the key as young Matthew Miller comes into the attack, and that one is clipped off the legs, ill-directed down leg side by Young, and he picks up his first boundary. So Bethesda starting to move it along now, 83 for 3. We're in the 12th over.
A very good shot there by Young, but it was almost it was a low full toss, but it was very close to a Yorker length delivery. But the timing was superb, the placement was excellent as well.
Miller into you, advancing. Naeem Young strokes that up to a long off for a single. He moves on to 6. The score 84 for 3 in over number 12. Brings the dangerous Benta on strike. But these two could do some damage, Jack, if they spend any amount of time at the crease. That one ill-directed again by Miller down the leg side. Wide called by the umpire. So another one to the total. That's 84 for 3. 85, sorry, for 3 in over number 12.
This is very encouraging to have a 13-year-old playing among some of the senior players in Antiguan cricket and Leeward Islands cricket.
Excellent. And that's better delivery there by Miller. Forced into the offside, but can't beat the short extra cover. Is Benta. Score remains on 85 for 3. We're in over number 12.
And looking at him, especially from a distance, you won't think of him as a 13-year-old. In fact, when I saw him first, I did not think that. I later discovered that he was 13. So, really a bright future he has.
Miller in again to Benta, sorry, and Benta is hitting that firmly back past the bowler. Picked up by Munzi at a long on. Restricts the scoring to 1. So Benta moves on to 17. The score 86 for 3.
Benta, they're looking to hit the ball perhaps a little bit too hard, and so he sacrificed the timing. So there was very little timing in that stroke.
Miller into Young, and Young is hitting that back with a point to the sweeper on the fence, who fumbles a bit, but can't restrict. Young thought he could have done a lot more with that. He's moving around at the crease while Miller was coming in. Score goes up by 1, 87 for 3. In over number 12 of this second semi-final between Jennings Tigers and Bethesda Golden Eagles, as Miller into Benta, and that one struck firmly. Long off comes around nicely, does the fielding, restricts it to 1, and that completes young Matthew Miller's first over. So at the end of over number 12, we had 12 overs. Bethesda Golden Eagles at 88 for 3, with Benta on 18 and Young on 7.
He has an air of confidence about him, Matthew Miller, and we're getting an impression that he bowls a heavy ball. A 13-year-old running in, and the shots both batsmen are playing are suggesting here that he bowls a heavy ball. So they haven't been able to time it as well as they would have liked. A lot of the balls were hit down the ground, so he's not afraid to go up, but he has the confidence to go up in their arc. And so far, he restricted both batsmen who are genuine hitters of the cricket ball.
Definitely. Now it looks like a change from the northern end. Who's that, Jack, coming in? Orlando Peters is going to bowl his second over. So he's back. He'll be bowling to Darren Benta. Peters running in from the northern end here at Coolidge. And that one, full delivery. Stroked nicely through the cover region. Cover point sweeper comes off the fence. Restricts it to 1. So 1 more to Bente. He moves on to 19. Bethesda Golden Eagles 89 for 3. And we're in over number 13.
And the Matthew Miller over, he was hit first ball for 4. But then the remaining 5 deliveries went for singles.
Yes. Okay, 9 off his first over. Orlando Peters into Naeem Young, full delivery and forced up to long on just for the single. So Young moves on to 8 and the score 90 for 3 in over number 13.
But still, the platform is here for them to get a big score because they have the batsmen out there in the middle and a few to come that can really hit it over the top.
Peters has beaten Benter there outside the off stump, fuller delivery. Score remains on 90 for 3. Yeah, very important partnership this one though. They've already put on 18. They can stay together right through these next 7.5 overs. It'll put Bethesda Golden Eagles in good shape, you'd feel. Shorter ball, and he was through the shot before the ball got to him, was Darren Benter. So as we speak, Benter falls, caught and bowled by Orlando Peters, who outfoxed him. Benter goes for 19. Bethesda Golden Eagles lose their 4th wicket. They're 90 for 4 in over number 13. You'd have to say well bowled to Orlando Peters, Jack.
Clever bowling by Orlando Peters. The change of pace, and he did it earlier. And because he knows that the batsman, Darren Bent, is instinctively an attacking player, he's going to go at him, and he's going to use variation. And that one was a slow delivery, did not pick it. And so, as you said, he was through the stroke before the ball had arrived, and only succeeded in lobbing it back to the ball. And the bowler, Orlando Peters, said, "Thank you very much." And so he accepted a simple return catch. And those are factors that our players need to really look out for. You know, the variation, and just don't go by your instinct, but to watch the ball as closely as possible. And had he been doing that, he would have realized that it was a slow delivery. But he went into the pull shot right away, and he paid the price.
Okay, so Kenjigi has joined Naeem Young at the crease. Orlando Peters has brought Munzi back into slip, taking him out of the short mid-wicket region. I still feel they need some sort of partnership here, Bethesda, as Peters is into Kenjigi, who's clipping that nicely off his toes up to mid-on, who's now inside the circle for 1, gets him going. Score goes up to 91 for 3 in over number 13.
Earlier on, you said with justification that the Eagles look to be the better team on paper, and many would give them the edge. But we must also consider, and we must also relate to the fact that Jennings Tigers are unbeaten so far in the competition. They have not lost a match.
Yes, they've sort of flown under the radar a bit, haven't they? Jennings Tigers, but you're quite right. They haven't lost a match.
They had 2 wins and that rained out fixture.
They rained out, yeah. That completes Orlando Peters is over. So we've had 13 overs and Bethesda Golden Eagles 91 for 4 with Naeem Young on 8 and Kinjigi on 1. So they'll be looking to really turn it on, especially Naeem Young here in this semi-final. In the last 7 overs remaining of the Bethesda innings to try and post a challenging score here for Jennings. Looks like another change.
Yeah, going at 7 over is something that they would want to improve and improve very, very quickly indeed. But they're losing wickets, and they're losing key wickets. So it's almost a catch-22 situation facing them.
Jediah Martin back into the attack from the commentary box end, and that first delivery is steered down to third man for a single by Kinjigi. He goes on to 2. Score 92 for 4 in over number 14.
And that, to some extent, may just delay the decision to go hard, because at some point they're going to have to go hard.
Yeah.
And if they're going to continue to lose wickets, they're going to have to think about that. They're going to have to consider if we're going to go too hard and then get bowled out. So those factors need to be considered.
In again to an advancing Naeem Young. He beats the short extra cover, takes the single. He moves on to 9. A score 93 for 4. Jediah Martin back into the attack. He bowled 1 over previously, which went for 15. He's at the top of his mark now as he runs into Kenjigi. And Kenjigi is hooking that straight away, straight up in the air, and for some reason the short fine leg must have lost it in the lights. He's saying that to his teammates that he didn't see it, it just lobbed in the air. He took a couple of paces forward and then just stopped, let the ball bounce. The batsman took the single, said thank you very much, and 94 for 4.
Yes, he obviously lost sight of that because he just stood up.
Martin in again to Young, and that is clipped nicely straight down to fine leg into the boundary. 4 runs, too easy. Full down leg side that time by Martin. He hasn't had the best of nights, but he'd be very, very disappointed with the previous delivery before that one that should have been caught, should have been taken. But however, Bethesda Golden Eagles roll on to 98 for 4, and Young is up to 13.
Certainly not having the best of nights. His first over 15 runs came from it. Had an opportunity here to break the partnership, and the fielder losing sight of the ball, and the next delivery was clipped away for 4. So he must be saying, well, I need to change this. I need to change what's happening here. But he's persisting.
Martin in again to Young, and Young moved right across his stumps there. Took him on the pad, but high and outside the line of off, I'd say. Leg by call by the umpire, so the score goes up by 1. Bethesda Golden Eagles 99 for 4. We're in over number 14. Jediah Martin in again, this time to Kenjigi, and Kenjigi is cutting that, beats the diving backward point. He gets a hand to it though. It's tidied up there by the third man on the boundary. So they just take the single off the last ball. The 100 comes up for the Bethesda Golden Eagles. So after 14 overs, Bethesda Golden Eagles are 100 for 4. Young on 13, Kenjigi on 4, and of course this is the second semi-final of the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion for 2022. The winner will meet the defending champions, the Alberta Blackhawks, who beat the Rising Sun Spartans in the first semi-final tonight by some 52 runs.
50 runs.
50 runs. Exactly 50 runs. They put up 195 for 4 and then restricted Rising Sun Spartans to 144. The ground staff are getting ready. Could be a bit of a rain around, gentlemen. And at the moment,
that's the forecast, that we may have a sprinkle or two. We may have but I don't think it would be of major concern.
And he's got another one caught and bowled as Martin. Morton Brown. That's his second caught and ball for the night. This one a bit more difficult. He had to dive forward, but it was just knocked back to him from Kenjigi. Takes the wicket. Bethesda Golden Eagles lose their 5th. They're in a spot of butter here, Jack. In the 15th over, 100 for 5. Kenjigi is gone, caught and bowled. Morton Brown for 4.
And again, he has deceived the batsman. We saw him having a return catch, wonderful return catch above his head to dismiss Jabal Fernandez, and now having a return catch, this time having to dive forward and taking it inches from the ground to dismiss Kenjigi. And so as the wickets fall, the demand is certainly increasing for the Eagles to rise to a big score here tonight. And we can say right now that the opposition, they are on top. We can say that they are on top.
They are on top, most definitely. Half the side gone, only 100 on the board. We're getting down to the business end of the innings. Who's come out now? Gavin Tong will face Morton Brown, and that one is stroked nicely by Tong back past the bowler, up to long off for one. He's underway.
Over 20 years ago, I saw Gavin Tong hit 100 against St. Kitts. It was a blistering assault on the St. Kitts team in the Leeward Islands Cricket Tournament.
Brown this time is cut away by Naeem Young to the sweeper out on the cover point boundary. Take the single. Jennings Tigers and Morton Brown will not mind this. 102 for 5.
But I think that he's a shadow of that sort of player now.
20 years is a long time, Jack.
Yes.
That one defended into the offside by Young.
That was my estimation, that in terms of the years, but could be around that 18. Time travels very, very quickly. I think it's about that. I think maybe even more.
He's
But
taking
he has
a
been
big
around
heave
for
at that
ages.
one. Takes the inner edge of the bat. Rolls down to the fine leg region. The short fine leg is inside the circle. He retrieves it. Just another single. So Tong moves to 2. Score 103 for 5. We're coming to the end of over number 15 as that's knocked nicely into the mid-wicket region for another single to Naeem Young to complete the over. So after 15 overs, Bethesda Golden Eagles are 104 for 5 with Young on 15, and he's the key, I'd say. Tung is on 2. Can they, with the last 5 overs, get a score on the board that they feel that they can defend? Because at the moment, the undefeated Jennings Tigers are certainly restricting them and well on top at the moment. And just a reminder, this coverage of the Cool and Smooth T20 is made possible by CNN Community Sports Network, a subsidiary of the Parish League, with studio located on High Street. Live matches can be viewed on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram and CTV Channel 8. Along with live studio shows, follow the network for all your live, local sporting action. As Martin will continue from the commentary box end, and he's bowling to Young. To this delivery, Young is hammering that through the cover region. The sweeper comes off the boundary. They look for 2, and that is excellent running between Young and Gavin Tong. 2 more to the score. Young moves up to 16. Score 105 for 5, and we're in over number 16.
Yes, and we saw there the spell of Morton Brown coming to an end. 3 for 24 from his 4 overs. So Jedediah Martin, contrasting, he has been hit about. Here is a ball hit high in the air, down towards the mid-wicket area. The fielder comes around, takes a catch. And another wicket falls for the Eagles. Oh, they're really falling. They're descending at this time. They're not ascending at all. So the Eagles are in trouble with the fall of that wicket. They are now 106 for 6. 106 for 6 with the demise of that player for the Eagles.
Yeah, Naeem Young gone for 17. Another big wicket there picked up by the Jennings Tigers, and you'd have to say they're all over the Bethesda Golden Eagles at the moment. That ball was a wide delivery outside the off stump, and instead of going through the offside, Naeem Young tried to drag it through the mid-wicket region, caught the upper portion of the bat, and the fielder did very well there in Paul Miller, was it? I think. Running back from backward square leg, and took it over his shoulder. So excellent, well-judged catch. They've lost their 6, so this is trouble as Martin comes to the crease to join Tong. Anthony Iroots, we know he can hit a ball.
And he showed that in the last match. He hit a
did.
mighty 6.
He top scored, didn't he? I think in the last match with 19.
So he stands at the non-striker's end now. And this ball is driven into the offside. Well, into the onside. He was looking offside, Gavin Tong. But ball ended up at long on, where George Munsey is positioned. And they got a single for it. Will these two veterans of Bethesda and Antiguan cricket do something special? They've been around for a long time. Both have played for the West Indies. One at the test level and the other at the one international level.
Yeah.
Gavin Tong, as a fast bowler, played a solitary test in Australia.
In Perth, I was there, Jack.
Yes, many, many moons ago. Ball hit in the air.
Oh,
and he's caught it. He has caught it brilliantly.
what a catch!
Anthony Martin is out.
First ball.
Oh, that's a brilliant catch.
That is a great catch, low to the ground. It was a grassy, he dive forward, hit with power, and took it both hands cleanly. And why not lift the man up?
So, it was
Jaime
Jaime Africa
Africa
who took it.
Excellent.
Brilliant,
Excellent
brilliant catch. Anthony Martin driving hard in the vicinity of extra cover. And the ball was dying on the field, and Jaime Africa went down very, very low, dived forward, and clutched the ball inches from the ground. Brilliant effort to dismiss Anthony Martin. No top scoring tonight.
No.
He has been dismissed first ball. And the wheels are really, I should say the wings are falling off of the Eagles right now. They're 107 for 7. And this is over number 16 in progress. I remember saying earlier they would have to determine when they would go hard. They're in danger of being bowled out now with 7 wickets down. And this is over number only 16.
Yeah, and I think it all stems around Devon Thomas. He threw his wicket away, and that started the collapse. He was obviously had it in mind that he subdue himself and bat through the 20 overs. There doesn't seem to be a plan B, because none of these guys, all right, they're bowling heavy balls and everything like that, and it is night time under the lights. But none of these guys have got their time at all tonight, Jack.
Certainly. So Jedediah Martin gets success. He runs in, and it's a ball which takes the batsman on the pad. Maybe there was a little bit of bat. There wasn't an appeal, but the ball trickled into the leg gully area. And so they now, I think, just batting to survive at the moment, because with 7 wickets down, they're down to the low order of this Bethesda Golden Eagles batting. He's beaten outside the line of the off stump. The batsman who was coming there, just trying to pick up the identity of the batsman who was coming to join Gavin Tong.
Thomas.
So another Thomas in the
Timo
Thomas has come out to join Gavin Tong, and really these two will have to go, I think, for the rest of the overs to actually make sure, because once 8 wickets are down, anything can happen, and you find yourself being bowled out under the 20 overs for a paltry score in a semi-final.
But they need to tell themselves that they just get as many as they can, whether it comes in singles or twos. If they can't get the boundaries, fair enough, because runs on the board is still runs on the board. So they've still got 4 overs, 24 legitimate deliveries. If they can say to themselves, we get at least 1 a ball, another 25, 30, you're looking at around 100 and 135, 140. You never know.
Yeah. So we're watching as this ball is hit high in the air,
not
goes
like
down
that.
to the third man fielder, another chance for a catch, and he's dropped. Oh, he was a little bit casual there, maybe overconfident, and he was waiting on it. The fielder in that position, just trying to pick up the fielder.
Adrian
Barron on the edge of the circle there at third man. He waited forever, and when the ball came, he stretched out both hands, and it fell through his hands, and a chance has gone a-begging. Was it Gavin Tong who played that?
Yeah.
Yes. So chance for Gavin Tong. So Timmy Thomas will now face the bowler who is operating from the far end, and it's turned away down towards the backward square position for a single by Thomas. And the score will go on to 109 for 7. And the bowling operation is Brown. Brown is back into the attack, started the bowling from that very end, the northern end of the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of Cricket West Indies. As Caribbean Union Bank, Bethesda Golden Eagles falter here. They're falling. The Eagles are falling from the sky. Here is a ball from Brown. It's hit by Gavin Tong over the top.
Is out there.
And
no,
it has gone for 6. So Gavin Tong felt that he had enough on it. He didn't really look as if the fielder had a chance. He just hit that, and he was looking to take strike again. It was hit with authority by Gavin Tong. He can hit the ball a distance.
Definitely.
So showing that he still has even flashes of that old form.
And that was a good strike, and it could be a wicket they'll rule with Barron, just being a bit casual, as you said, Jack.
Kenroy Brown is into him, and Gavin Tong is going hard at this ball. It goes down to the third man position, and a sprawling save by the fielder who was the culprit early on, Adrian Barron.
But that was the commitment that he should have put into taking the catch.
Yes, he was scurrying around to his left there, almost behind the wicket keeper, and he made the save inside the 30-yard circle. They got only a single for it, so Gavin Tong is off strike. It's 116 for 7. Number 9 batsman in Timo Thomas is now facing the bowling of Brown, and he'll get a single as he tucks the ball away towards the forward square leg position. They come back for the second. Yes, they come back, and good running between these two. So it was just a gentle nudge into the onside towards the square leg umpire, and they knew right away there was an opportunity because the fielder was way back on the boundary at square leg, and so a lot of acres to cover, and they darted back for the second run. So they'll be looking to play it smart here in the closing overs. This is over number what? Number 18 in progress?
17.
Number 17 in progress. So still 3 to come. Pushed away into the offside. No run on this occasion for Timo Thomas. Over number 17 has come to an end. And Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles winning the toss and deciding to take first strike in the second semi-final of the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. They're 118 for 7 with Gavin Tong on 11 and 3 to Timo Thomas.
Yes, and that was good running between the wickets, and Tong already smacked the 6, so that's what they'll be looking for. They'll still believe they can get up to 140 plus, and as I say, you never know, that could be challenging enough. Jack, runs on the board, semi-final pressure, scoreboard pressure. They'll be thinking along those lines, as long as you say, they don't get bowled out. It's very important that they bat these remaining 3 overs to give themselves every possibility in this match.
And Gavin Tong will be looking to play it smart. He'll be looking to use all his experience. So here is Orlando Peters pitching from the far end, now bowling from the commentary box, and he hits it hard. And I think he's going to clear the field. He does. 6 runs to Gavin Tong. So he still has that punch. Oh, he hit that one very, very hard indeed. It was a shortish ball, and he really hit that one powerfully from outside the line of the off stump. He's a tall man, and he got underneath that one, and he smacked it over the fielder, Muncie, at long on for 6 runs. Orlando Peters strides into bowl to him once more. Ball well up, and he's driving into the offside through the extra
the hamstring's gone.
Oh, yes.
The hamstring's gone.
Wow. That's bad news. That's bad news.
Very, very bad.
It's not their tournament. It's not their tournament at all.
It's not happening, but he's in a lot of pain, is Gavin.
Yeah.
And you could see it go as he pushed hard to run that first one quickly.
I wonder if he's going to stay on. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to make strokes as well. No, he's not going to be able to run.
Yeah, he is going to stay on, though.
Yeah, he's going to fight the pain.
Very brave, but how much will it restrict the scoring, as you say, though, Jack? Because these blows that he's dealing are very, very important blows, which is why that drop.
And another factor, if they were to win, he would miss the final tomorrow.
Well, that's true, too. Maybe stay up all night and keep it warm, you reckon, Jack? So he doesn't miss the final.
At his age, I doubt it. I doubt it. No, I doubt he'll be able to. Driven into the offside, and he's hobbling up. Will he be able to make it? He does.
Now that's pretty poor fielding, though.
Yeah, but that's a change that the ICC has made that I'm never in agreement with, and probably will never be.
No, ridiculous.
Yes, because it's obviously clear that he pulled the hamstring.
Right, and it's nothing deliberate.
Right,
it happened in the match.
Yeah.
So why?
I can understand when players are going to fake injuries and so on, but when it's absolutely clear, as is the case now, you should permit a runner.
Definitely.
Here is Orlando Peters into Gavin Tong outside the line of the off stump, and he's impeded.
Intelligent bowling.
Yes. Yeah. So he knows that impediment is there, and so Orlando Peters put it outside off stump.
If you come in to a match with an injury or a slight injury, and you aggravate that injury, okay, I can understand that. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. You should be allowed a runner.
Yeah. Orlando Peters is in, and Gavin Tong whips it into the onside. This time it's going to be run out, yes.
Hard luck, Gavin, but well done. Great courage.
Yes, so Gavin Tong has been run out. He was really looking to take charge out in the middle, and Bethesda Golden Eagles needed him tonight more than ever. They really needed his contribution, his six hitting ability, but that has been snuffed out by a hamstring injury, and ultimately his demise by the run out route. 126 now for 8 over number 18 in progress, and they're running the risk here of being bowled out.
Yeah, they've still got 13 legitimate deliveries to go, and also that injury to Gavin Tong, not only obviously bad for the man himself, but you could probably say that they're 15 to 20 runs short because of what he could have provided with the way he was striking the ball.
First ball, the next ball, which turned out to be the last ball of the over, was played into the offside, and no run resulted from it. So we've had 18 overs completed, 18 overs gone. And Caribbean Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles are now 126 for 8, 126 for 8. Kelvin Pittman, the man who has come out, and so he will be on strike. Timmy Thomas is unbeaten on 4. So the question is, how many more runs can they get? Will they be able to survive? What should be the ploy of the fielding side right now? Should they look to attack? What should be the ploy of Jennings? I think they're gonna try and.
I think Jennings should just
bowl
at the
and
stumps.
let them go.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens here. As Brown is in, and here's a ball played, a chance for a run out. The ball played to the pole, thrown to the bowler's end, and there was Timmy Thomas having to scurry back into his ground. Kelvin Pittman played the ball into the offside, down to the backward point area, and wasn't at all interested in going for a run.
He wasn't even. He was watching the ball.
Yes, and there was Thomas running down looking for the single, for more than one reason, to put another run on the board and also to gain the strike. But Pittman wasn't aware. Here is Brown into bowl team, and he's slashing and missing outside the off stump, trying to hit that on the drive, hitting on the up, but not being able to make contact.
But this is not good game awareness that we talk about, though, Jack. I mean, all he needs to do is lay bat on ball and take off, and try and get Thomas back on strike. That ball, as you say, he's trying to hit on the up, trying to hit too hard. He's not a batsman. So any run, any extra run, are vital at this stage when you've only got 120 order on the board.
So here is Brown into bowl team, and he's driving and missing again outside the line of the off stump. Late on that stroke, And so we have a succession of dot balls now, and that's what Bethesda would not want. 126 for 8. Every chance of getting up to that 140 mark is evaporating with each dot ball that is bowled. Kenroy Brown, now in the course of his last over, he is at 3.3, none for 23. Comes in now, and it's clipped away. They'll get a single this time, and Timmy Thomas scurries to the striker's end with a sense of relief, because a ball has not been bowled as the previous ones, and will go down as a dot ball because they got a single for it.
But
And significantly, he's on strike.
yeah, it brought Thomas back onto strike, and it was also nicely played though, Pittman. He just turned it. He didn't try to belt the stitches of it.
127 for 8. 2 balls left in over number 19 outside the off stump, and Thomas is playing and missing. But this is intelligent bowling as well.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yes, he's bowling outside the line of the off stump. He realized very, very early that they're not being able to handle these full length deliveries outside the line of the off stump because of the lack of foot movement. They're essentially tail enders,
Yes.
lower the batsmen. And so he's just living outside the line of the off stump with the same length, the same line, and it's proving to be very, very beneficial for the Jennings Tigers. Here is Brown once more, again outside the off stump, and again it's a play and miss situation for the Eagles.
So just the one of the over.
One of the 19th over, something that is perhaps unheard of, if you will.
Yeah,
But
very rare
it's
anyway.
certainly not the norm. Probably it has happened before. Maybe even a maiden has been bowled as the 19th over in a T20 match. But those are rare situations. Normally it's helter-skelter in the closing overs. It's 127 for 8, 1 over to come. And will they be able to get into the 130s and even smash 1 or 2 and get up to 140?
Yeah, they
We
need
just have to wait and see.
They definitely need a couple of boundaries off this last
But they,
6 deliveries.
But they're going up against Orlando Peters, and he has been very, very clever tonight. 3 overs he has bowled. And this is driven, and he half stops the ball. Goes down to the long off position. So 1 to Pittman, it looks like. Yes, so Pittman gets 1 more. And with that single, he goes on to 2. And the score now 128 for 8.
Very important here, though. If they can't find the fence, at least get something off every delivery.
Yeah, the scoring rate just above 6 for over, far from the requirement. And here is Thomas playing this one down to the sweeper at cover, but they get only 1. So the runs are coming in singles, and they would love for the boundaries and the 6s to be flowing at this point. But that's not the case for Bethesda Golden Eagles. 129 for 8 as Orlando Peters turns the loss, and they look to go in to bowl. He has had 1 for 18. This is his 4th and final over, the final over of the innings.
Well bowled.
And he's playing outside the off stump and missing. Trying
Slow
to
ball.
carve it into the onside and deceived by the slow delivery. Orlando Peters, played for the Leewards. Another important member of this Jennings Tigers lineup. All-rounder, showing his all-round ability. He runs away from us, goes past umpire Leslie Reefer, and the batsman is driving. A chance for a run out. The ball is thrown to the wrong end. There was Orlando Peters at the bowler's end, had the field at point, realized that the non-striker was charging up the pitch and had already reached the point almost of no return. Had to put the brakes on, and he scurried back. The return went to the keeper's end, to Kyle Cabey, and by the time the relay came, the batsman had recovered. He had regained his ground. So we have 2 balls left in the innings. 129. He's swinging at this ball. Doesn't get hold of it. It goes back along the pitch. Playing too early.
Yep.
playing too early. So
But he's been very crafty tonight, though, Orlando.
he has, and he has managed to deceive the batsman because it's just about the same action.
Mm-hmm.
There doesn't seem to be a variation in terms of his action. He doesn't seem to be slowing up in delivering the ball. So he has managed to marshal that very, very well. Goes in now with a final delivery, Orlando Peters. He goes in, bowls final ball, and is tempted whack.
Too good.
Ball beats the bat, ends the over, and ends the innings. So Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles opting to bat in the second semi-final of the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, finishing on 129 for 8. 129 for 8. And it means that the Jennings Tigers will need 130 to claim a spot in tomorrow's final against the PIC Liberta Black Hawks. And they're odds-on favourites to do so because they have the players. They have George Munsey, who has been very successful so far in the tournament. He will open the batting, and with his ability and the likes of Orlando Peters and even Morton Brown and these guys, the Paul Millers, etc., they should be able to pull this one off. It will just take some concentration on their part as they look to overhaul the score of 129. They'll have to bowl outside. They'll have to bowl outside of the ordinary to really pull this one off, the Eagles, because 130 in a T20 match, certainly you would fancy getting that any time in conditions that we have tonight, with the pitch playing well, fast outfield, and you don't have the psychological barrier of chasing a big score. I think they should be able to pull this one off. But we're talking a game of cricket, and anything can happen. They'll still have to go and get the score. So we will now just ask Vernon Springer to come on and direct proceedings.
Yeah, let Jack and Terry get themselves organized and get their meal, get themselves organized. Just to give you a very quick update in terms of the scorecard for the action. Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda would be more or less disappointed in the final analysis of the score tonight. And as you heard from Jack and Terry, not a very good display at all. And I think one of the tough things that you would have seen tonight would have been the man himself, Gavin Tong, more or less pulling up in terms of what's going on. So I'm just going to give you an idea of the scorecard. The target is going to be 130. They need 130 to win. And so just give you an idea in terms of what's happening. Devon Thomas caught Cameron Miller, bowled Paul Miller for 20. Jamal Fernandez caught and bowled Morton Brown for 35. Shushant Mondani caught George Munson, bowled Morton Brown for 2. Naim Young caught Paul Miller, bowled Jadesha Martin for 17. Nordish Kaniji caught and bowled Martin Brown for 4. Gavin Tong run out Paul Miller for 18. Anthony Martin caught Jaime Africa, bowled Martin without scoring. The bowling scorecard for Jennings Tigers: Kenroy Brown, 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. Yes. 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. Paul Miller, 4 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Orlando Peters, he finished his spell off with 1 for 19. Yeah, 1 for 19. Orlando Peters. Jadesha Martin, 3 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, 2 wickets. Morton Brown, 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 3 wickets. Let me repeat again. And he really kind of mesmerized the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda batters. 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 3 wickets. And young Matthew Miller bowled 1 over, no maiden, 9 runs, no wicket. In terms of the fall of wickets, Jamal Fernandez, he was the first to go after sharing an opening partnership of 52. So they lost the first wicket at 52. The second at 66, Devon Thomas. The third of Shushant Mondani. And then we had the fourth of Darren Benter. Kaniji at 5 for 100, 6 for 106. Naim Young, 7 for 107, Anthony Martin, and Gavin Tong was the final batsman to get out. He was run out. So the stage is set, and let me just take some time out to let you know they will need 130 to win. Timo Thomas was left not out on 5, Kelvin Pittman was left not out on 2, and Orlando Peters, he really bowled with good control, the captain of this team, and all to play for now. So we wait and see what's going to be happening in the second part of this game. It's now 8:49 here in Antigua and Barbuda. And when you look at the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda batting display tonight, this could still be a good game. You got to take into consideration they have the likes of people like Anthony Martin, who can bowl well. But the dark horse in this team here so far, and you got to really pay attention to them, as Jennings Tigers. They're quietly going about their business so far in this competition. So you got to keep your minds open and focus on anything that is possible. 130 is what they will need to win. On behalf of the Cool and Smooth organizing committee and organizers, we just want to be able to salute the sponsors: Pineapple Beach Club, Supreme Security, Kennedy's Club Limited, Stonewall Reloaded, Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Images Design, Signs and Impressions, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Hadid Motors, APOA INET, Tropical Shipping, Cricket West Indies, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, and Global Bank of Commerce. One can't forget, but at least make sure that we remember that covering of the Cool and Smooth T20 is made possible by the Community Sports Network, CSN, a subsidiary of the Parish League, with their studios located on High Street, where you'll be able to get live matches which can be viewed on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and also Channel 8 on CTV, along with live studio shows followed the network for live local sports. So I want to thank Taddy Arundel, Mark Charles, and all of the folks, Kerry White and company, who have made this coverage here possible. The coverage also is being aired on Platinum FM 97.9 and also on the Cool and Smooth YouTube channel page. So this game is not over by a long shot. You have Kelvin Pittman, Timo Thomas, and Naim Young. So Devon Thomas himself, he can come and bowl a couple of overs, but you can't rule out somebody like Anthony Martin. So Jennings, they're gonna really, if they want to get into the final, they're gonna have to play some smart cricket. It's gonna be interesting to see which team turns up tonight, which bowling unit turns up. For the Caribbean Union Bethesda Golden Eagles, Coach John Archibald quietly having a discussion or just looking in, just waiting for everybody's attention to get into the circle. And we look over on the left side of us, we'll know that there's Munson, and somebody will be coming out. Most likely it will be KB. We don't know if they will change that lineup tonight. Those are the two that came in the last game. We have a situation here where the crowd has turned out nicely, and this is going to be an exciting game. The winner will clash with PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks. Still a spot to play for. 20 overs to go. 120 balls. They need 130 singles. Don't think you can get any easier than that. And that's the simplest form that I think that I can break it down. So good positive cricket is what is going to be required tonight. And the approach here from these two is going to be pretty careful. So let's see what's going to be happening. Looks like it's KB and Munson coming out. Muncie. And or it might be Adrian Barron. We're going to wait and see. We'll pay attention. More looks like the keeper KB. Something that they look like they will be continuing with. And so we'll pay attention to see in terms of what's happening. Left and right combination. Moving out for the Jennings Tigers. And Kyle KB, the wicketkeeper, he will be opening the batting. Flagman is here with the cool and smooth flag. And who will be starting? Let's see what's going to be happening. Is it Kaniji? Looks like it will be the left arm spinner Kaniji. So Devon Thomas starting with spin. This is going to be a very, 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 very important game. They need 130 to win if they want a spot in the final. Jennings Tigers, Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda, led by Devon Thomas. They would also want to get into the final. So two teams. It's now down to 2. Yeah, started with 8, and we're now down to 2. The final 2. And we're looking just for one more team to get into Saturday's final. All to play for. Thomas starting at first slip. The left arm spinner in Kaniji, who start from the CIUN. You have a long on, short mid wicket, short fine leg, slip, a backward point, and a cover. Munson comes quietly forward. He can't score. It's going to be interesting to see what his approach is going to be like. Last game that he played, he captured the man of the match for Jennings Tigers with a 57, 39 balls, 49 minutes, 9 fours and 1 6. He's from Scotland, and he strikes a ball. Here is him sweeping, reverse sweep, thinking about a single but changed his mind. So switch it came out there very quickly from Muncie. Misfield didn't really cost Naim Young anything. Here goes Kaniji. Kenny's going for the switch it. Beautiful shot, bisected both fielders and down to the boundary for 4. Both Timo Thomas and Naim Young. And this is something I sure that Munson would have practiced for so many hours. He just kept practicing on that switch it and boundary to Jennings Tigers. And Munson is off the mark very quickly. 4 without loss. Everybody quiet. There's just a lull around in terms of what's going to be happening. Ken, he's going for that. He's out caught. He's out caught. Devon Thomas has pulled off a screamer. What is he waiting for? He's questioning. Let's see. Is the umpire? They're having a conversation. So let's see what's going to be happening. He's waiting. But I think the catch was taken cleanly by Devon Thomas. He's now saying to Devon Thomas that the ball bounced before. The umpire's having a conversation. Let's wait and see what's happening. O'Geese is going to come back into position. And is it not out? Well, according to the umpires, Leslie Reefer would have been saying that so we wait for a little while. Here is Muncie driving inside out all the way for INET maximum. So just for a moment we thought we had a catch, but the umpire Leslie Reefer thought that Thomas the ball would have bounced in front of him. 10 without loss. Wait for a little while as we look again as Kaniji comes in now. The ball to Muncie. And again he switch it in again. And down to the boundary for 4. Gone past Naim Young. Yes, Terry has just got himself organized and fed his face. Welcome back, Terry.
Thank you, Vernon. Good evening. Good evening to all our listeners and viewers.
I need to win something from you, but you're not in a betting mood tonight.
I'm very wary about betting against you.
You are. 14 without loss. Terry, the action happening here.
Action is happening. I had a chance in the first over I saw. at early wickets will be the key for Bethesda to get themselves back into this match.
I don't know. They batted poorly. And
They
so
did.
I don't know if they're going to be able to find Anthony Martin is going to have to come up with something special.
Most definitely. And well, we know what he can do, so
I think that Kyle KB will have a torrid time against Anthony Martin. The experience, the guile. He's played for the West Indies A team. He comes in now to bowl to KB. KB's just whipping this one beautifully. And thinking about coming back for two. No. Again, the hesitation. The running himself. But in the end, they get the wicketkeeper not tidying up there. In fact, it ricocheted
hit
over
the stump.
But Devon Thomas should have done a lot better. Even backing up there. Score in the meantime goes up to 16 without loss. And KB is off the mark. Very strong, Terry, in that Midland leg area. We saw in the preliminary game.
yes.
It's down the
There he
onside
goes
again.
again.
There he goes, down to the boundary for 4. Badly line delivery by Anthony Martin. You can't bowl that line.
No, Anthony will be disappointed about that. But as we say, that's bowling to KB's strength there. And Jennings are away to a flyer, which is exactly what they would have been hoping for, but not Bethesda. So they need to do something here. He needs to get back online.
20 without loss. He comes in now to bowl to KB. KB is back and flashing that. Racing away down to the third man boundary. I think they will save that one and they get 2 runs quite easily. So KB has looked a lot more freer in this innings here so far, Terry.
Yes, yeah, he looks like he means business and he looks in good touch, which is a danger sign for Bethesda.
If you're wondering what's happening on Platinum FM 97.9 is live ball by ball coverage of the cricket. Here is KB again whipping this one again beautifully out to the field at deep backward square. You only get 1 this time, but the intent, I like his approach, I like his intent here, young KB, and he's just growing in confidence, the wicketkeeper for Jennings Tigers.
Definitely, he's a man on a mission. He means business.
23 without loss.
And of course, Scottish international Munsey on strike now. He's
Yeah.
on 14.
And he's an attacking player, Munsey.
Big unit.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a big, powerful boy. So you'll understand that. See how he handles Anthony Martin, Munsey. Munsey waits as Martin comes in out to bowl to him, and he's back and flashing that beautiful save there by Kaniji. I think he would have saved 2 runs there. In the meantime, diving effort. Score goes up to 24 without loss. They need wickets. They need early wickets. Caribbean Union Bank, Bethesda. Munsey, in the meantime, he goes up to 15. KB is just looking to turn that. Casual in his approach. 2 overs bowled. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the second semi-final. They need 130 to win. Jennings are 24 without loss at the end of over number 2.
Yes, excellent start there by Jennings so far. They're going at 12 and over. They only have to go at just under 6. 5.89 is the run rate required. So they're well on top. And the batsmen so far supporting the good work they did in the field. But that was a good save there by Kanjigi of the last ball of that previous over. And that's the type of dedication that's going to be required tonight by the Bethesda Golden Eagles if they got any chance in this match. 129 is the target. So it's not many to play for, so early wickets vital, but so far they just haven't been able to get the right lines and lengths.
So the young quickie, the prospect
Pittman.
for the Leeward Islands, Kelvin Pittman, and he's bowling from the right end. The CIUN, no slip. You got a third man, short fine leg, a backward point, a cover, gully, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket. He comes in now to bowl to Munsey, and Munsey is trying to just work this one around. I wanted to talk a little bit, Terry, when you and Jacko on about young Matthew Miller. And you realize the little intelligence at 13 years old. Now he bowled one delivery which went offline. And then the other deliveries, he bowled them as straight as possible, forcing the batters to hit him down to long on and long off. Most of these senior bowlers who are playing in this competition, you don't see that happening. What you tend to see them is bowling short.
Very true.
Into Bolton Munsey, pulling that one again. Pittman is aggressive. He's going to be coming again. He got a lesson the other night when he was playing against Parish League Blackhawks. He ran into Raheem Cornwall, and sometimes you have to control your emotion. And at that time, I was very impressed that Naeem Young walked up to him and said, "Take it easy. Got to take it easy. You can't get carried away." That's what Cornwall wants. You know, you just focus on what you have to do. Munsey waits for Pittman. He comes in now, bows to him. Rhythm really not right there. He's fumbling, coming through in his strides there, Terry. Look at juggler, not the real complete Pittman that you normally see. But in the meantime, rotation of the strike. Munsey goes to 16 and the score goes up to 24 without loss.
Yeah, he's just trying to get his rhythm, I feel, but he's definitely got the pace. His pace is up again tonight, which is great to see. You just get that rhythm, you'll be okay. Still persistent with the slip.
I think it is important for him to get his strike pattern going. That looks a lot better.
Oh,
ooh, that had some pace there on it there. Kyle Kirby looking to go square, and the ball nearly got on the edge onto his stump. Went past Benter, the wicketkeeper, and down. Devon Thomas running from first slip inside the 30-yard circle. Couldn't stop the single. Score in the meantime goes up to 26 without loss. Munsey comes back into strike. He's on 16. They need wickets, Terry. Maybe you need to help them.
They do. They need wickets in a hurry. Vernon? Why? They're not going to get them like that.
And it's gone boom.
That's gone
Had
into
some folks scurrying for cover there.
sticky wicket.
I think the groundsmen, they're having a laugh about it, but you got to be able to help somebody out there. Short ball by Pittman, and Munsey got on top of it. He's a big guy, and he hit that forward a square for 6. And the score in the meantime goes up to 32 without loss. He's going to be the danger man. If they get him, and maybe can put some pressure back on the Jennings Tigers. If he flies off, Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda could be in trouble. Pittman losing his focus, losing his rhythm there. Had to go right back. This is only over number 3. So it's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the second semi-final. We just learned over the peer system that the first game, Terry, will start at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Apparently they're checking that out.
Here goes.
See if that's true or not.
Pittman as he comes in out to bowl to Munsey. Munsey is back and steering this, but can't beat Naeem Young and short third man error. The score at the end of over number 3 is 32 without loss. So we had 14, Terry, off the first over, right? 10 off the second and 8 off the third.
Yeah, they're going along at a good clip, good rate of knots, really. Jennings Tigers, they're all over Bethesda Eagles, Golden Eagles so far this evening. That short ball by Pittman was just too short. He had the 2 men back. The 2 men out in the power play was the deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg, but it was far too short. And Munsey was onto it on a flash and cracked it way over the boundary rope. So at 32 for no wicket after 3 overs, they're going at 10s, and the run rate required is only about half that, 5.7. So they definitely need wickets to Bethesda Golden Eagles. As that one, KB dies on him, dies through to Benter as well, the keeper. So there's no run. There's Naeem Young into the attack now from the commentary box end. He's got a slip in place. Third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. As Young is up to KB, and that one full and wide outside the off stump. Missed by Missed by KB, and there is no run. KB is on 10, Munsey is on 22. Jennings Tigers in pursuit of 130 for victory. A 32 for no wicket as Young runs away from us into KB, and KB gets that one on the hip, turns it round for a single. And no bat involved, so they'll take the leg by. Score goes up by 1, 33 without loss in over number 4. Jennings Tigers, Bethesda Golden Eagles posted 129 for 8, which was below par for them. They never really got going. Some good, tight defensive bowling by Jennings Tigers. Of course, they're unbeaten in this tournament and looking to join the other unbeaten team in defending champions Liberta Blackhawks in the final, and that's well played by Munsey. Just dropped the bat on that one and took off for the quick single. So he's up to 22 and the score, no, he's up to 23 and the score is 34 without loss in over number 4, being bowled by the former West Indies under-19s player Naeem Young. He's up to the wicket now, and KB is trying to force this. Takes the under edge of the bat, flies towards short fine leg, and they scamper through for another single. They're unable to stop the runs here at the moment. Bethesda, Jennings Tigers scoring off every delivery. Just adjustment in the field. They bring in the third man back into the circle. They got the 2 men deep on the onside to the left-handed Munsey. A slower ball by Young, and was chopped down to a short third man who fumbled, but they didn't take the single, so that completes over number 4. So at the end of 4 overs in pursuit of 130 for a victory and a place in the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion final for 2022. Jennings Tigers well on their way, 35 without loss after 4 overs, with Munsey on 23 and KB is on 11. So this is a good positive start here by Jennings Tigers, chasing this modest total set by Bethesda Golden Eagles as Devon Thomas rings the changes in the field. It'll be Pittman bounding in from the northern end, and that one strikes KB on the pad, but it looked to be going down leg, and they scamper through for a leg by. So that takes the score up to 35 without loss in over number 5. And of course, earlier today, defending champions Liberta Blackhawks comfortably defeated Rising Sun Spartans by 50 runs to reach yet another domestic competition final. Of course, red hot favourites to take out this competition. $22,000 for the winner this year as Pittman into Munsey, and Munsey advances and drives in strong, firmly, straight over, extra cover, into the boundary, 4 runs. Good positive stroke there by Munsey. He moves on to 27, and he's definitely the danger man. The score moves on to 40 without loss in the 5th over. This is an excellent start here by Jennings Tigers. The batting so far has backed up the good work that the bowling and the fielding did earlier this evening. Pittman starts again from the northern end into the left-handed Munsey, and Munsey again trying to force that through the offside, but it's taken the inner portion of the bat, gone out to deep mid-wicket where Anthony Martin restricts the scoring to 1. Munsey goes on to 28. The score 41 for no wicket in over number 5. A good positive start, Vernon, by these Jennings Tigers.
Yeah, 41 without loss, and it's been a good contest. Yeah, Munsey leading the way, and he's been really the power hitter for the Jennings Tigers.
Pittman in again, and that's wide down the leg side, and well stopped there by a diving, flying, acrobatic Durham Benter. A wide called by the umpire, so 42 without loss.
42 without loss, Terry, but Kelvin Pittman not using his left arm. And if you realize that ball, he just pushed that delivery. His left arm is non-existent. And, you know, there's no rhythm in terms of his bowling. Got to be thinking about what he's doing.
Well, it's dug in again, and KB on the pull, but rushed him, beaten for pace. No run. Of course, the coverage of this cool and smooth T20 is made possible by CNN Community Sports Network, a subsidiary of the Parish League with studio located on High Street. Live matches can be viewed on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and CTV Channel 8, along with live studio shows. Follow the network for your live local sporting action. As Pittman in again to KB and again beats him with pace, flies through to keeper Benter, and no run. So he's troubling him with pace, but no luck yet.
Just not bowling straight enough. He's got to think about, you know, what he's doing. If he realizes, you know, you got the pace, but, you know, you got to be able to still bowl a slow off cutter and just land the ball in the right areas.
He's up to the wicket again into KB, and this time KB on the pull, and it just drops short of the square leg fielder there who's inside the circle. So a good finish to the over there by Pittman. Almost brings about a wicket, but at the end of 5 overs, Jennings Tigers in pursuit of 130 for victory and a place in the cool and smooth T20 Explosion final of 42 without loss, with Munsey on 28 and KB on 11.
Very steady start so far. Munsey leading the way as a really professional, and he's been able to hold the top of the order here, and keeps improving every time you see him. You know, this approach, he's approaching this like a final, and his attitude has changed completely to the last time that we would have seen him here.
Got Anthony Martin back into the attack by the look of it. Naeem Young just getting the 1 over, only went for 2, but he's been replaced by Martin from the commentary box end. Packing the offside field, a short third man, short backward point. With it basically together, they got 2 short third man. That's pulled by Munsey through the onside. He might have split the gap here. Good work on the boundary there by the fielder.
Naeem
Young, very athletic there. Tosses it back to Kaniji, and 2 picked up there by Munsey. So he moves on to 30. The score 44 for no wicket. We're in over number 6. Martin again into Munsey, and Munsey is hitting this top edge, and it's going to fall safe behind the keeper. The short, fine leg couldn't get around to that one. And lucky break there for Munsey, but it'll take it. He moves on to 31, 45 without loss.
been trying that shot there very often, but he's got to understand that Anthony Martin has got a little guile about him. Meantime, they look to try to close on Kyle KB.
Tossed up by Martin and driven firmly down to long on for a single by KB. Moves him up to 12 and the score 46 for no wicket. We're in the 6th over. Jennings Tigers 46 without loss. The target is 130 and the place in the final.
That was Diego Joseph, the emergency fielder there for Gavintown. Nice work there by the young man.
Munzi gives himself room outside leg, trying to force it through. Rather packed offside, can't do so. No run.
Good experience for Munzi on this tour. He's telling me he's enjoying himself here.
Again, and this one takes the bottom edge. Again, French cut. Down to fine leg. Short fine leg who runs around and does a bit of work with his boot to stop that and restrict the score into 1. Score goes up to 47 without loss. Munzi is on to 32.
Take some wickets, Terry. They need
They need wickets, otherwise we won't be here till midnight.
We won't be here till midnight for sure. But the fans don't mind maybe being here to midnight.
No, and it's growing. I was down there earlier. It's definitely growing, and that is a great catch. KV tried to clip a fuller delivery by Martin through the mid-wicket region, and a fielder there diving forward. Emergency fielder.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Diego Joseph taking a blinder there at short mid-wicket.
That's the second one we've seen in close to the wicket. One on the off, one on the on. Inches off the ground, took it cleanly. KB goes for 12, but the Golden Eagles strike. And Jennings in the 6th over are 47 for 1.
I think this is a good move here by Jennings coach Paul Miller Sr. to send out Orlando Peters, because you have to send a statement. The KB and Munzi really put on a partnership of 47 for the opening stand, and Orlando Peters so far has really looked good in this tournament, and it's a good time to be able to just come out and stamp your authority on the game at the end of over number 6. 47 for 1.
47 for 1, so the power play done and dusted. Good one for Jennings, but Bethesda will still feel they're in it with that wicket. Brilliant catch by Joseph at mid-wicket off the bowling of Anthony Martin. They need to keep picking up wickets, Vernon.
Yeah, it's going to be important. It's going to be also important as to how well he bowls, Anthony Martin. So he started well. Devon Thomas, just for a moment, looked like he lost track in terms of where he wanted to be. So, quiet start here. As the ground just goes into a little lull, everybody just waiting to see what is going to happen, Terry.
Yeah, change of bowler. Left arm spin from the northern end now. Who's that man? Number 13 is Chad Walsh, no? Number 13 is who? Kinjigi.
So he's still Kinjigi.
He's replaced Pittman from the northern end. And Munzi gets a single, so 48 for 1. Munzi moves up to 33, brings Orlando Peters on strike for base the first time tonight.
Got Orlando Peters, once he gets going, he always looks so easy, Orlando Peters. There's a big lull here now. Devon Thomas now bringing back in Naim Young inside to the 30-yard circle. More or less to short fine leg. It's got a slip, backward point. He's cover, short mid-wicket. The cover real short. Long on, long off. And Orlando Peters, cool like Sunday morning, just comes back and across and plays it right in front of Anthony Martin, who's in a catching position, Terry.
He is, and even the short third man is even shorter than normal. But Peters off the mark. So he moves to 1. 49 for 1. We're in over number 7. Jennings in pursuit of 130 for victory.
Need a couple of wickets to kind of just set Jennings Tigers back, Terry.
Left-handed Munzi, and that one's tossed out. Munzi played all around that one. Through to Benta, and there's no run. Kinjigi just trying to entice the big, powerful Scottish international. Cramped him again. And the bowler does his own fielding to complete the over. So not a bad start there by Kinjigi. Just the 2 singles off it. And at the end of over number 7, Jennings Tigers in pursuit of 130 and a place in the finals. 49 for 1 with Munsey on 33 and Orlando Peters on 1.
So we have another bowling change. It looks as if Mondani is going to come from the media center, and he started first from the CIUN, and he's now brought on now from the media center end. So Devon Thomas is holding back Naeem Young and company. He's maybe got some ideas. He's maybe trying to see if he can play mind games with Orlando Peters.
Yeah, well, he's not frightened in changing the bowling or the field so far tonight is Devon Thomas. Putting everything into it as Madani short pulled through the mid-wicket area out to Anthony Martin on the boundary for 1 to Peters. Peters moves to 2 and the 50 is up for Jennings Tigers. They're 50 for 1 in over number 8.
So Mondani started his second over. His first score's 15. Anthony Martin, 2 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Kelvin Pittman, 2 not, 14 not. Back to you, Terry.
Mondani is punched up to long off by Munzi for a single. 51 for 1. Munzi moves to 34.
So we had Kelvin Pittman, 2 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wickets. Naeem Young, 1 over, no maiden, 2 runs, no wickets. And Kaniji, 1 not, 2 not.
Mondani again beaten outside the off stump was Peters. Bent to the keeper as well, and they run through for a bye. So 52 for 1. But certainly with these changes, they've stopped the boundary balls. But they need wickets. It's Madani in again, this time to the left-handed Munzi. And Munzi's reverse sweep and that very well played.
Switch it.
Switch it straight over the top of the short third man down to the boundary.
Plays a shot masterfully.
Very well. Excellent.
That's something that he practiced, you can see, for hours. And he hits it cleanly. You know, almost like you're looking at the IPL and you see David Warner. Or even Glenn Maxwell. That's the sort of production that you get here from Munzi with that shot.
And he's the danger man tonight. He's moved on to 38, 56 for 1. Jennings. And at the moment, strolling to victory as Madani tries again. And that one heading down the leg side, but takes the pad of Munzi. And there's no run. 56 for 1 in over number 8.
Tournament is being played in high spirit. Terry,
excellent spirits, yes.
Between the teams, between the clubs, I must say.
Madani in again to Munzi, and Munzi thickish outside edge to the short third man who can't prevent the singles. So that ends over number 8. And at the end of the over, the score is shot up to 57 for 1.
What's the plan now, Terry? Because Devon Thomas is having a headache. His wicket taker Anthony Martin has bowled 2 overs, and he maybe needs to find somebody else who's going to be able to pick up a couple of wickets that can be able to send a little shockwave in the Jennings Tigers dressing room. Because if you ever Orlando Peters picking up here, if they get 1 or 2 here, it now means that you have to bring in most likely a Paul Miller, who didn't really look composed in the last game.
Well, it's going to be Kinjigi to continue, and that's well flighted. Beaten Munzi, but Munzi is the key. If they can get rid of him, they'll feel they have a chance. But if he stays another couple of overs, it might be good night nurse, as Kinjigi is into Munzi, and he's playing that towards backward point for no run. Madani, the Golden Eagles, they need wickets and they need a couple in a hurry here. they want any chance of advancing to the final to play the defending champions, the Alberta Blackhawks. That's well bowled again by Kinjigi, cramping the Scottish international in Munsey, who can only play it back defensively to the bowler. 57 for 1, we're in over number 9. Kinjigi, very well flighted, but smacked through the mid-wicket region. There's protection out there. Anthony Martin on the deep mid-wicket boundary restricts it to 1. So Munsey moves up to 40, and the score 58 for 1.
58 for 1.
72 to win.
Very important period of play taking place here, and it's almost like a walk in the park here, and they have to be smart about it and their approach.
Kinjigi into Orlando Peters, who turns that into mid-wicket, and there is no run. They're stacking up the dot balls not too badly and restricting the boundaries, but they just can't find those wicket-taking deliveries at the moment, as that one is turned to the right of the short mid-wicket, so they get the single this time. Good batting there by Peters. He moves on to 2. The over's complete. So after 9 overs, Jennings Tigers in pursuit of 130 to win. A 71 away. They're 59 for 1 with Munsey on 40 and Orlando Peters on 3.
Naim Young showing his experience here and having a discussion with Devon Thomas in terms of field placing, but they certainly have to come up with a plan in terms of how they're going to get a wicket. John Archibald is also sending out a message by saying, come on, you got to be able to come up with a different plan. Naim Young comes into the attack, and it's almost like a headache, Terry, now for Devon Thomas, because he has to get wickets.
Has to.
If he wants to be in this contest.
Definitely. It's an absolute must.
We're approaching the halfway stage. You know, you're talking about 66 balls to go. So something has to happen. Something has to give.
So it'll be Naim Young back into the attack, bowling to Orlando Peters. And this ball, he beaten outside the off stump. Peters went for the big drive. Didn't make contact through the benter. No run. Yes, because of the run rate, they're currently going, well, it's basically even Steven. They're currently going at 6.4. They need to go at 6.5. So there's no problem whatsoever. They've got wickets in hand, and that is what Bethesda, they need to strike. As Young into Peters, and that one, he just checked it. Was looking for the drive again.
Slow off cutter there from Naim Young.
Smart cricketer, Young.
Well, it's not only a matter of smart cricketer, it's a matter of experience. Most of the batters in this tournament want pace
on the ball.
And if you take pace off of the ball, then you force them to have to come up with another shot. But Jennings Tigers can afford to be able to just go to these middle over periods here, because they would know that it depends on how deep one of these they can still get over. You're talking about 130 runs off 120 deliveries. It's almost like a walk in the park.
Exactly. Young into Munsey, and Munsey again comes off the edge of his bat all the way along the ground to third man. Takes a single. He moves up to 41. The score 61 for 1 in over number 10.
You could tell the professional approach from Munsey. He understands his role here, and he knows that if he gets out, then he could sort of put some pressure back on the Jennings Tigers team, and so he wants to get into the final. And you could look at the entire focus and his mindset is that he wants to be there at the end.
Definitely. Young into Peters, and Peters drops it and runs. Very intelligent cricket.
Now, let me say something to you, Terry, because it's going to be very critical. Because of the change of pace of how Naim Young is bowling, the fielders inside the 30-yard circle are going to have to be a little bit more sharper.
Yes.
In terms of making something happen.
And even come in a couple of yards.
Yeah. Right? Otherwise, it's neither here nor there.
No.
And I know it's easy for me to say that. These two players are not looking for power right now. What they're looking for is rotation of the strike.
Right.
Having a left
and right
combination.
And especially Munsey is quite content to just work it around. He wants to be there at the end. Young into Munsey. There he goes again, whipping that straight past the short fine leg into the boundary. 4 runs. Munsey moves up to 45. The score 66 for 1. We've got 1 ball left in the 10th over.
Poor delivery there by Naim Young. And that's a risk of bringing up your short fine leg. Bringing up your fine leg inside the 30-yard circle, because pace on the ball there, you realize the extra effort there. And he was able to get a boundary there. 66 for 1.
Young in again to Munsey, and Munsey is driving that firmly to Long On, who comes around and restricts the fielding to just 1, so that completes the over. So we've had 10 overs in this chase of 130, and Jennings Tigers are 67 for 1. They're well on the way. 63 runs required. Munsey is on 45 and Peters is on 5, as we have a change in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Terry. The Jennings Tigers well set, as you said rightfully, on their way to this victory. Not quite there yet, 63 to win in the remaining 10, but you've got it well set. George Munsey at the crease. You expect them to get over the line from here. However, I do want to see the depth that the Tigers have to offer. Kenjige is going to come back into the attack. Solid 2 overs from him, just 4 runs. But we've got to find a way to get George Munsey out. Well, we've got so many quality players in this tournament. Munsey, of course, one being an overseas pro. We've got another one alongside me, Matthew Ford, who would have played just one game for the Empire Nation team. Unfortunately, due to travel restrictions, etc., he didn't get here in time for the first game. We did have that no result as well. Matthew, welcome to the commentary box. Your overall experience at the Cool and Smooth T20, I hope it's been good.
Thanks, Nick. The experience at the Cool and Smooth so far has been excellent. The organization of the tournament is second to none. Dario, he has a big part to play, and I think he's doing his job to the best of his ability.
Yeah, well, full delivery from Kenjige is mixing up the lengths, just trying to find a way to get this wicket. How important at this stage, Matthew, if you look at the situation of the game, 61 to win in the remaining just under 10 overs. Kenjige around the wicket. Munsey goes big. Has he got enough? There is a man in the deep, and he takes the catch.
Brilliant catch by Anthony Martin.
Well summed up by Matthew Ford, but Anthony Martin, look at what it means to him. Takes off straight away. Not the youngest of men on the field, but he's just got that same ability, same athleticism. And Munsey goes for 47 and gets a send-off from Martin as well.
He's never short of a celebration, isn't he, Nick?
Yeah, it was brilliant. And I don't think Munsey's too happy about that. But what I will say is, it's now 3 solid contributions from George Munsey in this competition. He got 46, then 50 in the last game, and now 47. He's done the bulk of the work for this Jennings Tigers team, but he's got to depart. Big wicket at this stage.
Nick, I think the game is in the balance here. It could go either way at this moment. Cricket's a funny game and it's played on the field. That's a big wicket there for Jennings Tigers at this point in the match.
Tell me about this decision, though, to bowl Kenjige, by Devon Thomas, the captain. Bring him in for his 3rd over. The first 2 just went for 4 runs. In a tight game like this, you're only defending 130. Would you say sort of it was the right move? You're looking for wickets, or are you looking to take the game as deep as possible?
I think it's a brave move by the skipper, because it's the left-arm spinner to a left-hander to the short side as well. So kudos to Dev there. Brilliant move, and it paid off in the end.
47 from 37 from Munsey. Really good start from him in terms of at the top of the order. You've watched a bit of him, yes, he did have that game which was rained out. You didn't get to see him on that occasion, but you did get to see him when he scored that half century a couple of days ago. What have you made of him? Obviously opening batter for Scotland. Been good to have him at this tournament in terms of the experience, the exposure he brings, but what have you made of in terms of his ability and playing style?
Obviously, Munsey is an overseas pro, so he's pretty got his game. as Orlando looks for a single there, but there's no run. Yeah, Munzi, he's a pretty solid player, quite professional as he approaches game, and he's quite focused. One thing I like about him, he's always focused and ready for the job, any task thrown at him. So, well done, Munzi. Excellent tournament so far.
Well, end of the 11th over, 69 for 2. If you're now joining us, Matthew Ford, the former West Indies under-19 World Cup member of that 2020 World Cup, got to the semi-finals that year, and would have played alongside the likes of Naeem Young, who's also in action, so his good friend. A bit of pressure on Naeem, you would say, Matthew. You applying any pressure on him, in terms of coming into this game? What is the relationship like between you two?
That's my best mate now, about 5 years, 6 years. We've played a lot of youth cricket together, and the bond is always there. As a brilliant delivery ball by Sushant, the batsman is trying to turn this one into the onside, but gets a leading edge out to point.
Matthew's looking for my job, coming to do some ball. No, I love it. Love to get the players, exposed. I just think it's so important to hear the players' perspective as well, because you guys have the knowledge. You guys are all in the middle actually playing the cricket, so we can only see it from here. You guys know the intensity, what's needed. Good delivery again by Modani. First over was really expensive. He went for 14, the first over of the innings, but I think he's come back really well in these next two so far. Again, around the wicket, looking to angle it into the left-hander. Bold move, though, to go to Modani as a part-time option. Had that expensive first over, but clearly his confidence still up that he's able to come back and execute a spell like this.
In a time like this, Nick, I think Devon is really taking a hold of the game. And now you can see there's a spring in the Tigers step. Not the Tigers, the Bethesda. My apologies.
The Golden Eagles.
There's a bit of intensity here now. And now I think that he knows that this is the point of the game where it can change. It can go either way. So, new batsman at the crease in Peters and Barron. So he's definitely going to tie a few dots here.
Yeah, he does just that. Tell me about, though, as a leader yourself on the field, Matthew, in those under-19 squads, you were a mainstay in terms of your leadership, one of the louder, more enthusiastic members. Always could hear you on the field. Good quick single by the Tigers. That's what's required. How tough does Devon Thomas of a job does he have right now? 59 more to get for the Tigers, and they've got 8 wickets in hand. So as a leader, what are you saying to your men to get them up for this occasion?
I think it's just a matter of being calm and, not panicking. Whoever stays calm for the longest period, I think, as Sushant is into bowl to Barron. And it's a big shot. Swung out to deep mid wicket here. Oh, and he's overrun it into the boundary, 4 runs.
Well, it was just full. I'm surprised he actually varied his length, Modani, because he got success on that, a good length. But in the end, just a bit too full and a misfield. We have seen this on a couple of occasions tonight. Not just Kenjige, the fielder. And that could be painful. In a game, you're only defending 130. You have to save every run. A crucial boundary to end the 12th. It's 75 for 2.
No, these are just crucial mistakes you cannot make at this stage. Required run rate at 6.88. So it's roughly a run a ball. You have to back your bowlers in the field. You have to put your body on the line.
So it looks like it's going to be Anthony Martin. And I love to tell people this story, Matthew. I remember, growing up watching Anthony Martin on television. I was trying to mimic his action in the backyard playing cricket. He had such an unorthodox action. Unfortunately, didn't play a lot for the West Indies, but it was always great to watch him, whether in white ball cricket for the Leeward Islands. To see him at 39 years old still be able to put in performances like he has in this tournament, I think it's really been remarkable. It surprised me. I didn't know he was involved in this much cricket.
Well, obviously, as we know, Anthony has a big heart, and he's a winner. He's a fighter. So I think this is really like more of a enjoyment for him, just coming back out, giving the young guys the experience, the knowledge that he possesses. I think it's a good introduction to this Bethesda side, and so far he's been excellent in the tournament.
Yeah, wrist spin at Martin. Been very consistent on that length. Anthony Martin likes to bring the batters forward. One thing I've noticed though in terms of a change in his game, the trajectory which he bowls at, a lot quicker in that power play as you expect. That's going to be a wide though. Has to re-bowl that one. But tends to be a lot faster in terms of flight. The pace of deliveries early on with the newer ball. Looking for the ball that skids on. So Martin looking for a wicket. We've had Matthew Ford. He's had to leave us unfortunately, but really good to get his perspective. Another delivery, another dot delivery from Martin. Really good over. The pressure, just pressure changing. Matthew did say the game was in the balance after the wicket of Munsey. And again, 4 dots to start this over. Crucial 4-dot deliveries from Anthony Martin. Using his experience well. It's been interesting to see how Devon Thomas manages his bowling options. Yeah, much faster this time. That one doesn't spin at all. Just too quick. But a really good and solid over from Martin. 77 for 2 after 13. Terry Laraja joins me. Terry, interesting game here. I was always looking at that power play, how crucial it would be. And they got off to a flyer, but you just sense now since that wicket, that required rate going up like it always does when you lose a wicket. A lot of dot deliveries cut down to cover. Just one. How do you go from here now if you are the Tigers? You just got to, I assume you have to sustain at some stage, but you've got to still score.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think the key was Munsey, because Munsey had the experience and he was just working it around nicely. That is the key, though, I think, that they just need to keep knocking it around. They're only, 52 away? They just need to keep knocking it around. But full credit to Bethesda. They've hit back strong.
Well, Lofty.
Chance.
There is a mid-wicket in place. Doesn't carry, though. I've seen that quite a few times in this tournament. A lot of balls not carrying. Has been really good surface, though. I must say, credit to the ground staff here at Coolidge. I just think this is the perfect T20 ground, Terry.
Right, excellent. Very intimate for the crowd. The crowd is involved. Good batting track. Good outfield. And that one is cut to the short third man who can't prevent the single. So the score goes up to 80 for 2. And Peters moves on to 10.
Yeah, Bethesda, one of the better fielding sides in this competition. And I just find tonight that's let them down. A couple of misfields. Obviously, they had that catch which was not given out. A crucial passage of play of George Munsey in the first over.
Big hit again. Will it clear? Yes. Gets over the long on boundary. 6 more. That was a good strike. The fielder down there, 2 of them converging on it. Thought they were in with a chance, but it cleared the ropes. And that brings the equation down under 50 now. 86, is it? 80,
yeah, 86 for 2. And it also brings that required run rate now down below 7. So when you only need to go at 7s and over, you hit a 6. Obviously, it does a lot for your net run rate. Sorry, not your run rate, not net run rate. Been dealing too much with the standings and who's qualifying. But just 44 to get, Terry. You have to say the Tigers with 8 wickets in hand. It's their game to lose.
Definitely. Danny in again to Baron, and this one is forced through the offside to Anthony Martin on the boundary for a single. Barron moves to 13. Peters on strike now. He's on 10, 87 for 2. That's 43 required. Down into Peters, and that takes the edge. Flies past the short third man, 4 runs. And that's all you need when you're only chasing a small target. The edges find the gaps, then they find the boundaries. Peters moves up to 14. Over is completed, so after 14 overs, Jennings Tigers 130 to win. They're 91 for 2 with Barron on 13 and Peters on 14. And as you say, it's their game to lose. The Jennings Tigers just 39 required now of 36 deliveries.
It was interesting to see where Devon Thomas goes to. He's going to go back to Kelvin Pittman, the tall seamer, because he's got 1 over from Anthony Martin, 2 from Naeem Young, which I think will be crucial at death. But also Ken Jige's got 1, just 6 runs on a wicket for him. So he has to be very sparing in terms of when he does use that over. Obviously a left hand at the crease. You want to play the matchups in T20 cricket. So he goes back to the seam, which I think can be a risk, because it just need a piece of bat on this lightning quick outfield. And any boundary at this stage is so crucial, because if they get 1 from here on in per over, the game is won easily.
Pittman short outside the off stump and slashed high over. Short extra cover. The mid-off does well to restrict the score into 1, so 1 more to Peters. To Barron, sorry, he moves on to 14. Score 92 for 2. We're in over number 15. Yeah, it's a catch-22, isn't it, for Devon Thomas, because he needs wickets, so he's gone back to his big paceman. The game is definitely slipping away. He needs to go bang, bang, bang very, very quickly. Pittman in again to Peters, and that's ill-directed down the leg side, wide call by the umpire. 93 for 2. We're in over number 15.
Yeah, just look at this Bethesda Golden Eagles team. I mean, you look at the construct. Obviously, Devon Thomas, such an experienced player at the top of the order. Naeem Young, their overseas pick. They also have Sushant Modani, Noshas Kenjige, both USA national players. Kelvin Pittman was very close to that West Indies under-19 setup. I just find, I just get a sense of underachievement from this team, who I think has the potential to challenge the likes of a Liberta Blackhawks. They've got the players, but just hasn't quite clicked yet. If they can get over the line in the final, you never know.
Pittman in again, and it's turned nicely by Peters into the mid-wicket region, and he's sent back by Barron. No run. Yeah, well, as we were saying before the match started, on paper they look far superior, but you got to give credit to Paul Miller Sr. and his Jennings boys, because they too are undefeated. I mean, I know they had the washout and whatever, but they are undefeated. Pittman short into the body of Peters, and there's no run. 93 for 2 in over number 15. But as you say, they just haven't been able to click or gel as a side, as a unit, and it's cost them in this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's a good point you made in terms of the Tigers. I think they've gone a bit unnoticed because we focus so much on this Group 1 with the Golden Eagles, with Liberta, but they really are undefeated, and they bowled really well tonight. That was my big concern with the Tigers, and they showed up that their bowling can restrict teams.
Pittman full, and Peters driving down the ground just for the single to long on. Score goes up by 1. 94 for 2. They're just 36 away now. 94 for 2. Peters is on 15.
I think this is the next big question I have about this Tigers team. The batting when Muncy is dismissed. He come off again today. That's 46, 50, and 47 in this tournament. 3 significant scores. Exactly what you want from a person you bring up from overseas. But I want to see the batting lineup without him. You know, how can they adapt going into a final if they can get over the line here today?
Yeah, definitely. He is the key. So you get him early. You wonder about the rest of the batting, especially if they make the final. And that ball is pulled down to long on for a comfortable single to Barron this time. So 95 for 2. Barron goes on to 15. Yeah, let's say they go on and win tonight and they make the final. They're coming up against a very strong Liberta side bowling unit. Jimbo Cornwall's got many options in that side. So it would be very interesting if Munzi does fall early. Pittman just losing his run-up.
Yeah, I do think it's very crucial, Calvin Pittman, that he closed out this over well. Just 4 runs from it. Ideal in this situation when you're defending 130, but you've got to make sure you close it out either with maybe one you can live with or a dot ball. Ideally, of course, a wicket will work as well. Mm-hmm. But a boundary
but
here
no boundary.
would just kill all the hard work he's done.
Pittman up to the wicket, and that's well bowled. Full and straight, forced up to long on by Peters. He moves on to 16. The overs completed. So after 15 overs, Jennings Tigers in pursuit of 130 for victory, a 34 away. They're 96 for 2, with Peters on 16 and Barron on 15.
Yeah, just before I hand over, Terry, I think quickly on the Blackhawks, when you have a leader that's so calm, collected, obviously he's got international experience, Raheem Cornwall, it just seems to correlate on the rest of the team. It just transfers. It's like an energy transfer. I look at a lot of the other players, the Kareem Agor is obviously very experienced for the USA national team. Hayden Walsh Jr. plays for the West Indies. Mm-hmm. But they got the right people in the right places who just have that bit of extra experience, which I think has made the difference in this tournament. Not to mention the great fielding, the start that their openers have given them, and a plethora of many other things. But I just think that calmness is what allows them to do so well under pressure. And it's almost like that next man up mentality.
Most definitely, and we saw that today. A lot of teams would have panicked. 120 on the board, chasing, all right, 196 was the target, but 120 without loss. A lot of other teams would have panicked, but Liberta Blackhawks didn't do that. They were cool, calm, collected, and saw the match through and saw it through very comfortably to make yet another final. As Naeem Young starts the next over from the pavilion end. And that's played nicely by Orlando Peters to the short third man for a single. Peters moves on to 17. We're in over number 16. Jennings Tigers are 97 for 2. They need 33 for victory. Off these last 29 deliveries, 29 legitimate deliveries. There's Barron, who's on 15. The left-hander is back on strike. Naeem Young just adjusting his field. He's bringing fine leg up inside the circle, and third man is inside the circle. He's up to the wicket now, and this is hit high off the outside edge of the bat, flies over the top of the third man, who he just brought back inside the circle where you say lucks of fortune, because if he had kept him on the rope, that would have gone straight down his throat. Instead, it's flown over the top of his head into the boundary for 4. Brings up the 100 for the Jennings Tigers. They're 101 for 2, and that means they're 29 away from victory. Is Young into Barron, who wasn't quite ready, pulls out of his stance. Umpire calls dead ball. Naeem Young quickly back to his mark. This one slipping away from Bethesda here as Young into Barron. And that is wide, very wide. And missed by Benter as well, so they take the extra run. So 2 more to the total. The total moves on to 103 for 2. With Barron on 19, Peters on 17. The target is 130, so Jennings Tigers are 27 away from making this cool and smooth T20 explosion final for 2022, where they will join Alberta Blackhawks as Young is into Peters, and Peters just checks his stroke. Ball wide outside the off stump. He drags it into the mid-wicket region, takes the single. He moves on to 18. The score 104 for 2. As Vernon Springer joins us again. Vernon, they're just about home here. Naeem Young trying his best. And that wasn't really necessary there by Barron, walking right across his stumps. Missed the ball completely, but luckily Young was off target. Rolls harmlessly through to bend to the keeper. There's no run. 104 for 2. We're in over number 16.
Experience of Orlando Peters showing his maturity here, and also the look of Adrian Barron, very aggressive.
Young into Barron, and that's driven firmly up to mid-off. Makes a tumbling save, restricts the scoring to 1. Barron moves to 20. The score 105 for 2. They're 25 away, and they've got 19 legitimate deliveries to get those 25, and still 8 wickets in hand. The Jennings Tigers. As Young turns, runs away from us now. No, loses his run-up, so he'll start again. In he comes to Orlando Peters, and to this delivery, Peters is just working it into the offside towards backward point. They take a comfortable single, and it looks like another hamstring's gone. Vernon, this time with Barron. Pulled up a bit short there. But that's the over completed. So after 16 overs, Jennings Tigers 106 for 2 with Barron on 20, Peters on 19. So they need 24 off 24.
And you know, this was always going to be on the card, Terry, based on 130 off 120 deliveries. It's almost like a stroll in the park. Maybe had they scored 150, 155.
Yeah.
Could have been able to kind of just put some pressure back. If you look at the bowling lineup, you'd see Naeem Young. In fact, Kelvin Pittman, 3 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, no wickets. Anthony Martin, 3 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Sushant Modani, 4 overs, no maiden, 41 runs, no wicket. He was pretty expensive in the end as Martin comes back to complete his spell. His 4th over, so it's going to be critical to see how Orlando Peters handles him.
Yep, Martin into Peters, and that is slashed through backward point. It goes straight through the fieldsman into the boundary. 4 runs. Peters moves on to 23. The score 110 for 2, and now they're just 20 away. But a good point you make, though, Vernon, because those extra 10, 15 runs with the way he was hitting them could have come from Gavin Tong before he pulled that hamstring. But nevertheless, Jennings will tell you that catch should have been taken and he should have been dismissed before that. So,
you know,
all in the balance.
Cricket is a crude game.
It is
there
a
was
crude
Diego
game.
Joseph misfielding that ball there off of Anthony Martin after taking a blinder early and just taking his eyes off of the ball. 111 up. Nelson. Terry.
Well, will that work for Bethesda?
I need to work for Jennings.
And that is pulled through the mid-wicket region by Barron, who's limping severely. He picks up the single, though. He moves on to 21. The score 112 for 2. We're in over number 17.
It's been a good time here, Terry. Tomorrow we wish I could maybe get to go to the beach tomorrow just before I come here. We still have so much work to do. Get myself organized.
Yeah, but it's been a good crowd tonight, though. And I can confirm that the first match will start at 4 p.m. local time tomorrow. So the first match will be the 3rd and 4th playoff match. And that will start at 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon here at Coolidge. Martin completes his over, so we've had 17 overs. Jennings Tigers in pursuit of 130 and a place in the final are 113 for 2. Barron is on 21. Peters is on 25. They require 17 off 18.
So George Munzi was caught Anthony Martin, Bo Kaniji for 47. Kyle KB caught he was brilliantly caught by Diego Joseph of Anthony Martin for 12. Orlando Peters is batted beautifully. So too is Agent Barron, and they've just maybe just put a break on anything that looked possible that they weren't in control, and the experience of Orlando Peters has certainly helped the Jennings Tigers here.
As Young starts another over, and it's driven by Peters to mid-off, and they take the quick single. Peters moves up to 26. The score 114 for 2. 16 required for victory here and a place in the final for tomorrow. All up for grabs. Final winner.
I'll be doing something
22,000.
I'll be doing something different. I would have maybe bowled a little fuller, some full Yorkers to Barron, more wide, especially since he's looked like has a slight injury.
And that one to Barron, a full delivery. And he slashes it to mid-off. Can't beat the field, no run. Score remains 114 for 2, 16 required.
Hide the ball to him, really. Force it to some wide Yorkers, quick, and force him to go for it.
Young in again, and what a catch by Darren Benter. He gave himself some room, did the struggling Barron, and went for the big drive. Caught the outside edge, and Benter, the athletic Benter, high and wide to his left, took it in both hands. Terrific catch. That's the third great catch we've seen tonight. Barron has to go for 21. Jennings Tigers lose their third wicket. They're 114 for 3 after 17 and a half overs. They have 2.3 overs left, and they require 16 to win.
Is there another twist to this game?
Oh, 16 or 15.
Orlando Peters not out 26, 31 balls, 44 minutes, 2 maximums. Out comes Paul Miller. So maybe there might not be another twist. The good thing about it is that Orlando Peters, he can up the game, and if I know him very well, he's going to use his smarts, because he knows, and just what we were talking about. Remember, I was saying to you that Naeem Young just needs to bowl wide, especially to an injured Barron, and he wanted to finish the game very quickly. This is his 4th over. Anthony Martin has completed his spell, 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. So it now means that there's going to be a headache for Devon Thomas, because Pittman also has to come back for 1. And it's going to be interesting to see what approach Orlando Peters will take. Paul Miller automatically will maybe have to try to need some time to get himself organized. So this game not over by a long shot yet.
Not over yet. 16 runs required, 15 legitimate deliveries left in the match as Young into Miller, and this one beaten outside the off stump, flies through to Benter, and no run.
Miller needs to get bat on ball. He's got to understand the objective there. You got to get bat on ball. You've got to be able to get a single and give your skipper the strike who's been in there. That's your momentum. If I was Miller, I'd be thinking about batting off stump, especially to Naeem Young.
Young again beats him outside off stump. Another dot ball. 16 still required. 13 deliveries remaining.
Still gettable, as long as Orlando
Very,
Peters
very
is there.
gettable.
But the only issue now is how is Orlando Peters going to deal with the remaining 12 balls?
Young in again. And he's bowling. Well bowled, Naeem Young. Dot wicket straight through Paul Miller. He's gone for naught. Jennings Tigers lose their 4th. Is there another twist? They still require 16. They're 114 for 4. 2 overs remaining. 16 to win off 12 balls and a place in the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion final for 2022.
Paul Miller never looked ready.
No,
never
he was
looked
all over
focused.
that.
Yeah, I mean, even the ball that got him, he just looked lethargic in the approach. You know, a ball like that, you got to be backing across and you got to be looking to be able to. First of all, he was leaving alone a delivery. You got to be able to get bat and ball. You're sitting down in the pavilion, and there has to be a game awareness in terms of what you're gonna have to do.
Definitely, and Kinjigi, who's bowled well, is back into the attack, but Naeem Young, well bowled. Young man, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 21. The game is still on.
And Keniji's spell so far, 3 overs, no maiden, 6 runs, 1 wicket. They need a big over. And I think Orlando Peters is going to take this over. He has to. This has to be the over that he has to go.
Yes, they don't want to leave too many for the last.
He has to get it down to single digits in the last over.
Definitely. Still 16 required to win. We've got 2 overs remaining. So
I'll be batting, if I was Orlando, I'll be batting off stump right here to this left-hander and forcing him to, come up with something else different. Anthony Martin comes up to him. Terry, let's talk a little bit about the field placing, because this is going to be critical. You have a mid wicket, a long on, long off, and a sweeper on the offside. No slip, a short fine leg. But for sure you got a short third man and a backward point. Orlando is going.
High.
Gone.
Got
4
there.
runs.
4 runs. Straight back over the bowler's head.
I told you that, Terry.
Good blow.
This is going to be the over.
Yeah. He's experienced enough run, and he's been round long enough.
And I'm trying to wonder if it was ideal enough to be able to have Kaniji maybe bowling this over at this point in time.
True. 118 for 4. 12 to win. We're in the 19th over.
The long off should have been a little bit to his right. That's just my view. Kaniji comes in out to bowl to Orlando Peters, and he's tugging this one down to long on. They're thinking about 2. Are they going to get it? Oh gosh, somebody's in trouble. Oh my gosh. Comedy of errors.
Oh.
He's outrun out.
Gave him.
He's outrun out. No communication at all here. Oh, it's all happening here. Panic creeping in here.
It is all happening for sure. The non-striker in Miller,
Cameron Miller
had 2 on his mind all the time. Now he was going to the danger end, but Orlando Peters didn't look. He didn't want to come back for the second. Then when he looked up, Miller was already halfway down the pitch. He stopped. They both stopped. Peters kept coming. Miller had to go. The throw was wayward, went through Kinjigi at the bowler's end, but then returned to him, and the umpire gave him out. So they've lost their 5th wicket. Jennings 119 for 5. They still require 11. They've got 1.4 overs left. We're in the 19th over.
Kaniji in out to bowl to Orlando Peters down the ground again. Down to long on. They're thinking about 2, but I don't think that is on. He's got to do better than that. He should have been able to split the mid wicket and the long on with that delivery.
Big gap. Yeah.
Trying to go straight in. He knows that. He's upset with himself
upset
now. In terms of what has been happening. John Archibald.
But he put his hand up straight away. There was no way he was coming back for the second that time.
Very vocal. They need 10 runs, Terry.
10 runs off 9.
10 off 9. So they need 10 singles.
10 singles, and now they got 5 wickets left.
So who we have batting? Who we have here now?
We have Africa.
All right. Well, Jaime Africa can bat.
He can bat.
So let's see what his approach is going to be. And he's
flicked it straight to Anthony Martin, who tosses it high and runs off in celebration. Jennings Tigers are falling apart, and the crowd is going wild here at Coolidge.
Wow.
They've lost their 6th wicket. They still need 10 runs. They got 8 legitimate deliveries left as Kinjigi picks up his 2nd for the night.
Terry, why is Jaime Africa hitting the ball in the air?
Exactly.
Just come and strike the ball on the ground.
Yeah.
The mindset. That's what I was telling you about the skill set.
They panic in the other, and that's for sure.
But it's not a matter of panic, Terry. Terry, if you have 10 singles
Yep.
and you have 9
And you
balls,
have 9 balls.
there's no need for you to be trying to force anything different. It shows you that the skill set of the players, there's not any game awareness. So nobody was paying attention inside the pavilion. You got to be figuring out how are you going to get a single.
Exactly, and as
That's all you have to do.
And as you said earlier, looked like Paul Miller wasn't ready for the show, you know. So maybe he shouldn't have come in when he did. But they've lost their 6th wicket, 120 for 6. Jennings Tigers. They need 10 runs. They got 8 deliveries remaining. Kinjigi has taken 2 for 12 of 3.4. He's in to Martin, and Martin again chips it to this time short extra cover. On the bounce though. No run. Dot ball. 10 from 7.
Martin has come out. Let's see what his approach is going to be. Orlando Peters, cool and calm. He has to win this for his team. Has to win this for his club tonight. And he maybe needed to bring this down to single digits.
Martin forcing off the back foot. Through the cover region, they're coming back for the second, and they make it. So Orlando Peters will have the strike for the last over, and Jennings Tigers will need 8. They're 122 for 6 with 1 over to go, and they need 8 to win off the last over and a place in the finals.
This is going to be dicey. This is going to be dicey.
2 boundaries will do it.
Who's going to bowl the last over? Looks like Kelvin Pittman. So, it's all to play for. A spot in the final has come down to the final over, Terry. They need
8
of
6.
6. What is going to be the mindset?
And Peters is 32 not out.
This is the biggest over I think that Kelvin Pittman will bowl in his young career. Coach John Archibald is up off the bench. He is out in front. He's trying to get some instructions, trying to get Devon Thomas's attention. The field placing is going to be important. I know for sure, you know, that you must have your third man and your fine leg. I would have left
He's bringing both of them up.
I would have left the fine leg because Pittman tends to push the ball
And
in that area.
He's had problems with his run up tonight, and he's changed ends. So this is going to be very, very interesting for the young man.
You want to take a bet?
I'll still back the batsman. That's cracked through the mid-wicket region. They take 1. They're looking for 2 as a fumble, and they get 2. Peters retains the strike. Big chance there to
Pressure.
get him off the strike.
Pressure on Fernandez.
Definitely.
Got to keep the fundamentals. You got to keep your eyes on the ball. So you got a deep backward square leg, a mid wicket, a long on, a long off, a wide sweeper on the offside, fine leg and third man inside the 30-yard circle, a backward point and a cover.
6 to win off 5. Pittman in, and that one dot ball. Couldn't get under it. It was Orlando Peters, and fielded well by Pittman off his follow through. So dot balls 124 for 6.
Umpires are having a discussion as to whether there was a ball on court or not, but I thought that bumped.
Yeah, it was definitely hit into the ground.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
There wasn't even any discussion.
Pittman didn't even appeal or anything. No. So 6 to win off 4. What a nail biter we have here, Coolidge, in the second semi-final.
Gavin Tongue, with his injured right hamstring, he's come out with some ice on it. He's trying to be able to motivate his team. Kelvin Pittman could be a hero tonight in Bethesda.
Pittman up to the wicket now. Swing and a miss by Peters. It's getting tougher and tougher by the ball.
This is a big over.
6 of 3.
This is a big over. This young man has stepped up in a very, very, very big way. He's keeping his composure. This is a big over. This could be the biggest over of his cricketing career here so far. The young 17-year-old from Antigua and Barbuda, Kelvin Pittman, who really should have got into the final West Indies under-19 squad. But tonight, he's representing his Village, Caribbean Union Bethesda team.
Up is again, and this is hit into the onside. They come back for the second. The throw is wide. Fernandez again. That's 2 more to Peters. 4 to win. 2 deliveries remaining. 126 for 6.
Big over here by Kelvin Pittman. Very, very big over. The only issue we have in here is that Fernandez has just not been able to concentrate, because that's twice that he should have been able to have a good direct throw, at least to run out one of these batters.
The 4 runs off the over have come from him. Now they've made the switch. They've brought him into the circle on the offside.
I would have maybe put Naim Young over there into that position, because he look at his shot. But Devon Thomas has taken the responsibilities and he has gone out there. 2 balls to go, Terry.
4 to win. Pittman into Peters, who drives in down the off. They're coming back for the second again. This time, not out. I don't think. The bounce. He had to take it high. Did Benta?
Wow.
The bounce. It took off from the pitch.
But you realize what happened, right? It went to the level of Naim Young, so he had to get there and get around the angle.
Right. Yeah.
But this is a big over so far by Kelvin Pittman.
Big over. 128 for 6. 2 runs required. 1 delivery, 1 for a tie.
You want a sugar cake bet?
Super over.
Bethesda win by 1 run.
I'll still say Jennings by 4 wickets.
Bethesda winning by 1 run.
All right, here we go. Calvin Pittman.
Everybody on
bowling his
here.
heart out. 2 to win, 1 to tie. He's in. A swing and a miss. They run through. Out.
What did I tell you?
Bethesda are home.
What did I tell you?
Bethesda are gone mad.
What did I tell you? The biggest over of his career.
They win by a run and make the 2022.
What did I tell you?
Cool and smooth T20, and Vernon Springer, you're right again. And I'm telling you, I've got to meet your inside information. But what a win for Bethesda. They pulled it off. Everything went wrong with the bats. Jennings Tigers bowled a disciplined line and length to restrict them to 129.
How can Jennings lose this game?
And they were home and hosed, Jennings. They were home and hosed.
How is it possible? How can Jennings lose this game?
A remarkable fight back here by CUB, Bethesda Golden Eagles, and they've got home by a run out of the last ball. Darren Benta, it flew through to him. They took off. They had to run. One run would have tied the match, and he threw the stumps down from his keeping position. And they get home by 1. What a thriller.
Did I not call it right? I told
Vernon, I take my hat off. Well, I'm not wearing one, but if I was. Brilliant game of cricket, though. Magnificent and great for the tournament, great for the fans, great for the game. And that sets up a hell of a final tomorrow night between 2 old rivals in CUB. Bethesda Golden Eagles will take on the defending champions, the undefeated Liberta Blackhawks here tomorrow night, and what a match we will have. But you've got to feel for Jennings. They had it in the bag, and the bag burst open, and they let it slip, Vernon.
This young man, Kelvin Pittman, we talked about him. He's going to go places.
Nerve. He did everything right.
He's going to go places. I wonder where Jack was.
Say a few words, Jack.
Jack is just. Jack said he was next door. Jack, was this the result that you were expecting, Jack?
No, I thought that Jennings Tigers had it all wrapped up, but it shows how the game of cricket can fluctuate.
It's the skill set, Jack. Because let's be rational. I was saying to Terry, you had 10 runs of 9 balls. When Jaime Africa came in, the first objective you got to be thinking about is to get a single. So there is no need for you to try to be hitting the ball in the air. Your job is to find a gap and get a single. even when Paul Miller came in, I thought Jennings lost the game because the body language of Paul Miller when he came in, he just never looked like he was ready for the action. He got a half volley first up, and you could say he just left alone rather than just getting back on ball. And I think it put some pressure really on Orlando Peters.
Yeah, too much pressure was left on Orlando Peters. And in the end, he just could not carry them over the line. It's rather unfortunate because Jennings played good cricket right throughout. They came into this match unbeaten. They did very well to restrict the Eagles to 129, and really they should have carried it home. But as you said, the players, some panicked, some did not realize really what was
their responsibility.
Their responsibility. What really was required.
The skill set, Jack, of the game. You can't lose a game like that. It's just like basic. You're talking about just trying to get 10 singles, and you have to be able to be mindful as to what's happening. So while you're in the pavilion, you have to know that Jack and Vernon Springer and Terry are the weak feelers. So I know if I hit the ball to the left or to the right, that I'm going to get a one run, a single. And that to me is what is the game awareness. People not really paying attention to what's in front of them. But Jack, we have to talk about how well Kelvin Pittman bowled in that final over.
Yes, he was on target. He kept the ball just back of a length thereabout. He wasn't up in the arc of Orlando Peters. He wasn't short enough. So he kept a good length. He kept a good line. He had pace, and so he made it very, very difficult. It was a disciplined last over there by Kelvin Pittman, and he played a vital role in the outcome of this game. But what a cricket match we had! I really did not expect this. I expected them at one point. I was saying that they would win with overs to spare. Where the way Muncy was going, and Orlando Peters came in to join him. But then Muncy got out, and then panic really set in. As you said, they were short of the imagination. They were short of what was required, the responsibility, the discipline needed to carry them over the line. And they were really kicking themselves now because I think the consensus would be that Jennings deserved to get into the final based on what they had done before and based on the first half of the match. But then you have to complete the task, and they just did not.
Jack, what happens tomorrow? Less than 24 hours for as we say, Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda. They played the last game. They will more or less have a little time off, but the other game is 7 p.m. while the Bertha would have played the first game, so they'll be pretty rested. But all in all, what do you think happens tomorrow?
I think it's going to be an emphatic Blackhawks victory again. I don't think that Bethesda playing good enough to really challenge them. They've had a wretched tournament. Really look at it. They've just managed to qualify for the semi-finals, winning just one match. They came into this game playing against Tigers 129, far from the desired total you would expect in a semi-final game. And they also would likely to be without Gavin Tong, so his experience will be missing tomorrow as well. I think it's a game for the Blackhawks to lose tomorrow, even without a ball being bowled, because we're speaking on the eve of the match. So not one ball has been bowled as yet, but because of the way the Blackhawks have been playing, because of the composition of the side, and the fact that Bethesda Golden Eagles have really been short of their mark in terms of what we know they can do in the cricket game.
I think Naeem Young has been named the man of the match, Jack. You agree with that?
Kelvin Pittman?
Naeem Young has been named man of the match.
I'm not sure. Nobody from Bethesda really deserved to be man of the match when they really think of it.
But I think Pittman would have won.
Orlando Peters really should have been the man of the match, right? Really, yeah.
You mean for Jennings Tigers?
Really. Yeah. Orlando Peters really deserved to be man of the match. They should have really finished the match. That they really dominated. They dominated for the first half.
But I know you were talking about Caribbean Union Bethesda and maybe coming into the context that they maybe might not push Liberta. We didn't see a real informed Devon Thomas in this tournament so far. He looked a little bit below par. Even tonight, he just didn't look himself. I listened to you and Terry were talking that he sort of came out with a kind of approach as if like he wanted to spend some time out there. But I don't like when he's trying to spend time. I just want him to be Devon Thomas.
But you see, when he's Devon Thomas, he does rash things, and that's the problem. So he obviously went out on the instructions, probably from Coach John Archibald, to try and stay out in the middle. Don't worry about the power play. And they sent Jamal Fernandez specifically to do that, and we saw him going over the top and so on. And they did have a good power play in the end because they got 47 runs from the first 6 overs.
Sure.
So they would have had that launching pad. But then Devon Thomas was still caught in two minds as to what approach should he adopt. And then eventually, he decided to play cross one and skied it. So it wasn't the usual Devon Thomas. At that point, though, he should have been really be looking to play straight, because he can play straight and score runs. And then at the end now, when I'm saying at the end, in the middle overs now, once he's there now, he would have the ability to really hit those balls, play across the line of those deliveries and really hit them out of the park. But then I think he was trying to go too square with that particular delivery. And that's why he skied it. And you know, eventually he fell. But you're saying now that Devon Thomas hasn't really come to the party as yet, and tomorrow may well be his day or his night. We'll just have to. I want a good final. I really want a good final. I don't want them to come into this game with a really below par performance. You want a final that will really be fitting of a competition of this nature. And so you want the Eagles to really rise tomorrow, so the Blackhawks will have a fight.
So you heard it there from the man himself. Jack Terry wants to get in here and say a few words.
No, I just want to sign off by saying, because I'm 2 bets behind now, I'm back in Bethesda Golden Eagles, Jack. We're on Bethesda Golden Eagles tomorrow, regardless of what happens.
I know that the Blackhawks are favorites, and they're going to take... It's going to require of the Eagles a tremendous effort to stop the Blackhawks, because they have so much variety, they have so much depth. And as we have seen during the competition, they have the ability to score 200 over 20 overs, and so they're gonna take a great effort from the Eagles.
Is confirmed.
Yes, 4 o'clock start tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we'll do, Jack, before we disappear out here, let me just give the fans an idea in terms of what's happening. The final set tomorrow for 7 p.m. We'll see the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks taking on the Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles at 7 p.m. So the third, as we said, third and fourth place game will be between Rising Sun Spartans and Jennings Tigers. My colleagues are leaving me. Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles 129 for 8. Yeah, 129 for 8. Top scoring was Jamal Fernandez with 35. Next best was the captain Devon Thomas with 20. 18 from Gavin Tong, and injured Gavin Tong. 9 Young got 17. Darren Benton 19. Bowling for Jennings Tigers. You had Morton Brown with 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 3 wickets. Jadesha Martin, 3 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, 2 wickets. And the other wicket takers was Orlando Peters, 4-0, 18-1. Paul Miller, 4-0, 25-1. By the time Jennings needed 130 for victory, they were left stranded by 1 run. Their captain, Orlando Peters, was not out on 38. George Munzi with 47. Kyle Cabey with 12. Adrian Barron with 21. And then we had Cameron Miller North, Jaime Africa North, Jadesha Martin run out for 2. It was all over by the shouting. In terms of the bowling for, as we would say, Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles, we had Nordish Kaniji, 4 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, 2 well. Very impressive spell. 9 Young, 4 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, 2 wickets. Kelvin Pittman, 4 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, no wicket. Anthony Martin, 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. And Sushant Modani, 4 overs, no maidens, 41 runs. On behalf of the entire team here, and want us to be able to take some time out, just want to be able to say thanks to the Community Sports Network team, CSN, a subsidiary of the Parish League. We want to say thanks to the folks who continue to make this happen. Remember, you can check them out on all of the social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and also CTTV Channel 8. You also had the Cool and Smooth YouTube page on all the social media platforms, and Platinum FM 97.9. On behalf of Terry LaRaja, you also had Nickel here. You also had Jack Matthew, and Matthew Ford was a special guest here. I am Vernon A. Springer, signing out and let you know that we'll be back on air tomorrow to bring you the third and fourth place game, and then it will be the final of the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion. Finally, let me just go through the sponsor list for you. Cool and Smooth would like to thank the major sponsors who have helped with this tournament so far: Pineapple Beach Club, Supreme Security, Kennedy's Club Limited, Stonewall Reloaded, ABCA, Images Design, Signs and Impressions, Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority, St. John's Development Corporation, Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, Hadid Motors, APOA INET, Tropical Shipping, Cricket West Indies, Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission, and Global Bank of Commerce. I'm Vernon A. Springer, signing off here from Coolidge Cricket Ground for this semi-final action. It's final action tomorrow, right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground on Saturday, 7th May 2022. Thanks very much for viewing and listening.